Section 1 of The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabi. The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals by Charles Darwin. Introduction, Part 1. Many works have been written on expression, but a greater number on physiognomy, that is, on the recognition of character through the study of the permanent form of the features. With this latter subject I am not here concerned. The older treatises which I have consulted have been of little or no service to me. The famous Conférence of the painter Lebrun, published in 1667, is the best-known ancient work and contains some good remarks. Another somewhat old essay, namely the Discours, delivered 1774 to 1782 by the well-known Dutch anatomist Camper, can hardly be considered as having made any marked advance in the subject. The following works, on the contrary, deserve the fullest consideration. Sir Charles Bell, so illustrious for his discoveries in physiology, published in 1806 the first edition, and in the third edition of his Anatomy and Philosophy of Expression, he may with justice be said not only to have laid the foundations of the subject as a branch of science, but to have built up a noble structure. His work is in every way deeply interesting. It includes graphic descriptions of the various emotions and is admirably illustrated. It is generally admitted that his service consists chiefly in having shown the intimate relation which exists between the movements of expression and those of respiration. One of the most important points, small as it may at first appear, is that the muscles round the eyes are involuntarily contract during violent expiratory efforts in order to protect these delicate organs from the pressure of the blood. This fact, which has been fully investigated for me with the greatest kindness by Professor Stonders of Utrecht, throws, as we shall hereafter see, a flood of light on several of the most important expressions of the human countenance. The merits of Sir Charles Bell's work have been undervalued or quite ignored by several foreign writers, but have been fully admitted by some, for instance by M. Lemoine, who with great justice says, Le livre de Charles Bell devrait être médité par quiconque essaye de faire parler le visage de l'homme, par les philosophes aussi bien que par les artistes, car, sous une apparence plus légère et sous le prétexte de l'esthétique, c'est un des plus beaux monuments de la science des rapports du physique et du moral. From reasons which will presently be assigned, Sir Charles Bell did not attempt to follow out his views as far as they might have been carried. He does not try to explain why different muscles are brought into action under different emotions, why, for instance, the inner ends of the eyebrows are raised and the corners of the mouth depressed by a person suffering from grief or anxiety. In 1807, M. Moreau edited an edition of Lavater on Physiognomy, in which he incorporated several of his own essays, containing excellent descriptions of the movements of the facial muscles, together with many valuable remarks. He throws, however, very little light on the philosophy of the subject. For instance, M. Moreau, in speaking of the act of frowning, that is, the contraction of the muscle called by French writers the sourcilier, corrugator supercilii, remarks with truth, Cette action de sourciller est un des symptômes les plus tranchés de l'expression des affections pénibles ou concentrées. He then adds that these muscles, from their attachment and position, are fitted à resserrer, à concentrer les principaux traits de la face, comme il convient dans toutes ces passions, vraiment oppressives ou profondes, dans ses affections dont le sentiment semble porter l'organisation à revenir sur elle-même, à se contracter et à s'amoindrir, comme pour offrir moins de prise et de surface à des impressions redoutables ou importunes. He who thinks that remarks of this kind throw any light on the meaning or origin of the different expressions takes a very different view of the subject to what I do. The earliest edition of this work, referred to in the preface to the edition of 1820 in 10 volumes, as containing the observations of M. Moreau, is said to have been published in 1807, and I have no doubt that this is correct, because the Notice sur Lavater at the commencement of Volume 1 is dated April 13, 1806. In some bibliographical works, however, the date of 1805 to 1809 is given, but it seems impossible that 1805 can be correct. Dr. Duchesne remarks, Mécanisme de la physionomie humaine, octavo édition, 1862, page 5, and Archives générales de médecine, janvier et février 1862, that M. Moreau a composé pour son ouvrage un article important, etc. in the year 1805, and I find in Volume 1 of the edition of 1820 passages bearing the dates of December 12, 1805, and another January 5, 1806, besides that of April 13, 1806, above referred to. In consequence of some of these passages having thus been composed in 1805, Dr. Duchesne assigns to M. Moreau the priority over Sir Charles Bell, whose work, as we have seen, was published in 1806. This is a very unusual manner of determining the priority of scientific works, but such questions are of extremely little importance in comparison with their relative merits. The passages above, quoted from M. Moreau and from Lebrun, are taken in this and all other cases from the edition of 1820 of Lavater, Tome 4, page 228, and Tome 9, page 279. In the above passage there is but a slight, if any, advance in the philosophy of the subject beyond that reached by the painter Lebrun, who, in 1667, in describing the expression of fright, says, Le sourcil, qui est abaissé d'un côté et élevé de l'autre, fait voir que la partie élevée semble le vouloir joindre au cerveau pour le garantir du mal que l'âme aperçoit. Et le côté qui est abaissé et qui paraît enflé nous fait trouver dans cet état par les esprits qui viennent du cerveau en abondance, comme pour couvrir l'âme et la défendre du mal qu'elle crée. La bouche fort ouverte fait voir le saisissement du cœur par le sang qui se retire vers lui, ce qui l'oblige, voulant respirer, à faire un effort qui est cause que la bouche s'ouvre extrêmement et qui, lorsqu'il passe par les organes de la voix, forme un son qui n'est point articulé, que si les muscles et les veines paraissent s'enfler, ce n'est que par les esprits que le cerveau envoie en ces parties-là. I have thought the foregoing sentences worth quoting as specimens of the surprising nonsense which has been written on the subject. The Physiology or Mechanism of Blushing, by Dr. Burgess, appeared in 1839, and to this work I shall frequently refer in my 13th chapter. In 1862, Dr. Duchesne published 2 editions, in folio and octavo, of his Mécanisme de la physionomie humaine, in which he analyzes by means of electricity and illustrates by magnificent photographs the movements of the facial muscles. He has generously permitted me to copy as many of his photographs as I desired. His works have been spoken lightly of, or quite passed over by some of his countrymen. It is possible that Dr. Duchenne may have exaggerated the importance of the contraction of single muscles in giving expression, for, owing to the intimate manner in which the muscles are connected, as may be seen in Henle's anatomical drawings, the best I believe ever published, it is difficult to believe in their separate action. Nevertheless, it is manifest that Dr. Duchenne clearly apprehended this and other sources of error, and as it is known that he was eminently successful in elucidating the physiology of the muscles of the hand by the aid of electricity, it is probable that he is generally in the right about the muscles of the face. In my opinion, Dr. Duchenne has greatly advanced the subject by his treatment of it. No one has more carefully studied the contraction of each separate muscle, and the consequent furrows produced on the skin. He has also, and this is a very important service, shown which muscles are least under the separate control of the will. He enters very little into theoretical considerations, and seldom attempts to explain why certain muscles and not others contract under the influence of certain emotions. A distinguished French anatomist, Pierre Gratiolet, gave a course of lectures on expression at the Sorbonne, and his notes were published 1865, after his death, under the title of De la physionomie et des mouvements d'expression. This is a very interesting work, full of valuable observations. His theory is rather complex and, as far as it can be given in a single sentence, is as follows. Il résulte de tous les faits que j'ai rappelés que le sens, l'imagination et la pensée elle-même, si élevée, si abstraite qu'on la suppose, ne peuvent s'exercer sans éveiller un sentiment corrélatif, et que ce sentiment se traduit directement, sympathiquement, symboliquement ou métaphoriquement dans toutes les sphères des organes extérieurs qui la racontent tous, suivant leur mode d'action propre, comme si chacun d'eux avait été directement affecté. Gratiolet appears to overlook inherited habit, and even to some extent habit in the individual, and therefore he fails, as it seems to me, to give the right explanation, or any explanation at all, of many gestures and expressions. As an illustration of what he calls symbolic movements, I will quote his remarks, taken from Monsieur Chevreul, on a man playing at billiards. Si une bille dévie légèrement de la direction que le joueur prétend lui imprimer, ne l'avez-vous pas vu 100 fois la pousser du regard, de la tête et même des épaules, comme si ces mouvements, purement symboliques, pouvaient rectifier son trajet? Des mouvements non moins significatifs se produisent quand la bille manque d'une impulsion suffisante. Et chez les joueurs novices, ils sont quelquefois accusés au point d'éveiller le sourire sur les lèvres du spectateur. Such movements, as it appears to me, may be attributed simply to habit. As often as a man has wished to move an object to one side, he has always pushed it to that side. When forwards, he has pushed it forwards, and if he has wished to arrest it, he has pulled backwards. Therefore, when a man sees his ball traveling in a wrong direction, and he intensely wishes it to go in another direction, he cannot avoid, from long habit, unconsciously performing movements which in other cases he has found effectual. As an instance of sympathetic movements, Gratiolet gives the following case. Un jeune chien à oreille droite, auquel son maître présente de loin quelque viande appétissante, fixe avec ardeur ses yeux sur cet objet dont il suit tous les mouvements, et pendant que les yeux regardent, les deux oreilles se portent en avant comme si cet objet pouvait être entendu. Here, instead of speaking of sympathy between the ears and eyes, it appears to me more simple to believe that as dogs during many generations have, whilst intently looking at any object, pricked their ears in order to perceive any sound, and conversely have looked intently in the direction of a sound to which they may have listened, The movements of these organs have become firmly associated together through long-continued habit. Dr. Piderit published in 1859 an essay on expression, which I have not seen, but in which, as he states, he forestalled Gratiolet in many of his views. In 1867 he published his Wissenschaftliches System der Mimik und Physiognomik. It is hardly possible to give in a few sentences a fair notion of his views. Perhaps the two following sentences will tell as much as can be briefly told. The muscular movements of expression are in part related to imaginary objects, and in part to imaginary sensual impressions. In this proposition lies the key to the comprehension of all expressive muscular movements. Again, expressive movements manifest themselves chiefly in the numerous and mobile muscles of the face, partly because the nerves by which they are set into motion originate in the most immediate vicinity of the mind organ, but partly also because these muscles serve to support the organs of sense. If Dr. Piderit had studied Sir Charles Bell's work, he would probably not have said that violent laughter causes a frown from partaking of the nature of pain, or that with infants the tears irritate the eyes and thus excite the contraction of the surrounding muscles. Many good remarks are scattered throughout this volume, to which I shall hereafter refer. Short discussions on expression may be found in various works which need not here be particularized. Mr. Bain, however, in two of his works, has treated the subject at some length. He says, "I look upon the expression so called as part and parcel of the feeling. I believe it to be a general law of the mind that along with the fact of inward feeling or consciousness there is a diffusive action or excitement over the bodily members." In another place he adds, "A very considerable number of the facts may be brought under the following principle, namely, that states of pleasure are connected with an increase, and states of pain with an abatement, of some or all of the vital functions. But the above law of the diffusive action of feeling seems too general to throw much light on special expressions." Mr. Herbert Spencer, in treating of the feelings in his Principles of Psychology, 1855, makes the following remarks: "Fear, when strong, expresses itself in cries, in efforts to hide or escape, in palpitations and tremblings, and these are just the manifestations that would accompany an actual experience of the evil feared. The destructive passions are shown in a general tension of the muscular system, in gnashing of the teeth and protrusion of the claws, in dilated eyes and nostrils and growls, and these are weaker forms of the actions that accompany the killing of prey. Here we have, as I believe, the true theory of a large number of expressions, but the chief interest and difficulty of the subject lies in following out the wonderfully complex results. I infer that someone, but who he is I have not been able to ascertain, formerly advanced a nearly similar view, for Sir Charles Bell says, "It has been maintained that what are called the external signs of passion are only the concomitants of those voluntary movements which the structure renders necessary." Mr. Spencer has also published a valuable essay on the physiology of laughter, in which he insists on the general law that feeling, passing a certain pitch, habitually vents itself in bodily action, and that an overflow of nerve force, undirected by any motive, will manifestly take first the most habitual roots, and if these do not suffice, will next overflow into the less habitual ones. This law I believe to be of the highest importance in throwing light on our subject. All the authors who have written on expression, with the exception of Mr. Spencer, the great expounder of the principle of evolution, appear to have been firmly convinced that species, men of course included, came into existence in their present condition. Sir Charles Bell, being thus convinced, maintains that many of our facial muscles are purely instrumental in expression or are a special provision for this sole object. But the simple fact that the anthropoid apes possess the same facial muscles as we do renders it very improbable that these muscles in our case serve exclusively for expression. For no one, I presume, would be inclined to admit that monkeys have been endowed with special muscles solely for exhibiting their hideous grimaces. Distinct uses, independently of expression, can indeed be assigned with much probability for almost all the facial muscles. Sir Charles Bell evidently wished to draw as broad a distinction as possible between man and the lower animals, and he consequently asserts that with the lower creatures there is no expression but what may be referred more or less plainly to their acts of volition or necessary instincts. He further maintains that their faces seem chiefly capable of expressing rage and fear. But man himself cannot express love and humility by external signs so plainly as does a dog, when with drooping ears, hanging lips, flexuous body, and wagging tail he meets his beloved master. Nor can these movements in the dog be explained by acts of volition or necessary instincts any more than the beaming eyes and smiling cheeks of a man when he meets an old friend. If Sir Charles Bell had been questioned about the expression of affection in the dog, he would no doubt have answered that this animal had been created with special instincts adapting him for association with man, and that all further enquiry on the subject was superfluous. Although Gratiolet emphatically denies that any muscle has been developed solely for the sake of expression, he seems never to have reflected on the principle of evolution. He apparently looks at each species as a separate creation. So it is with the other writers on expression. For instance, Dr. Duchenne, after speaking of the movements of the limbs, refers to those which give expression to the face and remarks: Le créateur n'a donc pas eu à se préoccuper ici des besoins de la mécanique. Il a pu, selon sa sagesse, ou que l'on me pardonne cette manière de parler, par une divine fantaisie, mettre en action tel ou tel muscle, un seul ou plusieurs muscles à la fois, lorsqu'il a voulu que les signes caractéristiques des passions, même les plus fugaces, fussent écrits passagèrement sur la face de l'homme. Ce langage de la physionomie, une fois créé, il lui a suffi, pour le rendre universel et immuable, de donner à tout être humain la faculté instinctive d'exprimer toujours ses sentiments par la contraction des mêmes muscles. Many writers consider the whole subject of expression as inexplicable. Thus the illustrious physiologist Müller says, "The completely different expression of the features in different passions shows that, according to the kind of feeling excited, entirely different groups of the fibers of the facial nerve are acted on. Of the cause of this we are quite ignorant." No doubt, as long as man and all other animals are viewed as independent creations, an effectual stop is put to our natural desire to investigate as far as possible the causes of expression. By this doctrine, anything and everything can be equally well explained, and it is proved as pernicious with respect to expression as to every other branch of natural history. With mankind some expressions, such as the bristling of the hair under the influence of extreme terror, or the uncovering of the teeth under that of furious rage, can hardly be understood, except on the belief that man once existed in a much lower and animal-like condition. The community of certain expressions in distinct though allied species, as in the movements of the same facial muscles during laughter by man and by various monkeys, is rendered somewhat more intelligible if we believe in their descent from a common progenitor. He who admits on general grounds that the structure and habits of all animals have been gradually evolved will look at the whole subject of expression in a new and interesting light. The study of expression is difficult, owing to the movements being often extremely slight and of a fleeting nature. A difference may be clearly perceived, and yet it may be impossible, at least I have found it so, to state in what the difference consists. When we witness any deep emotion, our sympathy is so strongly excited that close observation is forgotten or rendered almost impossible, of which fact I have had many curious proofs. Our imagination is another and still more serious source of error, for if from the nature of the circumstances we expect to see any expression, we readily imagine its presence. Notwithstanding Dr. Duchenne's great experience, he for a long time fancied, as he states, that several muscles contracted under certain emotions, whereas he ultimately convinced himself that the movement was confined to a single muscle. End of section 1.
Section 2 of the expression of the emotions in man and animals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick McAfee, Chicago. Introduction, Part 2. In order to acquire as good a foundation as possible, and to ascertain, independently of common opinion, how far particular movements of the features and gestures are really expressive of certain states of the mind, I have found the following means the most serviceable. In the first place, to observe infants, for they exhibit many emotions, as Sir C. Bell remarks, with extraordinary force, whereas in after life, some of our expressions cease to have the pure and simple source from which they spring in infancy. In the second place, it occurred to me that the insane ought to be studied, as they are liable to the strongest passions and give uncontrolled vent to them. I had myself no opportunity of doing this, so I applied to Dr. Maudsley and received from him an introduction to Dr. J. Crichton Browne, who has charge of an immense asylum near Wakefield, and who, as I found, had already attended to the subject. This excellent observer has with unwearied kindness sent me copious notes and descriptions, with valuable suggestions on many points, and I can hardly overestimate the value of his assistance. I owe also to the kindness of Mr. Patrick Nicole of the Sussex Lunatic Asylum interesting statements on 2 or 3 points. Thirdly, Dr. Duchenne galvanized, as we have already seen, certain muscles in the face of an old man, whose skin was little sensitive, and thus produced various expressions which were photographed on a large scale. It fortunately occurred to me to show several of the best plates, without a word of explanation, to above 20 educated persons of various ages and both sexes, asking them, in each case, by what emotion or feeling the old man was supposed to be agitated, and I recorded their answers in the words which they used. Several of the expressions were instantly recognized by almost everyone, though described in not exactly the same terms, and these may, I think, be relied on as truthful, and will hereafter be specified. On the other hand, the most widely different judgments were pronounced in regard to some of them. This exhibition was of use in another way, by convincing me how easily we may be misguided by our imagination. For when I first looked through Dr. Duchenne's photographs, reading at the same time the text, and thus learning what was intended, I was struck with admiration at the truthfulness of all, with only a few exceptions. Nevertheless, if I had examined them without any explanation, no doubt I should have been as much perplexed in some cases as other persons have been. Fourthly, I had hoped to derive much aid from the great masters in painting and sculpture, who are such close observers. Accordingly, I have looked at photographs and engravings of many well-known works, but, with a few exceptions, have not thus profited. The reason, no doubt, is that in works of art, beauty is the chief object, and strongly contracted facial muscles destroy beauty. The story of the composition is generally told with wonderful force and truth by skillfully given accessories. Fifthly, it seemed to me highly important to ascertain whether the same expressions and gestures prevail, as has often been asserted without much evidence, with all the races of mankind, especially with those who have associated but little with Europeans. Whenever the same movements of the features or body express the same emotions in several distinct races of man, we may infer with much probability that such expressions are true ones, that is, are innate or instinctive. Conventional expressions or gestures acquired by the individual during early life would probably have differed in the different races in the same manner as do their languages. Accordingly, I circulated, early in the year 1867, the following printed queries with a request, which has been fully responded to, that actual observations and not memory might be trusted. These queries were written after a considerable interval of time, during which my attention had been otherwise directed, and I can now see that they might have been greatly improved. To some of the later copies, I appended in manuscript a few additional remarks. 1. Is astonishment expressed by the eyes and mouth being opened wide and by the eyebrows being raised? 2. Does shame excite a blush when the color of the skin allows it to be visible, and especially how low down the body does the blush extend? 3. When a man is indignant or defiant, does he frown, hold his body and head erect, square his shoulders, and clench his fists? 4. When considering deeply on any subject or trying to understand any puzzle, does he frown or wrinkle the skin beneath the lower eyelids? 5. When in low spirits, are the corners of the mouth depressed and the inner corner of the eyebrows raised by that muscle which the French call the grief muscle? The eyebrow in this state becomes slightly oblique, with a little swelling at the inner end, and the forehead is transversely wrinkled in the middle part, but not across the whole breadth, as when the eyebrows are raised in surprise. 6. When in good spirits, do the eyes sparkle, with the skin a little wrinkled round and under them, and with the mouth a little drawn back at the corners? 7. When a man sneers or snarls at another, is the corner of the upper lip, over the canine or eye tooth, raised on the side facing the man whom he addresses? 8. Can a dogged or obstinate expression be recognized, which is chiefly shown by the mouth being firmly closed, a lowering brow, and a slight frown? 9. Is contempt expressed by a slight protrusion of the lips and by turning up the nose, and with a slight expiration? 10. Is disgust shown by the lower lip being turned down, the upper lip slightly raised, with a sudden expiration, something like incipient vomiting, or like something spit out of the mouth? 11. Is extreme fear expressed in the same general manner as with Europeans? 12. Is laughter ever carried to such an extreme as to bring tears into the eyes? 13. When a man wishes to show that he cannot prevent something being done, or cannot himself do something, does he shrug his shoulders, turn inwards his elbows, extend outwards his hands, and open the palms with the eyebrows raised? 14. Do the children, when sulky, pout or greatly protrude the lips? 15. Can guilty or sly or jealous expressions be recognized, though I know not how these can be defined? 16. Is the head nodded vertically in affirmation and shaken laterally in negation? Observations on natives who have had little communication with Europeans would be, of course, the most valuable, though those made on any natives would be of much interest to me. General remarks on expression are of comparatively little value, and memory is so deceptive that I earnestly beg it may not be trusted. A definite description of the countenance under any emotion or frame of mind, with a statement of the circumstances under which it occurred, would possess much value. To these queries I have received 36 answers from different observers, several of them missionaries or protectors of the aborigines, to all of whom I am deeply indebted for the great trouble which they have taken and for the valuable aid thus received. I will specify their names, etc., towards the close of this chapter, so as not to interrupt my present remarks. The answers relate to several of the most distinct and savage races of man. In many instances, the circumstances have been recorded under which each expression was observed, and the expression itself described. In such cases, much confidence may be placed in the answers. When the answers have been simply yes or no, I have always received them with caution. It follows from the information thus acquired that the same state of mind is expressed throughout the world with remarkable uniformity, and this fact is in itself interesting as evidence of the close similarity in bodily structure and mental disposition of all the races of mankind. Sixthly, and lastly, I have attended as closely as I could to the expression of the several passions in some of the commoner animals, and this I believe to be of paramount importance, not of course for deciding how far in man certain expressions are characteristic of certain states of mind, but as affording the safest basis for generalization on the causes or origin of the various movements of expression. In observing animals, we are not so likely to be biased by our imagination, and we may feel safe that their expressions are not conventional. From the reasons above assigned, namely the fleeting nature of some expressions, the changes in the features being often extremely slight, our sympathy being easily aroused when we behold any strong emotion, and our attention thus distracted, our imagination deceiving us from knowing in a vague manner what to expect, though certainly few of us know what the exact changes in the countenance are. And lastly, even our long familiarity with the subject. From all these causes combined, the observation of expression is by no means easy, as many persons whom I have asked to observe certain points have soon discovered. Hence it is difficult to determine with certainty what are the movements of the features and of the body, which commonly characterize certain states of the mind. Nevertheless, some of the doubts and difficulties have, as I hope, been cleared away by the observation of infants, of the insane, of the different races of man, of works of art, and lastly, of the facial muscles under the action of galvanism, as effected by Dr. Duchenne. But there remains the much greater difficulty of understanding the cause or origin of the several expressions, and of judging whether any theoretical explanation is trustworthy. Besides, judging as well as we can by our reason, without the aid of any rules, which of two or more explanations is the most satisfactory, or are quite unsatisfactory, I see only one way of testing our conclusions. This is to observe whether the same principle by which one expression can, as it appears, be explained, is applicable in other allied cases, and especially whether the same general principles can be applied with satisfactory results both to man and the lower animals. This latter method, I am inclined to think, is the most serviceable of all. The difficulty of judging of the truth of any theoretical explanation, and of testing it by some distinct line of investigation, is the great drawback to that interest which the study seems well fitted to excite. Finally, with respect to my own observations, I may state that they were commenced in the year 1838, and from that time to the present day, I have occasionally attended to the subject. At the above date, I was already inclined to believe in the principle of evolution, or of the derivation of species from other and lower forms. Consequently, when I read Sir C. Bell's great work, his view that man had been created with certain muscles specially adapted for the expression of his feelings struck me as unsatisfactory. It seemed probable that the habit of expressing our feelings by certain movements, though now rendered innate, had been in some manner gradually acquired. But to discover how such habits had been acquired was perplexing in no small degree. The whole subject had to be viewed under a new aspect, and each expression demanded a rational explanation. This belief led me to attempt the present work, however imperfectly it may have been executed. I will now give the names of the gentlemen to whom, as I have said, I am deeply indebted for information in regard to the expressions exhibited by various races of man, and I will specify some of the circumstances under which the observations were in each case made. Owing to the great kindness and powerful influence of Mr. Wilson of Hayes Place, Kent, I have received from Australia no less than 13 sets of answers to my queries. This has been particularly fortunate, as the Australian Aborigines rank amongst the most distinct of all the races of man. It will be seen that the observations have been chiefly made in the south, in the outlying parts of the colony of Victoria, but some excellent answers have been received from the north. Mr. Dyson Lacey has given me in detail some valuable observations made several hundred miles in the interior of Queensland. To Mr. R. Brough Smith of Melbourne, I am much indebted for observations made by himself and for sending me several of the following letters, namely, from the Reverend Mr. Hagenauer of Lake Wellington, a missionary in Gippsland, Victoria, who has had much experience with the natives. From Mr. Samuel Wilson, a landowner residing at Langerenong, Wimmera, Victoria, from the Reverend George Taplin, superintendent of the native industrial settlement at Port Macleay, from Mr. Archibald G. Lang of Coranderrick, Victoria, a teacher at a school where Aborigines, old and young, are collected from all parts of the colony. From Mr. H. B. Lane of Belfast, Victoria, a police magistrate and warden, whose observations, I am assured, are highly trustworthy. From Mr. Templeton Bonnet of Echuca, whose station is on the borders of the colony of Victoria, and who has thus been able to observe many Aborigines who have had little intercourse with white men. He compared his observations with those made by 2 other gentlemen long resident in the neighborhood. Also from Mr. J. Bulmer, a missionary in the remote part of Gippsland, Victoria. I am also indebted to the distinguished botanist, Dr. Ferdinand Muller of Victoria, for some observations made by himself, and for sending me others made by Mrs. Green, as well as for some of the foregoing letters. In regard to the Maoris of New Zealand, the Reverend J. W. Stack has answered only a few of my queries, but the answers have been remarkably full, clear, and distinct, with the circumstances recorded under which the observations were made. The Rajah Brooke has given me some information with respect to the Dayaks of Borneo. Respecting the Malays, I have been highly successful, for Mr. F. Geach, to whom I was introduced by Mr. Wallace, during his residence as a mining engineer in the interior of Malacca, observed many natives who had never before associated with white men. He wrote me 2 long letters with admirable and detailed observations on their expression. He likewise observed the Chinese immigrants in the Malay archipelago. The well-known naturalist H. M. Consul, Mr. Swinhoe, also observed for me the Chinese in their native country, and he made inquiries from others whom he could trust. In India, Mr. H. Erskine, whilst residing in his official capacity in the Ahmednagar district in the Bombay Presidency, attended to the expression of the inhabitants, but found much difficulty in arriving at any safe conclusions, owing to their habitual concealment of all emotions in the presence of Europeans. He also obtained information for me from Mr. West, the judge in Kanara, and he consulted some intelligent native gentlemen on certain points. In Calcutta, Mr. J. Scott, curator of the Botanic Gardens, carefully observed the various tribes of men therein employed during a considerable period, and no one has sent me such full and valuable details. The habit of accurate observation gained by his botanical studies has been brought to bear on our present subject. For Ceylon, I am much indebted to the Reverend S. O. Glennie for answers to some of my queries. Turning to Africa, I have been unfortunate with respect to the Negroes, though Mr. Winwood Reade aided me as far as lay in his power. It would have been comparatively easy to have obtained information in regard to the Negro slaves in America, but as they have been long associated with white men, such observations would have possessed little value. In the southern parts of the continent, Mrs. Barber observed the Kaffirs and Fingos and sent me many distinct answers. Mr. J. P. Mansell Wheel also made some observations on the natives and procured for me a curious document, namely the opinion, written in English, of Christian Gaika, brother of the chief Sandili, on the expressions of his fellow countrymen. In the northern regions of Africa, Captain Speedy, who long resided with the Abyssinians, answered my queries partly from memory and partly from observations made on the son of King Theodore, who was then under his charge. Professor and Mrs. Asa Gray attended to some points in the expressions of the natives as observed by them whilst ascending the Nile. On the great American continent, Mr. Bridges, a catechist residing with the Fuegians, answered some few questions about their expression, addressed to him many years ago. In the northern half of the continent, Dr. Rothrock attended to the expressions of the wild Atna and Espiox tribes on the Nasse River in northwestern America. Mr. Washington Matthews, assistant surgeon in the United States Army, also observed with special care after having seen my queries as printed in the Smithsonian Report some of the wildest tribes in the western parts of the United States, namely the Tetons, Gros Ventres, Mandans, and Assiniboines, and his answers have proved of the highest value. Lastly, besides these special sources of information, I have collected some few facts incidentally given in books of travels. As I shall often have to refer, more especially in the latter part of this volume, to the muscles of the human face, I have had a diagram, copied and reduced from Sir C. Bell's work, and two others with more accurate details, from Herday's well-known Handbuch der systematischen Anatomie des Menschen. The same letters refer to the same muscles in all three figures, but the names are given of only the more important ones to which I shall have to allude. The facial muscles blend much together, and, as I am informed, hardly appear on a dissected face so distinct as they are here represented. Some writers consider that these muscles consist of 19 pairs, with one unpaired, but others make the number much larger, amounting even to 55, according to Moreau. They are, as is admitted by everyone who has written on the subject, very variable in structure, and Moreau remarks that they are hardly alike in half a dozen subjects. They are also variable in function. Thus the power of uncovering the canine tooth on one side differs much in different persons. The power of raising the wings of the nostrils is also, according to Dr. Piderit, variable in a remarkable degree, and other such cases could be given. Finally, I must have the pleasure of expressing my obligations to Mr. Rejlander for the trouble which he has taken in photographing for me various expressions and gestures. I am also indebted to Herr Kindermann of Hamburg for the loan of some excellent negatives of crying infants, and to Dr. Wallach for a charming one of a smiling girl. I have already expressed my obligations to Dr. Duchesne for generously permitting me to have some of his large photographs copied and reduced. All these photographs have been printed by the heliotype process, and the accuracy of the copy is thus guaranteed. These plates are referred to by Roman numerals. I am also greatly indebted to Mr. T. W. Wood for the extreme pains which he has taken in drawing from life the expressions of various animals. A distinguished artist, Mr. Riviere, has had the kindness to give me 2 drawings of dogs, one in a hostile and the other in a humble and caressing frame of mind. Mr. A. May has also given me 2 similar sketches of dogs. Mr. Cooper has taken much care in cutting the blocks. Some of the photographs and drawings, namely those by Mr. May and those by Mr. Wolfe of the Sinopithecus, were first reproduced by Mr. Cooper on wood by means of photography, and then engraved. By this means almost complete fidelity is ensured. End of section 2. Recording by Patrick McAfee, Chicago.
Section 3 of the expression of the emotions in man and animals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals by Charles Darwin. Chapter 1. General Principles of Expression. Part 1. The 3 chief principles stated. The first principle, serviceable actions become habitual in association with certain states of the mind, and are performed whether or not of service in each particular case. The force of habit. Inheritance. Associated habitual movements in man. Reflex actions. Passage of habits into reflex actions. Associated habitual movements in the lower animals. Concluding remarks. I will begin by giving the 3 principles, which appear to me to account for most of the expressions and gestures involuntarily used by man and the lower animals, under the influence of various emotions and sensations. I arrived, however, at these 3 principles only at the close of my observations. They will be discussed in the present and 2 following chapters in a general manner. Facts observed both with man and the lower animals will be here made use of, but the latter facts are preferable, as less likely to deceive us. In the 4th and 5th chapters I will describe the special expressions of some of the lower animals, and in the succeeding chapters those of man. Every one will thus be able to judge for himself how far my 3 principles throw light on the theory of the subject. It appears to me that so many expressions are thus explained in a fairly satisfactory manner, that probably all will hereafter be found to come under the same or closely analogous heads. I need hardly premise that movements or changes in any part of the body, as the wagging of a dog's tail, the drawing back of a horse's ears, the shrugging of a man's shoulders, or the dilatation of the capillary vessels of the skin, may all equally well serve for expression. The 3 principles are as follows. 1. The principle of serviceable associated habits. Certain complex actions are of direct or indirect service under certain states of the mind, in order to relieve or gratify certain sensations, desires, etc. And whenever the same state of mind is induced, however feebly, there is a tendency through the force of habit and association for the same movements to be performed, though they may not then be of the least use. Some actions ordinarily associated through habit with certain states of the mind may be partially repressed through the will, and in such cases the muscles which are least under the separate control of the will are the most liable still to act, causing movements which we recognize as expressive. In certain other cases, the checking of one habitual movement requires other slight movements, and these are likewise expressive. 2. The principle of antithesis. Certain states of the mind lead to certain habitual actions which are of service, as under our first principle. Now, when a directly opposite state of mind is induced, there is a strong and involuntary tendency to the performance of movements of a directly opposite nature, though these are of no use, and such movements are in some cases highly expressive. 3. The principle of actions due to the constitution of the nervous system, independently from the first of the will, and independently to a certain extent of habit. When the sensorium is strongly excited, nerve force is generated in excess, and is transmitted in certain definite directions, depending on the connection of the nerve cells, and partly on habit. Or the supply of nerve force may, as it appears, be interrupted. Effects are thus produced, which we recognize as expressive. This third principle may, for the sake of brevity, be called that of the direct action of the nervous system. With respect to our first principle, it is notorious how powerful is the force of habit. The most complex and difficult movements can in time be performed without the least effort or consciousness. It is not positively known how it comes that habit is so efficient in facilitating complex movements, but physiologists admit, quote, that the conducting power of the nervous fibers increases with the frequency of their excitement, end quote. This applies to the nerves of motion and sensation, as well as to those connected with the act of thinking. That some physical change is produced in the nerve cells, or nerves which are habitually used, can hardly be doubted, for otherwise it is impossible to understand how the tendency to certain acquired movements is inherited. That they are inherited we see with horses in certain transmitted paces, such as cantering and ambling, which are not natural to them, in the pointing of young pointers and the setting of young setters, in the peculiar manner of flight of certain breeds of the pigeon, etc. We have analogous cases with mankind in the inheritance of tricks or unusual gestures, to which we shall presently recur. To those who admit the gradual evolution of species, a most striking instance of the perfection with which the most difficult consensual movements can be transmitted is afforded by the hummingbird sphinx moth, Macroglossa. For this moth, shortly after its emergence from the cocoon, as shown by the bloom on its unruffled scales, may be seen poised stationary in the air, with its long hair-like proboscis uncurled and inserted into the minute orifices of flowers. And no one, I believe, has ever seen this moth learning to perform its difficult task, which requires such unerring aim. When there exists an inherited or instinctive tendency to the performance of an action, or an inherited taste for certain kinds of food, some degree of habit in the individual is often or generally requisite. We find this in the paces of the horse, and to a certain extent in the pointing of dogs, although some young dogs point excellently the first time they are taken out, yet they often associate the proper inherited attitude with a wrong odor, and even with eyesight. I have heard it asserted that if a calf is allowed to suck its mother only once, it is much more difficult afterwards to rear it by hand. Caterpillars which have been fed on the leaves of one kind of tree have been known to perish from hunger rather than eat the leaves of another tree, although this afforded them their proper food under a state of nature. And so it is in many other cases. The power of association is admitted by everyone. Mr. Bain remarks that, quote, actions, sensations, and states of feeling occurring together or in close succession tend to grow together or cohere in such a way that when any of them is afterwards presented to the mind, the others are apt to be brought up in idea. End quote. It is so important for our purpose fully to recognize that actions readily become associated with other actions and with various states of the mind, that I will give a good many instances, in the first place relating to man, and afterwards to the lower animals. Some of the instances are of a very trifling nature, but they are as good for our purpose as more important habits. It is known to everyone how difficult or even impossible it is, without repeated trials, to move the limbs in certain opposed directions which have never been practiced. Analogous cases occur with sensations, as in the common experiment of rolling a marble beneath the tips of two crossed fingers, when it feels exactly like two marbles. Everyone protects himself when falling to the ground by extending his arms, and as Professor Allison has remarked, few can resist acting thus, when voluntarily falling on a soft bed. A man, when going out of doors, puts on his gloves quite unconsciously, and this may seem an extremely simple operation, but he who has taught a child to put on gloves knows that this is by no means the case. When our minds are much affected, so are the movements of our bodies. But here another principle besides habit, namely the undirected overflow of nerve force, partially comes into play. Norfolk, in speaking of Cardinal Wolsey, says, quote, "Some strange commotion is in his brain. He bites his lip and starts, stops on a sudden, looks upon the ground, then lays his finger on his temple, straight springs out into fast gait, then stops again, strikes his breast hard, and anon he casts his eye against the moon. In most strange postures we have seen him set himself." End quote. Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 2. A vulgar man often scratches his head when perplexed in mind, and I believe that he acts thus from habit, as if he experienced a slightly uncomfortable body sensation, namely the itching of his head, to which he is particularly liable, and which he thus relieves. Another man rubs his eyes when perplexed, or gives a little cough when embarrassed, acting in either case as if he felt a slightly uncomfortable sensation in his eyes or windpipe. From the continued use of the eyes, these organs are especially liable to be acted on through association under various states of the mind, although there is manifestly nothing to be seen. A man, as Gratiolet remarks, who vehemently rejects a proposition, will almost certainly shut his eyes or turn away his face, but if he accepts the proposition, he will nod his head in affirmation and open his eyes widely. The man acts in this latter case as if he clearly saw the thing, and in the former case as if he did not or would not see it. I have noticed that persons in describing a horrid sight often shut their eyes momentarily and firmly, or shake their heads, as if not to see or drive away something disagreeable. And I have caught myself, when thinking in the dark of a horrible spectacle, closing my eyes firmly. In looking suddenly at any object, or in looking all around, everyone raises his eyebrows, so that the eyes may be quickly and widely opened. And Duchenne remarks that a person in trying to remember something often raises his eyebrows as if to see it. A Hindu gentleman made exactly the same remark to Mr. Erskine in regard to his countrymen. I noticed a young lady earnestly trying to recollect a painter's name, and she first looked to one corner of the ceiling and then to the opposite corner, arching the one eyebrow on that side, although, of course, there was nothing to be seen there. In most of the foregoing cases, we can understand how the associated movements were acquired through habit, but with some individuals, certain strange gestures or tricks have arisen in association with certain states of the mind, owing to wholly inexplicable causes, and are undoubtedly inherited. I have elsewhere given one instance from my own observation of an extraordinary and complex gesture, associated with pleasurable feelings, which was transmitted from a father to his daughter, as well as some other analogous facts. Another curious instance of an odd inherited movement associated with the wish to obtain an object will be given in the course of this volume. There are other actions which are commonly performed under certain circumstances, independently of habit, and which seem to be due to imitation or some sort of sympathy. Thus, persons cutting anything with a pair of scissors may be seen to move their jaws simultaneously with the blades of the scissors. Children learning to write often twist about their tongues as their fingers move, in a ridiculous fashion. When a public singer suddenly becomes a little hoarse, many of those present may be heard, as I have been assured by a gentleman on whom I can rely, to clear their own throats. But here habit probably comes into play, as we clear our own throats under similar circumstances. I have also been told that at leaping matches, as the performer makes his spring, many of the spectators, generally men and boys, move their feet. But here again, habit probably comes into play, for it is very doubtful whether women would thus act. Reflex actions. Reflex actions, in the strict sense of the term, are due to the excitement of a peripheral nerve, which transmits its influence to certain nerve cells, and these in their turn excite certain muscles or glands into action. And all this may take place without any sensation or consciousness on our part, though often thus accompanied. As many reflex actions are highly expressive, the subject must here be noticed at some little length. We shall also see that some of them graduate into, and can hardly be distinguished from, actions which have arisen through habit. Coughing and sneezing are familiar instances of reflex actions. With infants, the first act of respiration is often a sneeze, although this requires the coordinated movement of numerous muscles. Respiration is partly voluntary, but mainly reflex, and is performed in the most natural and best manner without the interference of the will. A vast number of complex movements are reflex. As good an instance as can be given is the often quoted one of a decapitated frog, which cannot of course feel and cannot consciously perform any movement. Yet if a drop of acid be placed on the lower surface of the thigh of a frog in this state, it will rub off the drop with the upper surface of the foot of the same leg. If this foot be cut off, it cannot thus act. Quote, "After some fruitless efforts, therefore, it gives up trying in that way, seems restless, as though, says Pflüger, that it was seeking some other way, and at last it makes use of the foot of the other leg, and succeeds in rubbing off the acid." Notably, we have here not merely contractions of muscles, but combined and harmonized contractions in due sequence for a special purpose. These are actions that have all the appearance of being guided by intelligence and instigated by will in an animal, the recognized organ of whose intelligence and will has been removed." End quote. We see the difference between reflex and voluntary movements in very young children not being able to perform, as I am informed by Sir Henry Holland, certain acts somewhat analogous to those of sneezing and coughing, namely in their not being able to blow their noses, in other words, to compress the nose and blow violently through the passage, and in their not being able to clear their throats of phlegm. They have to learn to perform these acts, yet they are performed by us, when a little older, almost as easily as reflex actions. Sneezing and coughing, however, can be controlled by the will only partially or not at all, whilst the clearing the throat and blowing the nose are completely under our command. When we are conscious of the presence of an irritating particle in our nostrils or windpipe, that is, when the same sensory nerve cells are excited, as in the case of sneezing and coughing, we can voluntarily expel the particle by forcibly driving air through these passages, but we cannot do this with nearly the same force, rapidity, and precision as by a reflex action. In this latter case, the sensory nerve cells apparently excite the motor nerve cells, without any waste of power, by first communicating with the cerebral hemispheres, the seat of our consciousness and volition. In all cases there seems to exist a profound antagonism between the same movements, as directed by the will and by a reflex stimulant, in the force with which they are performed and in the facility with which they are excited. As Claude Bernard asserts, l'influence du cerveau tend donc à entraver les mouvements réflexes et limiter leur force et leur attendu. End quote. The conscious wish to perform a reflex action sometimes stops or interrupts its performance, though the proper sensory nerves may be stimulated. For instance, many years ago I laid a small wager with a dozen young men that they would not sneeze if they took snuff, although they all declared that they invariably did so. Accordingly, they all took a pinch, but from wishing much to succeed, not one sneezed, though their eyes watered, and all, without exception, had to pay me the wager. Sir H. Holland remarks that attention paid to the act of swallowing interferes with the proper movements, from which it probably follows, at least in part, that some persons find it so difficult to swallow a pill. Another familiar instance of a reflex action is the involuntary closing of the eyelids when the surface of the eye is touched. A similar winking movement is caused when a blow is directed towards the face, but this is an habitual and not a strictly reflex action, as the stimulus is conveyed through the mind and not by the excitement of a peripheral nerve. The whole body and head are generally at the same time drawn suddenly backwards. These latter movements, however, can be prevented if the danger does not appear to the imagination imminent. But our reason telling us that there is no danger does not suffice. I may mention a trifling fact, illustrating this point, and which at the time amused me. I put my face close to the thick glass plate in front of a puff adder in the zoological gardens, with the firm determination of not starting back if the snake struck at me. But as soon as the blow was struck, my resolution went for nothing, and I jumped a yard or two backwards with astonishing rapidity. My will and reason were powerless against the imagination of a danger which had never been experienced. The violence of a start seems to depend partly on the vividness of the imagination, and partly on the condition, either habitual or temporary, of the nervous system. He who will attend to the starting of his horse, when tired and fresh, will perceive how perfect is the gradation from a mere glance at some unexpected object, with a momentary doubt whether it is dangerous, to a jump so rapid and violent that the animal probably could not voluntarily whirl round in so rapid a manner. The nervous system of a fresh and highly fed horse sends its order to the motory system so quickly that no time is allowed for him to consider whether or not the danger is real. After one violent start, when he is excited and the blood flows freely through his brain, he is very apt to start again, and so it is, as I have noticed, with young infants. A start from a sudden noise, when the stimulus is conveyed through the auditory nerves, is always accompanied in grown-up persons by the winking of the eyelids. I observed, however, that though my infants started at sudden sounds, when under a fortnight old, they certainly did not always wink their eyes, and I believe never did so. The start of an older infant apparently represents a vague catching hold of something to prevent falling. I shook a pasteboard box close before the eyes of one of my infants, when 114 days old, and it did not in the least wink. But when I put a few comfits into the box, holding it in the same position as before, and rattled them, the child blinked its eyes violently every time, and started a little. It was obviously impossible that a carefully guarded infant could have learnt by experience that a rattling sound near its eyes indicated danger to them. but such experience will have been slowly gained at a later age during a long series of generations. And from what we know of inheritance, there is nothing improbable in the transmission of a habit to the offspring at an earlier age than that at which it was first acquired by the parents. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick of Las Vegas, Nevada. The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals by Charles Darwin. Chapter 1, Part 2. From the foregoing remarks, it seems probable that some actions, which were at first performed consciously, have become, through habit and association, converted into reflex actions, and are now so firmly fixed and inherited that they are performed, even when not of the least use, as often as the same causes arise, which originally excited them in us through the volition. In such cases, the sensory nerve cells excite the motor cells, without first communicating with those cells on which our consciousness and volition depend. It is probable that sneezing and coughing were originally acquired by the habit of expelling, as violently as possible, any irritating particle from the sensitive air passages. As far as time is concerned, there has been more than enough for these habits to have become innate or converted into reflex actions, for they are common to most or all of the higher quadrupeds, and must therefore have been first acquired at a very remote period. Why the act of clearing the throat is not a reflex action, and has to be learnt by our children, I cannot pretend to say, but we can see why blowing the nose on a handkerchief has to be learnt. It is scarcely credible that the movements of a headless frog, when it wipes off a drop of acid or other object from its thigh, and which movements are so well coordinated for a special purpose, were not at first performed voluntarily, being afterwards rendered easy through long-continued habit, so as at last to be performed unconsciously or independently of the cerebral hemispheres. So again it appears probable that starting was originally acquired by the habit of jumping away as quickly as possible from danger whenever any of our senses gave us warning. Starting, as we have seen, is accompanied by the blinking of the eyelids, so as to protect the eyes, the most tender and sensitive organs of the body. And it is, I believe, always accompanied by a sudden and forcible inspiration, which is the natural preparation for any violent effort. But when a man or horse starts, his heart beats wildly against his ribs, and here, it may be truly said, we have an organ which has never been under the control of the will, partaking in the general reflex movements of the body. To this point, however, I shall return in a future chapter. The contraction of the iris, when the retina is stimulated by a bright light, is another instance of a movement which it appears cannot possibly have been at first voluntarily performed and then fixed by habit, for the iris is not known to be under the conscious control of the will in any animal. In such cases, some explanation, quite distinct from habit, will have to be discovered. The radiation of nerve force from strongly excited nerve cells to other connected cells, as in the case of a bright light on the retina, causing a sneeze, may perhaps aid us in understanding how some reflex actions originated. A radiation of nerve force of this kind, if it caused a movement tending to lessen the primary irritation, as in the case of the contraction of the iris, preventing too much light from falling on the retina, might afterwards have been taken advantage of and modified for this special purpose. It further deserves notice that reflex actions are, in all probability, liable to slight variations, as are all corporeal structures and instincts, and any variations which were beneficial and of sufficient importance would tend to be preserved and inherited. Thus reflex actions, when once gained for one purpose, might afterwards be modified independently of the will or habit, so as to serve for some distinct purpose. Such cases would be parallel with those which, as we have every reason to believe, have occurred with many instincts. For although some instincts have been developed simply through long-continued and inherited habit, other highly complex ones have been developed through the preservation of variations of pre-existing instincts, that is, through natural selection. I have discussed at some little length, though as I am well aware, in a very imperfect manner, the acquirement of reflex actions, because they are often brought into play in connection with movements expressive of our emotions, and it was necessary to show that at least some of them might have been erst acquired through the will, in order to satisfy a desire, or to relieve a disagreeable sensation. Associated habitual movements in the lower animals. I have already given, in the case of man, several instances of movements associated with various states of the mind or body, which are now purposeless, but which were originally of use, and are still of use under certain circumstances. As this subject is very important for us, I will here give a considerable number of analogous facts, with reference to animals, although many of them are of a very trifling nature. My object is to show that certain movements were originally performed for a definite end, and that under nearly the same circumstances they are still pertinaciously performed through habit, when not of the least use. That the tendency in most of the following cases is inherited, we may infer from such actions being performed in the same manner by all the individuals, young and old, of the same species. We shall also see that they are excited by the most diversified, often circuitous, and sometimes mistaken associations. Dogs, when they wish to go to sleep on a carpet or other hard surface, generally turn round and round, and scratch the ground with their forepaws in a senseless manner, as if they intended to trample down the grass and scoop out a hollow, as no doubt their wild parents did when they lived on open grassy plains or in the woods. Jackals, fennecs, and other allied animals in the zoological gardens treat their straw in this manner, but it's a rather odd circumstance that the keepers, after observing for some months, have never seen the wolves thus behave. A semi-idiotic dog and an animal in this condition would be particularly liable to follow a senseless habit, was observed by a friend, to turn completely round on a carpet 13 times before going to sleep. Many carnivorous animals, as they crawl towards their prey, and prepare to rush or spring on it, lower their heads and crouch partly, as it would appear, to hide themselves, and partly to get ready for their rush. And this habit, in an exaggerated form, has become hereditary in our pointers and setters. Now I have noticed scores of times that when two strange dogs meet on an open road, the one which first sees the other, though at the distance of 100 or 200 yards, after the first glance always lowers its head, generally crouches a little, or even lies down. That is, he takes the proper attitude for concealing himself and for making a rush or spring, although the road is quite open and the distance great. Again, dogs of all kinds, when intently watching and slowly approaching their prey, frequently keep one of their forelegs doubled up for a long time, ready for the next cautious step. And this is eminently characteristic of the pointer. But from habit they behave in exactly the same manner, whenever their attention is aroused. I have seen a dog at the foot of a high wall, listening attentively to a sound on the opposite side, with one leg doubled up, and in this case there could have been no intention of making a cautious approach. Dogs, after voiding their excrement, often make with all 4 feet a few scratches backwards, even on a bare stone pavement, as if for the purpose of covering up their excrement with earth, in nearly the same manner as do cats. Wolves and jackals behave in the zoological gardens in exactly the same manner, yet, as I am assured by the keepers, neither wolves, jackals, nor foxes, when they have the means of doing so, ever cover up their excrement any more than do dogs. All these animals, however, bury superfluous food. Hence, if we rightly understand the meaning of the above cat-like habit, of which there can be little doubt, we have a purposeless remnant of an habitual movement which was originally followed by some remote progenitor of the dog genus for a definite purpose, and which has been retained for a prodigious length of time. Dogs and jackals take much pleasure in rolling and rubbing their necks and backs on carrion. The odor seems delightful to them, though dogs at least do not eat carrion. Mr. Bartlett has observed wolves for me, and has given them carrion, but has never seen them roll on it. I have heard it remarked, and I believe it to be true, that the larger dogs, which are probably descended from wolves, do not so often roll in carrion as do smaller dogs, which are probably descended from jackals. When a piece of brown biscuit is offered to a terrier of mine and she is not hungry, and I have heard of similar instances, she first tosses it about and worries it, as if it were a rat or other prey. She then repeatedly rolls on it precisely as if it were a piece of carrion, and at last eats it. It would appear that an imaginary relish has to be given to the distasteful morsel. And to effect this the dog acts in his habitual manner, as if the biscuit was a live animal or smelt like carrion, though he knows better than we do that this is not the case. I have seen this same terrier act in the same manner after killing a little bird or mouse. Dogs scratch themselves by a rapid movement of one of their hind feet, and when their backs are rubbed with a stick, so strong is the habit that they cannot help rapidly scratching the air or the ground in a useless and ludicrous manner. The terrier, just alluded to, when thus scratched with a stick, will sometimes show her delight by another habitual movement, namely, by licking the air as if it were my hand. Horses scratch themselves by nibbling those parts of their bodies which they can reach with their teeth, but more commonly one horse shows another where he wants to be scratched, and they then nibble each other. A friend whose attention I had called to the subject observed that when he rubbed his horse's neck, the animal protruded his head, uncovered his teeth, and moved his jaws, exactly as if nibbling on another horse's neck, for he could never have nibbled his own neck. If a horse is much tickled, as when currycombed, his wish to bite something becomes so intolerably strong that he will clatter his teeth together, and though not vicious, bite his groom. At the same time, from habit, he closely depresses his ears, so as to protect them from being bitten, as if he were fighting with another horse. A horse, when eager to start on a journey, makes the nearest approach which he can to the habitual movement of progression by pawing the ground. Now, when horses in their stalls are about to be fed and are eager for their corn, they paw the pavement or the straw. 2 of my horses thus behave when they see or hear the corn given to their neighbors. But here we have what may almost be called a true expression, as pawing the ground is universally recognized as a sign of eagerness. Cats cover up their excrements of both kinds with earth, and my grandfather saw a kitten scraping ashes over a spoonful of pure water spilt on the hearth, so that here a habitual or instinctive action was falsely excited, not by a previous act or by odor, but by eyesight. It is well known that cats dislike wetting their feet, owing, it is probable, to their having originally inhabited the dry country of Egypt, and when they wet their feet they shake them violently. My daughter poured some water into a glass close to the head of a kitten, and it immediately shook its feet in the usual manner, so that here we have a habitual movement, falsely excited by an associated sound, instead of by the sense of touch. Kittens, puppies, young pigs, and probably many other young animals alternately push with their forefeet against the mammary glands of their mothers, to excite a freer secretion of milk, or to make it flow. Now it is very common with young cats, and not at all rare with old cats of the common and Persian breeds, believed by some naturalists to be specifically extinct, when comfortably lying on a warm shawl or other soft substance, to pound it quietly and alternately with their forefeet, their toes being spread out and claws slightly protruded, precisely as when sucking their mother. That it is the same movement is clearly shown by their, often at the same time, taking a bit of the shawl into their mouths and sucking it, generally closing their eyes and purring from delight. This curious movement is commonly excited only in association with the sensation of a warm, soft surface. But I have seen an old cat, when pleased by having its back scratched, pounding the air with its feet in the same manner, so that this action has almost become the expression of a pleasurable sensation. Having referred to the act of sucking, I may add that this complex movement, as well as the alternate protrusion of the forefeet, are reflex actions, for they are performed if a finger moistened with milk is placed in the mouth of a puppy, the front part of whose brain has been removed. It has recently been stated in France that the action of sucking is excited solely through the sense of smell, so that if the olfactory nerves of a puppy are destroyed, it never sucks. In like manner, the wonderful power which a chicken possesses only a few hours after being hatched, of picking up small particles of food, seems to be started into action through the sense of hearing, for with chickens hatched by artificial heat, a good observer found that making a noise with the fingernail against a board, in imitation of the hen mother, first taught them to peck at their meat. I will give only one other instance of an habitual and purposeless movement. The sheldrake feeds on the sands left uncovered by the tide, and when a worm cast is discovered, it begins patting the ground with its feet, dancing, as it were, over the hole, and this makes the worm come to the surface. Now, Mr. St. John says that when his tame sheldrakes came to ask for food, they patted the ground in an impatient and rapid manner. This, therefore, may also be considered as their expression of hunger. Mr. Bartlett informs me that the flamingo and the kagu, when anxious to be fed, beat the ground with their feet in the same odd manner. So again, kingfishers, when they catch a fish, always beat it until it is killed. And in the zoological gardens they always beat the raw meat, with which they are sometimes fed, before devouring it. We have now, I think, sufficiently shown the truth of our first principle, namely, that when any sensation, desire, or dislike has led during a long series of generations to some voluntary movement, then a tendency to the performance of a similar movement will almost certainly be excited, whenever the same or any analogous or associated sensation, although very weak, is experienced, notwithstanding that the movement in this case may not be of the least use. Such habitual movements are often or generally inherited, and they then differ but little from reflex actions. When we treat of the special expressions of man, the latter part of our first principle, as given at the commencement of this chapter, will be seen to hold good, namely, that when movements, associated through habit with certain states of the mind, are partially repressed by the will, the strictly involuntary muscles, as well as those which are least under the separate control of the will, are liable still to act, and their action is often highly expressive. Conversely, when the will is temporarily or permanently weakened, the voluntary muscles fail before the involuntary. It is a fact, familiar to pathologists, as Sir C. Bell remarks, that when debility arises from affection of the brain, the influence is greatest on those muscles which are, in their natural condition, most under the command of the will. We shall also, in our future chapters, consider another proposition, included in our first principle, namely, that the checking of one habitual movement sometimes requires other slight movements, those latter serving as a means of expression. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the expression of the emotions in man and animals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Casey Carlson, Los Angeles. www.kaseycarlson.com. The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals by Charles Darwin. Chapter 2. General Principles of Expression. The Principle of Antithesis. Instances in the dog and cat. Origin of the principle. Conventional signs. The principle of antithesis has not arisen from opposite actions being consciously performed under opposite impulses. We will now consider our second principle, that of antithesis. Certain states of the mind lead, as we have seen in the last chapter, to certain habitual movements which were primarily, or may still be, of service. And we shall find that when a directly opposite state of mind is induced, there is a strong and involuntary tendency to the performance of movements of a directly opposite nature, though these have never been of any service. A few striking instances of antithesis will be given when we treat of the special expressions of man. But as, in these cases, we are particularly liable to confound conventional or artificial gestures and expressions with those which are innate or universal, and which alone deserve to rank as true expressions, I will, in the present chapter, almost confine myself to the lower animals. When a dog approaches a strange dog or man in a savage or hostile frame of mind, he walks upright and very stiffly. His head is slightly raised or not much lowered. The tail is held erect and quite rigid. The hairs bristle, especially along the neck and back. The pricked ears are directed forwards, and the eyes have a fixed stare. These actions, as will hereafter be explained, follow from the dog's intention to attack his enemy, and are thus to a large extent intelligible. As he prepares to spring with a savage growl on his enemy, the canine teeth are uncovered, and the ears are pressed close backwards on the head. But with these latter actions we are not here concerned. Let us now suppose that the dog suddenly discovers that the man he is approaching is not a stranger, but his master. And let it be observed how completely and instantaneously his whole bearing is reversed. Instead of walking upright, the body sinks downwards or even crouches, and is thrown into flexuous movements. His tail, instead of being held stiff and upright, is lowered and wagged from side to side. His hair instantly becomes smooth. His ears are depressed and drawn backwards, but not closely to the head, and his lips hang loosely. From the drawing back of the ears, the eyelids become elongated, and the eyes no longer appear round and staring. It should be added that the animal is at such times in excited condition from joy, and nerve force will be generated in excess, which naturally leads to action of some kind. Not one of the above movements, so clearly expressive of affection, are of the least direct service to the animal. They are explicable, as far as I can see, solely from being in complete opposition or antithesis to the attitude and movements which, from intelligible causes, are assumed when a dog intends to fight, and which consequently are expressive of anger. I request the reader to look at the 4 accompanying sketches, which have been given in order to recall vividly the appearance of a dog under these 2 states of mind. It is, however, not a little difficult to represent affection in a dog, whilst caressing his master and wagging his tail, as the essence of the expression lies in the continuous flexuous movements. We will now turn to the cat. When this animal is threatened by a dog, it arches its back in a surprising manner, erects its hair, opens its mouth and spits. But we are not here concerned with this well-known attitude, expressive of terror combined with anger. We are concerned only with that of rage or anger. This is not often seen, but may be observed when 2 cats are fighting together. And I have seen it well exhibited by a savage cat whilst plagued by a boy. The attitude is almost exactly the same as that of a tiger disturbed and growling over its food, which everyone must have beheld in menageries. The animal assumes a crouching position, with the body extended, and the whole tail, or the tip alone, is lashed or curled from side to side. The hair is not in the least erect. Thus far, the attitude and movements are nearly the same as when the animal is prepared to spring on its prey, and when, no doubt, it feels savage. But when preparing to fight, there is this difference, that the ears are closely pressed backwards. The mouth is partially opened, showing the teeth. The forefeet are occasionally struck out with protruded claws, and the animal occasionally utters a fierce growl. All or almost all these actions naturally follow, as hereafter to be explained, from the cat's manner and intention of attacking its enemy. Let us now look at a cat in a directly opposite frame of mind, whilst feeling affectionate and caressing her master, and mark how opposite is her attitude in every respect. She now stands upright with her back slightly arched, which makes the hair appear rather rough, but it does not bristle. Her tail, instead of being extended and lashed from side to side, is held quite still and perpendicularly upwards. Her ears are erect and pointed. Her mouth is closed, and she rubs against her master with a purr instead of a growl. Let it further be observed how widely different is the whole bearing of an affectionate cat from that of a dog. When with his body crouching and flexuous, his tail lowered and wagging, and ears depressed, he caresses his master. This contrast in the attitudes and movements of these two carnivorous animals, under the same pleased and affectionate frame of mind, can be explained, as it appears to me, solely by their movements standing in complete antithesis to those which are naturally assumed, when these animals feel savage and are prepared either to fight or to seize their prey. In these cases of the dog and cat, there is every reason to believe that the gestures both of hostility and affection are innate or inherited, for they are almost identically the same in the different races of the species, and in all the individuals of the same race, both young and old. I will here give one other instance of antithesis in expression. I formerly possessed a large dog, who, like every other dog, was much pleased to go out walking. He showed his pleasure by trotting gravely before me with high steps, head much raised, moderately erected ears, and tail carried aloft but not stiffly. Not far from my house, a path branches off to the right, leading to the hothouse, which I used often to visit for a few moments to look at my experimental plants. This was always a great disappointment to the dog, as he did not know whether I should continue my walk, and the instantaneous and complete change of expression which came over him as soon as my body swerved in the least towards the path, and I sometimes tried this as an experiment, was laughable. His look of dejection was known to every member of the family, and was called his hothouse face. This consisted in the head drooping much, the whole body sinking a little and remaining motionless, the ears and tail falling suddenly down, but the tail was by no means wagged. With the falling of the ears and of his great chaps, the eyes became much changed in appearance, and I fancied that they looked less bright. His aspect was that of piteous, hopeless dejection, and it was, as I have said, laughable, as the cause was so slight. Every detail in his attitude was in complete opposition to his former joyful yet dignified bearing, and can be explained, as it appears to me, in no other way, except through the principle of antithesis. Had not the change been so instantaneous, I should have attributed it to his lowered spirits affecting, as in the case of man, the nervous system and circulation, and consequently the tone of his whole muscular frame, and this may have been in part the cause. We will now consider how the principle of antithesis in expression has arisen. With social animals, the power of intercommunication between the members of the same community, and with other species, between the opposite sexes, as well as between the young and the old, is of the highest importance to them. This is generally effected by means of the voice, but it is certain that gestures and expressions are to a certain extent mutually intelligible. Man not only uses inarticulate cries, gestures, and expressions, but has invented articulate language, if indeed the word invented can be applied to a process, completed by innumerable steps, half consciously made. Any one who has watched monkeys will not doubt that they perfectly understand each other's gestures and expression, and to a large extent, as Renger asserts, those of man. An animal, when going to attack another, or when afraid of another, often makes itself appear terrible, by erecting its hair, thus increasing the apparent bulk of its body, by showing its teeth, or brandishing its horns, or by uttering fierce sounds. As the power of intercommunication is certainly of high service to many animals, there is no a priori improbability in the supposition that gestures manifestly of an opposite nature to those by which certain feelings are already expressed should at first have been voluntarily employed under the influence of an opposite state of feeling. The fact of the gestures being now innate would be no valid objection to the belief that they were at first intentional, for if practiced during many generations, they would probably at last be inherited. Nevertheless, it is more than doubtful, as we shall immediately see, whether any of the cases which come under our present head of antithesis have thus originated. With conventional signs which are not innate, such as those used by the deaf and dumb and by savages, the principle of opposition or antithesis has been partially brought into play. The Cistercian monks thought it sinful to speak, and as they could not avoid holding some communication, they invented a gesture language, in which the principle of opposition seems to have been employed. Dr. Scott of the Exeter Deaf and Dumb Institution writes to me that opposites are greatly used in teaching the deaf and dumb who have a lively sense of them. Nevertheless, I have been surprised how few unequivocal instances can be adduced. This depends partly on all the signs having commonly had some natural origin, and partly on the practice of the deaf and dumb and of savages to contract their signs as much as possible for the sake of rapidity. Hence their natural source or origin often becomes doubtful or is completely lost, as is likewise the case with articulate language. Many signs, moreover, which plainly stand in opposition to each other, appear to have had on both sides a significant origin. This seems to hold good with the signs used by the deaf and dumb for light and darkness, for strength and weakness. In a future chapter I shall endeavor to show that the opposite gestures of affirmation and negation, namely, vertically nodding and laterally shaking the head, have both probably had a natural beginning. The waving of the hand from right to left, which is used as a negative by some savages, may have been invented in imitation of shaking the head. But whether the opposite movement of waving the hand in a straight line from the face, which is used in affirmation, has arisen through antithesis or in some quite distinct manner, is doubtful. If we now turn to the gestures which are innate or common to all the individuals of the same species, and which come under the present head of antithesis, it is extremely doubtful whether any of them were at first deliberately invented and consciously performed. With mankind, the best instance of a gesture standing in direct opposition to other movements, naturally assumed under an opposite frame of mind, is that of shrugging the shoulders. This expresses impotence or an apology, something which cannot be done, or cannot be avoided. The gesture is sometimes used consciously and voluntarily, but it is extremely improbable that it was at first deliberately invented, and afterwards fixed by habit. For not only do young children sometimes shrug their shoulders under the above states of mind, but the movement is accompanied, as will be shown in a future chapter, by various subordinate movements, which not one man in 1,000 is aware of, unless he has specially attended to the subject. Dogs, when approaching a strange dog, may find it useful to show by their movements that they are friendly and do not wish to fight. When two young dogs in play are growling and biting each other's faces and legs, it is obvious that they mutually understand each other's gestures and manners. There seems, indeed, some degree of instinctive knowledge in puppies and kittens, that they must not use their sharp little teeth or claws too freely in their play, though this sometimes happens and a squeal is the result. Otherwise they would often injure each other's eyes. When my terrier bites my hand in play, often snarling at the same time, if he bites too hard and I say, "Gently, gently," he goes on biting, but answers me by a few wags of the tail, which seems to say, "Never mind, it is all fun." Although dogs do thus express, and may wish to express, to other dogs and to man, that they are in a friendly state of mind, it is incredible that they could ever have deliberately thought of drawing back and depressing their ears, instead of holding them erect, of lowering and wagging their tails, instead of keeping them stiff and upright, because they knew that these movements stood in direct opposition to those assumed under an opposite and savage frame of mind. Again, when a cat, or rather when some early progenitor of the species, from feeling affectionate first slightly arched its back, held its tail perpendicularly upwards and pricked its ears, can it be believed that the animal consciously wished thus to show that its frame of mind was directly the reverse of that, when from being ready to fight or to spring on its prey, it assumed a crouching attitude, curled its tail from side to side and depressed its ears? Even still less can I believe that my dog voluntarily put on his dejected attitude and hothouse face, which formed so complete a contrast to his previous cheerful attitude and whole bearing. It cannot be supposed that he knew that I should understand his expression, and that he could thus soften my heart and make me give up visiting the hothouse. Hence, for the development of the movements which come under the present head, some other principle, distinct from the will and consciousness, must have intervened. This principle appears to be that every movement which we have voluntarily performed throughout our lives has required the action of certain muscles. And when we have performed a directly opposite movement, an opposite set of muscles has been habitually brought into play, as in turning to the right or to the left, in pushing away or pulling an object towards us, and in lifting or lowering a weight. So strongly are our intentions and movements associated together that if we eagerly wish an object to move in any direction, we can hardly avoid moving our bodies in the same direction, although we may be perfectly aware that this can have no influence. A good illustration of this fact has already been given in the introduction, namely, in the grotesque movements of a young and eager billiard player, whilst watching the course of his ball. A man or child in a passion, if he tells anyone in a loud voice to be gone, generally moves his arm as if to push him away, although the offender may not be standing near, and although there may be not the least need to explain by a gesture what is meant. On the other hand, if we eagerly desire someone to approach us closely, we act as if pulling him towards us, and so in innumerable other instances. As the performance of ordinary movements of an opposite kind, under opposite impulses of the will, has become habitual in us and in the lower animals, so when actions of one kind have become firmly associated with any sensation or emotion, it appears natural that actions of a directly opposite kind, though of no use, should be unconsciously performed through habit and association, under the influence of a directly opposite sensation or emotion. On this principle alone can I understand how the gestures and expressions which come under the present head of antithesis have originated. If indeed they are serviceable to man or to any other animal, in aid of inarticulate cries or language, they will likewise be voluntarily employed, and the habit will thus be strengthened. But whether or not of service as a means of communication, the tendency to perform opposite movements under opposite sensations or emotions would, if we may judge by analogy, become hereditary through long practice, and there cannot be a doubt that several expressive movements due to the principle of antithesis are inherited. End of Section 5. Recording by Casey Carlson, Los Angeles. www.kaseycarlson.com.
Section 6 of The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals by Charles Darwin. Chapter 3. General Principles of Expression, concluded. The principle of direct action of the excited nervous system on the body, independently of the will and in part of habit. Change of color in the hair. Trembling of the muscles. Modified secretions. Perspiration. Expression of extreme pain. Of rage, great joy, and terror. Contrast between the emotions which cause and do not cause expressive movements. Exciting and depressing states of the mind. Summary. We now come to our third principle, namely that certain actions which we recognize as expressive of certain states of the mind are the direct result of the constitution of the nervous system, and have been from the first independent of the will, and to a large extent of habit. When the sensorium is strongly excited, nerve force is generated in excess, and is transmitted in certain directions dependent on the connection of the nerve cells, and, as far as the muscular system is concerned, on the nature of the movements which have been habitually practiced. Or the supply of nerve force may, as it appears, be interrupted. Of course, every movement which we make is determined by the constitution of the nervous system. But actions performed in obedience to the will, or through habit, or through the principle of antithesis, are here as far as possible excluded. Our present subject is very obscure, but from its importance must be discussed at some little length, and it is always advisable to perceive clearly our ignorance. The most striking case, though a rare and abnormal one, which can be adduced from the direct influence of the nervous system, when strongly affected on the body, is the loss of color in the hair, which has occasionally been observed after extreme terror or grief, One authentic instance has been recorded in the case of a man brought out for execution in India, in which the change of color was so rapid that it was perceptible to the eye. Another good case is that of the trembling of the muscles, which is common to man and to many or most of the lower animals. Trembling is of no service, often of much disservice, and cannot have been at first required through the will, and then rendered habitual in association with any emotion. I am assured by an eminent authority that young children do not tremble, but go into convulsions under the circumstances which would induce expressive trembling in adults. Trembling is excited in different individuals in very different degrees and by the most diversified causes. By cold to the surface, before fever fits, although the temperature of the body is then above the normal standard. In blood poisoning, delirium tremens, and other diseases. By general failure of power in old age. By exhaustion after excessive fatigue. Locally from severe injuries such as burns, and, in an especial manner, by the passage of a catheter. Of all emotions, fear notoriously is the most apt to induce trembling, but so do occasionally great anger and joy. I remember once seeing a boy who had just shot his first snipe on the wing, and his hands trembled to such a degree, from delight, that he could not for some time reload his gun. And I have heard of an exactly similar case with an Australian savage, to whom a gun had been lent. Fine music, from the vague emotions thus excited, causes a shiver to run down the backs of some persons. There seems to be very little in common in the above several physical causes and emotions to account for trembling. And Sir J. Paget, to whom I am indebted for several of the above statements, informs me that the subject is a very obscure one. As trembling is sometimes caused by rage, long before exhaustion can have set in, and as it sometimes accompanies great joy, it would appear that any strong excitement of the nervous system interrupts the steady flow of nerve force to the muscles. The manner in which the secretions of the alimentary canal and of certain glands, as the liver, kidneys, or mammae, are affected by strong emotions, is another excellent instance of the direct action of the sensorium on these organs, independently of the will or of any serviceable associated habit. There is the greatest difference in different persons in the parts which are thus affected, and in the degree of their affection. The heart, which goes on uninterruptedly beating night and day in so wonderful a manner, is extremely sensitive to external stimulants. The great physiologist Claude Bernard has shown how the least excitement of a sensitive nerve reacts on the heart, even when a nerve is touched so slightly that no pain can possibly be felt by the animal under experiment. Hence, when the mind is strongly excited, we might expect that it would instantly affect in a direct manner the heart, and this is universally acknowledged and felt to be the case. Claude Bernard also repeatedly insists, and this deserves special notice, that when the heart is affected it reacts on the brain, and the state of the brain again reacts through the pneumogastric nerve on the heart, so that under any excitement there will be much mutual action and reaction between these, the two most important organs of the body. The vasomotor system, which regulates the diameter of the small arteries, is directly acted on by the sensorium, as we see when a man blushes from shame. But in this latter case, the checked transmission of nerve force to the vessels of the face can, I think, be partly explained in a curious manner through habit. We shall also be able to throw some light, though very little, on the involuntary erection of the hair under the emotions of terror and rage. The secretion of tears depends, no doubt, on the connection of certain nerve cells. But here again we can trace some few of the steps by which the flow of nerve force through the requisite channels has become habitual under certain emotions. A brief consideration of the outward signs of some of the stronger sensations and emotions will best serve to show us, although vaguely, in how complex a manner the principle under consideration of the direct action of the excited nervous system of the body is combined with the principle of habitually associated serviceable movements. When animals suffer from an agony of pain, they generally writhe about with frightful contortions, and those which habitually use their voices utter piercing cries or groans, almost every muscle of the body is brought into strong action. With man, the mouth may be closely compressed, or more commonly the lips are retracted, with the teeth clenched or ground together. There is said to be gnashing of teeth in hell, and I have plainly heard the grinding of the molar teeth of a cow which was suffering acutely from inflammation of the bowels. The female hippopotamus in the zoological gardens, when she produced her young, suffered greatly. She incessantly walked about or rolled on her sides, opening and closing her jaws, and clattering her teeth together. With man the eyes stare wildly as in horrified astonishment, or the brows are heavily contracted. Perspiration bathes the body, and drops trickle down the face. The circulation and respiration are much affected. Hence the nostrils are generally dilated and often quiver, or the breath may be held until the blood stagnates in the purple face. If the agony be severe and prolonged, these signs all change. Utter prostration follows, with fainting or convulsions. A sensitive nerve, when irritated, transmits some influence to the nerve cell, whence it proceeds, and this transmits its influence first to the corresponding nerve cell on the opposite side of the body, and then upwards and downwards along the cerebro-spinal column to other nerve cells to a greater or lesser extent, according to the strength of the excitement, so that ultimately the whole nervous system may be affected. This involuntary transmission of nerve force may or may not be accompanied by consciousness. Why the irritation of a nerve cell should generate or liberate nerve force is not known, but that this is the case seems to be the conclusion arrived at by all the greatest physiologists, such as Müller, Virchow, Bernard, etc. As Mr. Herbert Spencer remarks, it may be received as an, quote, unquestionable truth that at any moment the existing quantity of liberated nerve force, which in an inscrutable way produces in us the state we call feeling, must expend itself in some direction, must generate an equivalent manifestation of force somewhere, end quote. So that when the cerebro-spinal system is highly excited and nerve force is liberated in excess, it may be expended in intense sensations, active thought, violent movements, or increased activity of the glands. Mr. Spencer further maintains that an, quote, overflow of nerve force, undirected by any motive, will manifestly take the most habitual routes, and if these do not suffice, will next overflow into the less habitual ones, end quote. Consequently, the facial and respiratory muscles, which are the most used, will be apt to be first brought into action, then those of the upper extremities, next those of the lower, and finally those of the whole body. An emotion may be very strong, but it will have little tendency to induce movements of any kind, if it has not commonly led to voluntary action for its relief or gratification. And when movements are excited, their nature is, to a large extent, determined by those which have often and voluntarily been performed for some definite end under the same emotion. Great pain urges all animals, and has urged them during endless generations, to make the most violent and diversified efforts to escape from the cause of suffering. Even when a limb or other separate part of the body is hurt, we often see a tendency to shake it, as if to shake off the cause, though this may obviously be impossible. Thus, a habit of exerting with the utmost force all the muscles will have been established whenever great suffering is experienced. As the muscles of the chest and vocal organs are habitually used, these will be particularly liable to be acted on, and loud, harsh screams or cries will be uttered. But the advantage derived from outcries has here probably come into play in an important manner, for the young of most animals, when in distress or danger, call loudly to their parents for aid, as do the members of the same community for mutual aid. Another principle, namely the internal consciousness that the power or capacity of the nervous system is limited, will have strengthened, though in a subordinate degree, the tendency to violent action under extreme suffering. A man cannot think deeply and exert his utmost muscular force. As Hippocrates long ago observed, if two pains are felt at the same time, the severer one dulls the other. Martyrs, in the ecstasy of their religious fervor, have often, as it would appear, been insensible to the most horrid tortures. Sailors who are going to be flogged sometimes take a piece of lead in their mouths, in order to bite it with their utmost force, and thus to bear the pain. Parturient women prepare to exert their muscles to the utmost, in order to relieve their sufferings. We thus see that the undirected radiation of nerve force from the nerve cells which are first affected, the long-continued habit of attempting by struggling to escape from the cause of suffering, and the consciousness that voluntary muscular exertion relieves pain, have all probably concurred in giving a tendency to the most violent, almost convulsive movements under extreme suffering, and such movements, including those of the vocal organs, are universally recognized as highly expressive of this condition. As the mere touching of a sensitive nerve reacts in a direct manner on the heart, severe pain will obviously react on it in like manner, but far more energetically. Nevertheless, even in this case, we must not overlook the indirect effects of habit on the heart, as we shall see when we consider the signs of rage. When a man suffers from an agony of pain, the perspiration often trickles down his face, and I have been assured by a veterinary surgeon that he has frequently seen drops falling from the belly and running down the inside of the thighs of horses and from the bodies of cattle when thus suffering. He has observed this when there has been no struggling which would account for the perspiration. The whole body of the female hippopotamus before alluded to was covered with red-colored perspiration whilst giving birth to her young. So it is with extreme fear. The same veterinary has often seen horses sweating from this cause, as has Mr. Bartlett with the rhinoceros, and with man it is a well-known symptom. The cause of perspiration bursting forth in these cases is quite obscure, but it is thought by some physiologists to be connected with the failing power of the capillary circulation, and we know that the vasomotor system, which regulates the capillary circulation, is much influenced by the mind. With respect to the movements of certain muscles of the face under great suffering, as well as from other emotions, these will be best considered when we treat of the special expressions of man and of the lower animals. We will now turn to the characteristic symptoms of rage. Under this powerful emotion, the action of the heart is much accelerated, or it may be much disturbed. The face reddens, or it becomes purple from the impeded return of the blood, or may turn deadly pale. The respiration is labored, the chest heaves, and the dilated nostrils quiver. The whole body often trembles. The voice is affected. The teeth are clenched or ground together, and the muscular system is commonly stimulated to violent, almost frantic action. But the gestures of a man in this state usually differ from the purposeless writhings and struggles of one suffering from an agony of pain, for they represent more or less plainly the act of striking or fighting with an enemy. All these signs of rage are probably in large part, and some of them appear to be wholly, due to the direct action of the excited sensorium. But animals of all kinds, and their progenitors before them, when attacked or threatened by an enemy, have exerted their utmost powers in fighting and in defending themselves. Unless an animal does thus act, or has the intention, or at least the desire, to attack its enemy, it cannot properly be said to be enraged. An inherited habit of muscular exertion will thus have been gained in association with rage, and this will directly or indirectly affect various organs in nearly the same manner as does great bodily suffering. The heart, no doubt, will likewise be affected in a direct manner, but it will also, in all probability, be affected through habit, and all the more so from not being under the control of the will. We know that any great exertion which we voluntarily make affects the heart, through mechanical and other principles which need not be here considered. And it was shown in the first chapter that nerve force flows readily through habitually used channels, through the nerves of voluntary or involuntary movement, and through those of sensation. Thus even a moderate amount of exertion will tend to act on the heart, and on the principle of association, of which so many instances have been given, we may feel entirely sure that any given sensation or emotion, as great pain or rage, which has habitually led to much muscular action, will immediately influence the flow of nerve force to the heart, although there may not be at the time any muscular exertion. The heart, as I have said, will be all the more readily affected through habitual associations, as it is not under the control of the will. A man, when moderately angry, or even when enraged, may command the movements of his body, but he cannot prevent his heart from beating rapidly. His chest will perhaps give a few heaves, and his nostrils just quiver, for the movements of respiration are only in part voluntary. In like manner, those muscles of the face which are least obedient to the will sometimes alone betray a slight and passing emotion. The glands again are wholly independent of the will, and a man suffering from grief may command his features, but cannot always prevent the tears from coming into his eyes. A hungry man, if tempting food is placed before him, may not show his hunger by any outward gesture, but he cannot check the secretion of saliva. Under a transport of joy or vivid pleasure, there is a strong tendency to various purposeless movements, and to the utterance of various sounds. We see this in our young children, in their loud laughter, clapping of hands, and jumping for joy, in the bounding and barking of a dog when going out to walk with its master, and in the frisking of a horse when turned out into an open field. Joy quickens the circulation, and this stimulates the brain, which again reacts on the whole body. The above purposeless movements and increased heart action may be attributed in chief part to the excited state of the sensorium, and to the consequent undirected flow, as Mr. Herbert Spencer insists, of nerve force. It deserves notice that it is chiefly the anticipation of pleasure, and not its actual enjoyment, which leads to purposeless and extravagant movements of the body, and to the utterance of various sounds. We see this in our children when they expect any great pleasure or treat, and dogs which have been bounding about at the sight of a plate of food, when they get it, do not show their delight by any outward action, not even by wagging of tails. Now, with animals of all kinds, the acquirement of almost all their pleasures, with the exception of those of warmth and rest, are associated, and have long been associated with active movements, as in the hunting or search for food, and in their courtship. Moreover, the mere exertion of the muscles after long rest or confinement is in itself a pleasure, as we ourselves feel, and as we see in the play of young animals. Therefore, on this latter principle alone we might perhaps expect that vivid pleasure would be apt to show itself conversely in muscular movements. With all or almost all animals, even with birds, terror causes the body to tremble. The skin becomes pale, sweat breaks out, and the hair bristles. The secretions of the alimentary canal and of the kidneys are increased, and they are involuntarily voided, owing to the relaxation of the sphincter muscles, as is known to be the case with man, and as I have seen with cattle, dogs, cats, and monkeys. The breathing is hurried. The heart beats quickly, wildly, and violently, but whether it pumps the blood more efficiently through the body may be doubted, for the surface seems bloodless, and the strength of the muscles soon fails. In a frightened horse I have felt through the saddle the beating of the heart so plainly that I could have counted the beats. The mental faculties are much disturbed. Utter prostration soon follows, and even fainting. A terrified canary bird has been seen not only to tremble and to turn white about the base of the bill, but to faint. And I once caught a robin in a room, which fainted so completely that for a time I thought it dead. Most of these symptoms are probably the direct result, independently of habit, of the disturbed state of the sensorium, but it is doubtful whether they ought to be wholly thus accounted for. When an animal is alarmed, it almost always stands motionless for a moment, in order to collect its senses and to ascertain the source of danger, and sometimes for the sake of escaping detection. But headlong flight soon follows, with no husbanding of the strength as in fighting, and the animal continues to fly as long as the danger lasts, until utter prostration, with failing respiration and circulation, with all the muscles quivering and profuse sweating, renders further flight impossible. Hence it does not seem improbable that the principle of associated habit may in part account for, or at least augment, some of the above-named characteristic symptoms of extreme terror. That the principle of associated habit has played an important part in causing the movements expressive of the foregoing several strong emotions and sensations, we may, I think, conclude from considering, firstly, some other strong emotions which do not ordinarily require for their relief or gratification any voluntary movement, and secondly, the contrast in nature between the so-called exciting and depressing states of the mind. No emotion is stronger than maternal love, but a mother may feel the deepest love for her helpless infant, and yet not show it by any outward sign, or only by slight caressing movements with a gentle smile and tender eyes. But let any one intentionally injure her infant, and see what a change, how she starts up with threatening aspect, how her eyes sparkle and her face reddens, how her bosom heaves, nostrils dilate, and heart beats. For anger, and not maternal love, has habitually led to action. The love between the opposite sexes is widely different from maternal love, and when lovers meet, we know that their hearts beat quickly, their breathing is hurried, and their faces flush, for this love is not inactive like that of a mother for her infant. A man may have his mind filled with the blackest hatred or suspicion, or be corroded with envy or jealousy, but as these feelings do not at once lead to action, and as they commonly last for some time, they are not shown by any outward sign, excepting that a man in this state assuredly does not appear cheerful or good-tempered. If indeed these feelings break out into overt acts, rage takes their place, and will be plainly exhibited. Painters can hardly portray suspicion, jealousy, envy, etc., except by the aid of accessories which tell the tale. And poets use such vague and fanciful expressions as, quote, green-eyed jealousy, end quote. Spenser describes suspicion as, quote, foul, ill-favored, and grim, under his eyebrows still askance, end quote, etc. Shakespeare speaks of envy, quote, as lean-faced in her loathsome case, end quote. And in another place he says, quote, no black envy shall make my grave, end quote. And again, as, quote, above pale envy's threatening reach, end quote. Emotions and sensations have often been classed as exciting or depressing, when all the organs of the body and mind, those of voluntary and involuntary movement, of perception, sensation, thought, etc., perform their functions more energetically and rapidly than usual. A man or animal may be said to be excited, and under an opposite state, to be depressed. Anger and joy are from the first exciting emotions, and they naturally lead, more especially the former, to energetic movements, which react on the heart and this again on the brain. A physician once remarked to me as proof of the exciting nature of anger, that a man when excessively jaded will sometimes invent imaginary offenses and put himself into a passion, unconsciously for the sake of reinvigorating himself. And since hearing this remark, I have occasionally recognized its full truth. Several other states of mind appear to be at first exciting, but soon become depressing to an extreme degree. When a mother suddenly loses her child, sometimes she is frantic with grief and must be considered to be in an excited state. She walks wildly about, tears her hair or clothes, and wrings her hands. This latter action is perhaps due to the principle of antithesis, betraying an inward sense of helplessness and that nothing can be done. The other wild and violent movements may be in part explained by the relief experienced through muscular exertion, and in part by the undirected overflow of nerve force from the excited sensorium. But under the sudden loss of a beloved person, one of the first and commonest thoughts which occurs is that something more might have been done to save the lost one. An excellent observer, in describing the behavior of a girl at the sudden death of her father, says she, quote, went about the house wringing her hands like a creature demented, saying it was her fault, I should never have left him, if I had only sat up with him." End quote. With such ideas vividly present before the mind, there would arise through the principle of associated habit the strongest tendency to energetic action of some kind. As soon as the sufferer is fully conscious that nothing can be done, despair or deep sorrow takes the place of frantic grief. The sufferer sits motionless, or gently rocks to and fro. The circulation becomes languid, respiration is almost forgotten, and deep sighs are drawn. Pain, if severe, soon induces extreme depression or prostration, but it is at first a stimulant and excites to action, as we see when we whip a horse, and as is shown by the horrid tortures inflicted in foreign lands on exhausted dray bullocks, to rouse them to renewed exertion. Fear again is the most depressing of all the emotions, and it soon induces utter helpless prostration, as if in consequence of or in association with the most violent and prolonged attempts to escape from the danger, though no such attempts have actually been made. Nevertheless, even extreme fear often acts at first as a powerful stimulant. A man or animal driven through terror to desperation is endowed with wonderful strength and is notoriously dangerous in the highest degree. On the whole, we may conclude that the principle of the direct action of the sensorium on the body, due to the constitution of the nervous system and from the first independent of the will, has been highly influential in determining many expressions. Good instances are afforded by the trembling of the muscles, the sweating of the skin, the modified secretions of the alimentary canal and glands, under various emotions and sensations. But actions of this kind are often combined with others which follow from our first principle, namely, that actions which have often been of direct or indirect service, under certain states of the mind, in order to gratify or relieve certain sensations, desires, etc., are still performed under analogous circumstances through mere habit, although of no service. We have combinations of this kind, at least in part, in the frantic gestures of rage and in the writhings of extreme pain, and perhaps in the increased action of the heart and of the respiratory organs. Even when these and other emotions or sensations are aroused in a very feeble manner, there will still be a tendency to similar actions, owing to the force of long associated habit, and those actions which are least under voluntary control will generally be longest retained. Our second principle of antithesis has likewise occasionally come into play. Finally, so many expressive movements can be explained, as I trust will be seen in the course of this volume, through the three principles which have now been discussed, that we may hope hereafter to see all thus explained, or by closely analogous principles. It is, however, often impossible to decide how much weight ought to be attributed, in each particular case, to one of our principles, and how much to another, and very many points in the theory of expression remain inexplicable. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals by Charles Darwin. Chapter 4, Means of Expression in Animals, Part 1. The emission of sounds, vocal sounds, sounds otherwise produced, erection of the dermal appendages, hair, feathers, etc., under the emotions of anger and terror, the drawing back of the ears as a preparation for fighting and as an expression of anger, erection of the ears and raising the head, a sign of attention. In this and the following chapter I will describe, but only in sufficient detail to illustrate my subject, the expressive movements under different states of the mind of some few well-known animals. but before considering them in due succession, it will save much useless repetition to discuss certain means of expression common to most of them. The emission of sounds. With many kinds of animals, man included, the vocal organs are efficient in the highest degree as a means of expression. We have seen in the last chapter that when the sensorium is strongly excited, the muscles of the body are generally thrown into violent action, and as a consequence, local sounds are uttered, however silent the animal may generally be, and although the sounds may be of no use. Hares and rabbits, for instance, never, I believe, use their vocal organs except in the extremity of suffering, as when a wounded hare is killed by the sportsman, or when a young rabbit is caught by a stoat. Cattle and horses suffer great pain in silence, but when this is excessive, and especially when associated with terror, they utter fearful sounds. I have often recognized from a distance on the pampas the agonized death bellow of the cattle when caught by the lasso and hamstrung. It is said that horses, when attacked by wolves, utter loud and peculiar screams of distress. Involuntary and purposeless contractions of the muscles of the chest and glottis, excited in the above manner, may have first given rise to the emission of vocal sounds. But the voice is now largely used by many animals for various purposes. The habit seems to have played an important part in its employment under circumstances. Naturalists have remarked, I believe with truth, that social animals, from habitually using their vocal organs as a means of intercommunication, use them on other occasions much more freely than other animals. But there are marked exceptions to this rule, for instance with the rabbit. The principle also of association, which is so widely extended in its power, has likewise played its part. Hence it follows that the voice, from having been habitually employed as a serviceable aid under certain conditions, including pleasure, pain, rage, etc., is commonly used whenever the same sensations or emotions are excited under quite different conditions, or in a lesser degree. The sexes of many animals incessantly call to each other during the breeding season, and in not a few cases the male endeavors thus to charm or excite the female. This, indeed, seems to have been the primeval use and means of development of the voice, as I have attempted to show in my Descent of Man. Thus the use of the vocal organs will have become associated with the anticipation of the strongest pleasure which animals are capable of feeling. Animals which live in society often call to each other when separated, and evidently feel much joy at meeting, as we shall see with a horse on the return of his companion, for whom he has been neighing. The mother calls incessantly for her lost young ones, for instance, a cow for her calf, and the young of many animals call for their mothers. When a flock of sheep is scattered, the ewes bleat incessantly for their lambs, and their mutual pleasure at coming together is manifest. Woe betide the man who meddles with the young of the larger and fiercer quadrupeds if they hear the cry of distress from their young. Rage leads to the violent exertion of all the muscles, including those of the voice, and some animals, when enraged, endeavor to strike terror into their enemies by its power and harshness, as the lion does by roaring and the dog by growling. I infer that their object is to strike terror, because the lion at the same time erects the hair of its mane and the dog the hair along its back, and thus they make themselves appear as large and terrible as possible. Rival males try to excel and challenge each other by their voices, and this leads to deadly contests. Thus the use of the voice will have become associated with the emotion of anger, however it may be aroused. We have also seen that intense pain, like rage, leads to violent outcries, and the exertion of screaming by itself gives some relief, and thus the use of the voice will have become associated with suffering of any kind. The cause of widely different sounds being uttered under different emotions and sensations is a very obscure subject, nor does the rule always hold good that there is any marked difference. For instance, with the dog, the bark of anger and that of joy do not differ much, though they can be distinguished. It is not probable that any precise explanation of the cause or source of each particular sound under different states of mind will ever be given. We know that some animals, after being domesticated, have acquired the habit of uttering sounds which were not natural to them. Thus, domestic dogs, and even tamed jackals have learned to bark, which is a noise not proper to any species of the genus, with the exception of the Canis iotrans of North America, which is said to bark. Some breeds also of the domestic pigeon have learned to coo in a new and quite peculiar manner. The character of the human voice under the influence of various emotions has been discussed by Mr. Herbert Spencer in his interesting essay on music. He clearly shows that the voice alters much under different conditions, in loudness and in quality, that is, in resonance and timbre, in pitch and intervals. No one can listen to an eloquent orator or preacher, or to a man calling angrily to another, or to one expressing astonishment, without being struck with the truth of Mr. Spencer's remarks. It is curious how early in life the modulation of the voice becomes expressive. With one of my children, under the age of 2 years, I clearly perceived that his humph of assent was rendered by a slight modulation strongly emphatic, and that by a peculiar whine his negative expressed obstinate determination. Mr. Spencer further shows that emotional speech, in all the above respects, is intimately related to vocal music, and consequently to instrumental music, and he attempts to explain the characteristic qualities of both on physiological grounds, namely, quote, on the general law that a feeling is a stimulus to muscular action, end quote. It may be admitted that the voice is affected through this law, but the explanation appears to me too general and vague to throw much light on the various differences, with the exception of that loudness being ordinary speech and emotional speech, or singing. This remark holds good whether we believe that the various qualities of the voice originated in speaking under the excitement of strong feelings, and that these qualities have subsequently been transferred to vocal music, or whether we believe, as I maintain, that the habit of uttering musical sounds was first developed as a means of courtship in the early progenitors of man, and thus became associated with the strongest emotions of which they were capable, namely ardent love, rivalry, and triumph. That animals utter musical notes is familiar to everyone, as we may daily hear in the singing of birds. It is a more remarkable fact that an ape, one of the gibbons, produces an exact octave of musical sounds, ascending and descending the scale by half tones, so that this monkey alone of brute mammals may be said to sing. From this fact, and from the analogy of other animals, I have been led to infer that the progenitors of man probably uttered musical tones before they acquired the power of articulate speech, and that consequently, when the voice is used under any strong emotion, it tends to assume, through the principle of association, a musical character. We can plainly perceive, with some of the lower animals, that the males employ their voices to please the females, and that they themselves take pleasure in their own vocal utterances. But why particular sounds are uttered, and why these give pleasure, cannot at present be explained. That the pitch of the voice bears some relation to certain states of feeling is tolerably clear. A person gently complaining of ill treatment, or slightly suffering, almost always speaks in a high-pitched voice. Dogs, when a little impatient, often make a high piping note through their noses, which at once strike us as plaintive. But how difficult it is to know whether the sound is essentially plaintive, or only appears so in this particular case, from our having learnt by experience what it means. Ringer states that the monkeys, Cebus azero, which he kept in Paraguay, expressed astonishment by a half-piping, half-snarling noise, anger or impatience by repeating the sound hoo, hoo, in a deeper grunting voice, and fright or pain by shrill screams. On the other hand, with mankind, deep groans and high piercing screams equally express an agony of pain. Laughter may be either high or low, so that with adult men, as Haller long ago remarked, the sound partakes of the character of the vowels, as pronounced in German, o and a, whilst the children and women it has more a character of e and I. And these latter vowel sounds naturally have, as Helmholtz has shown, a higher pitch than the former, yet both tones of laughter equally express enjoyment or amusement. In considering the mode in which vocal utterances express emotion, we are naturally led to inquire into the cause of what is called expression in music. Upon this point, Mr. Litchfield, who has long attended to the subject of music, has been so kind as to give me the following remarks. Quote, "The question, what is the essence of musical expression, involves a number of obscure points, which, so far as I am aware, are as yet unresolved enigmas. Up to a certain point, however, any law which is found to hold as to the expression of the emotions by simple sounds must apply to the more developed mode of expression in song, which may be taken as the primary type of all music. A great part of the emotional effect of a song depends on the character of the action by which the sounds are produced. In songs, for instance, which express great vehemence of passion, the effect often chiefly depends on the forcible utterance of some one or two characteristic passages which demand great exertion of vocal force, and it will be frequently noticed that a song of this character fails of its proper effect when sung by a voice of sufficient power and range to give the characteristic passages without much exertion. This is, no doubt, the secret of the loss of effect so often produced by the transposition of a song from one key to another. The effect is thus seen to depend not merely on the actual sounds, but also in part on the nature of the action which produces the sounds. Indeed, it is obvious that whenever we feel the expression of a song to be due to its quickness or slowness of movement, to smoothness of flow, loudness of utterance, and so on, we are, in fact, interpreting the muscular actions which produce sound, in the same way in which we interpret muscular action generally. But this leaves unexplained the more subtle and more specific effect which we call the musical expression of the song, the delight given by its melody, or even by the separate sounds which make up the melody. This is an effect indefinable in language, one which, so far as I am aware, no one has been able to analyze, and which the ingenious speculation of Mr. Herbert Spencer as to the origin of music leaves quite unexplained. For it is certain that a melodic effect of a series of sounds does not depend in the least on their loudness or softness, or on their absolute pitch. A tune is always the same tune, whether it is sung loudly or softly, by a child or a man, whether it is played on a flute or on a trombone. The purely musical effect of any sound depends on its place in what is technically called a scale, the same sound producing absolutely different effects on the ear according as it is heard in connection with one or another series of sounds. It is on this relative association of the sounds that all the essentially characteristic effects, which are summed up in the phrase musical expression, depend. But why certain associations of sounds have such and such effects is a problem which yet remains to be solved. These effects must indeed, in some way or other, be connected with the well-known arithmetical relations between the rates of vibration of the sounds which form the musical scale. And it is possible, but this is merely a suggestion, that the greater or less mechanical facility with which the vibrating apparatus of the human larynx passes from one state of vibration to another may have been a primary cause of the greater or lesser pleasure produced by various sequences of sounds. But leaving aside these complex questions and confining ourselves to the simpler sounds, we can at least see some reasons for the association of certain kinds of sounds with certain states of mind. A scream, for instance, uttered by a young animal or by one of the members of a community as a call for assistance, will naturally be loud, prolonged, and high, so as to penetrate to a distance. For Helmholtz has shown that, owing to the shape of the internal cavity of the human ear and its consequent power of resonance, high notes produce a particularly strong impression. When male animals utter sounds in order to please the females, they would naturally employ those which are sweet to the ears of the species, and it appears that the same sounds are often pleasing to widely different animals, owing to the similarity of their nervous systems, as we ourselves perceive in the singing of birds, and even in the chirping of certain tree frogs giving us pleasure. On the other hand, sounds produced in order to strike terror into an enemy would naturally be harsh or displeasing. Whether the principle of antithesis has come into play with sounds, as might perhaps have been expected, is doubtful. The interrupted, laughing, or tittering sounds made by man and by various kinds of monkeys when pleased are as different as possible from the prolonged screams of these animals when distressed. The deep grunt of satisfaction uttered by a pig when pleased with its food is widely different from its harsh scream of pain or terror. But with the dog, as lately remarked, the bark of anger and that of joy are sounds which by no means stand in opposition to each other, and so it is in some other cases. There is another obscure point, namely, whether the sounds which are produced under various states of the mind determine the shape of the mouth, or whether its shape is not determined by independent causes, and the sound thus modified. When young infants cry, they open their mouths widely, and this, no doubt, is necessary for pouring forth a full volume of sound, but the mouth then assumes, from a quite distinct cause, an almost quadrilateral shape, depending, as will hereafter be explained, on the firm closing of the eyelids and consequent drawing up of the upper lip. How far this square shape of the mouth modifies the wailing or crying sound, I am not prepared to say, but we know from the researches of Helmholtz and others that the form of the cavity of the mouth and lips determines the nature and pitch of the vowel sounds which are produced. It will also be shown in a future chapter that, under the feeling of contempt or disgust, there is a tendency, from intelligible causes, to blow out of the mouth or nostrils, and this produces sounds like pooh or pish. When anyone is startled or suddenly astonished, there is an instantaneous tendency, likewise from an intelligible cause, namely, to be ready for prolonged exertion, to open the mouth widely so as to draw a deep and rapid inspiration. When the next full expiration follows, the mouth is slightly closed, and the lips, from causes hereafter to be discussed, are somewhat protruded, and this form of the mouth, if the voice be at all exerted, produces, according to Helmholtz, the sound of the vowel O. Certainly a deep sound of the prolonged O may be heard from a whole crowd of people immediately after witnessing any astonishing spectacle. If, together with surprise, pain be felt, there is a tendency to contract all the muscles of the body, including those of the face, and the lips will then be drawn back, and this will perhaps account for the sound becoming higher and assuming the character of ah or ach. As fear causes all the muscles of the body to tremble, the voice naturally becomes tremulous, and at the same time husky from the dryness of the mouth, owing to the salivary glands failing to act. Why the laughter of man and the tittering of monkeys should be a rapidly reiterated sound cannot be explained. During the utterance of these sounds, the mouth is transversely elongated by the corners being drawn backwards and upwards, and of this fact an explanation will be attempted in a future chapter. But the whole subject of the differences of the sounds produced under different states of mind is so obscure that I have succeeded in throwing hardly any light on it, and the remarks which I have made have but little significance. All the sounds hitherto noticed depend on the respiratory organs, but sounds produced by wholly different means are likewise expressive. Rabbits stamp loudly on the ground as a signal to their comrades, and if a man knows how to do so properly, he may on a quiet evening hear the rabbits answering him all around. These animals, as well as some others, also stamp on the ground when made angry. Porcupines rattle their quills and vibrate their tails when angered, and one behaved in this manner when a live snake was placed in its compartment. The quills on the tail are very different from those on the body. They are short, hollow, thin like a goose quill, with their ends transversely truncated, so that they are open. They are supported on long, thin, elastic footstalks. Now, when the tail is rapidly shaken, these hollow quills strike against each other and produce, as I heard in the presence of Mr. Bartlett, a peculiar continuous sound. We can, I think, understand why porcupines have been provided, through the modification of their protective spines, with this special sound-producing instrument. They are nocturnal animals, and if they scented or heard a prowling beast of prey, it would be a great advantage to them in the dark to give warning to their enemy what they were, and that they were furnished with dangerous spines. They would thus escape being attacked. They are, as I may add, so fully conscious of the power of their weapons that when they are enraged they will charge backwards with their spines erected, yet still inclined backwards. Many birds during their courtship produce diversified sounds by means of specially adapted feathers. Storks, when excited, make a loud clattering noise with their beaks. Some snakes produce a grating or rattling noise. Many insects stridulate by rubbing together specifically modified parts of their hard integuments. This stridulation generally serves as a sexual charm or call, but it is likewise used to express different emotions. Everyone who has attended to bees knows that their humming changes when they are angry, and this serves as a warning that there is danger of being stung. I have made these few remarks because some writers have laid so much stress on the vocal and respiratory organs as having been specially adapted for expression that it was advisable to show that sounds otherwise produced serve equally well for the same purpose. Erection of the dermal appendages. Hardly any expressive movement is so general as the involuntary erection of the hairs, feathers, or other dermal appendages, for it is common throughout 3 of the great vertebrate classes. These appendages are erected under the excitement of anger or terror, more especially when these emotions are combined or quickly succeed each other. The action serves to make the animal appear larger and more frightful to its enemies or rivals, and is generally accompanied by various voluntary movements adapted for the same purpose, and by the utterance of savage sounds. Mr. Bartlett, who has had such wide experience with animals of all kinds, does not doubt that this is the case, but it is a different question whether the power of erection was primarily acquired for this special purpose. I will first give a considerable body of facts showing how general this action is with mammals, birds, and reptiles, retaining what I have to say in regard to man for a future chapter. Mr. Sutton, the intelligent keeper in the zoological gardens, carefully observed for me the chimpanzee and orang, and he states that when they are suddenly frightened, as by a thunderstorm, or when they are made angry, as by being teased, their hair becomes erect. I saw a chimpanzee who was alarmed at the sight of a black coal heaver, and the hair rose all over his body. He made little starts forward as if to attack the man, without any real intention of doing so, but with the hope, as the keeper remarked, of frightening him. The gorilla, when enraged, is described by Mr. Ford as having his crest of hair, quote, erect and projecting forward, his nostrils dilated, and his underlip thrown down, at the same time uttering his characteristic yell, designed, it would seem, to terrify his antagonists, end quote. I saw the hair on the Anubis baboon, when angered, bristling along the back, from the neck to the loins, but not on the rump or other parts of the body. I took a stuffed snake into the monkey house, and the hair on several of the species instantly became erect, especially on their tails, as I particularly noted with the Cereopithecus nictitans. Brehm states that the Midas Oedipus, belonging to the American division, when excited erects its mane, in order, as he adds, to make itself as frightful as possible. With the carnivora, the erection of the hair seems to be almost universal, often accompanied by threatening movements, the uncovering of the teeth, and the utterance of savage growls. In the Herpestes, I have seen the hair on end over nearly the whole body, including the tail, and the dorsal crest is erected in a conspicuous manner by the hyena and the protellus. The enraged lion erects his mane. The bristling of the hair along the neck and back of the dog, and over the whole body of the cat, especially on the tail, is familiar to everyone. With the cat it apparently occurs only under fear, with the dog under anger and fear, but not, as far as I have observed, under abject fear, as when the dog is going to be flogged by a severe gamekeeper. If, however, the dog shows fight, as sometimes happens, up goes his hair. I have often noticed that the hair of a dog is particularly liable to rise if he is half angry and half afraid, as on beholding some object only indistinctly seen in the dusk. I have been assured by a veterinary surgeon that he has often seen the hair erected on horses and cattle on which he had operated and was again going to operate. When I showed the stuffed snake to the peccary, the hair rose in a wonderful manner along its back, and so it does with the boar when enraged. An elk which gored a man to death in the United States is described as first brandishing his antlers, squealing with rage, and stamping on the ground. At length his hair was seen to rise and stand on end, and then he plunged forward to the attack. The hair likewise becomes erect on goats, and as I hear from Mr. Blythe, on some Indian antelopes. I have seen it erected on the hairy anteater and on the agouti, one of the rodents. A female bat, which reared her young under confinement, when anyone looked into the cage, erected the fur on her back and bit viciously at intruding fingers. Birds belonging to all the chief orders ruffle their feathers when angry or frightened. Everyone must have seen two cocks, even quite young birds, preparing to fight with erected neck hackles, nor can these feathers when erected serve as a means of defense, for cockfighters have found by experience that it is advantageous to trim them. The male ruff, Machetes pugnax, likewise erects its collar of feathers when fighting. When a dog approaches a common hen with her chickens, she spreads out her wings, raises her tail, ruffles all her feathers, and looking as ferocious as possible, dashes at the intruder. The tail is not always held in exactly the same position. It is sometimes so much erected that the central feathers, as in the accompanying drawing, almost touch the back. Swans, when angered, likewise raise their wings and tail and erect their feathers. They open their beaks and make, by paddling little rapid starts forwards, against anyone who approaches the water's edge too closely. Tropic birds, when disturbed on their nests, are said not to fly away, but merely to stick out their feathers and scream. The barn owl, when approached, instantly swells out its plumage, extends its wings and tail, hisses and clacks its mandibles with force and rapidity. So do other kinds of owls. Hawks, as I am informed by Mr. Jenner Weir, likewise ruffle their feathers and spread out their wings and tail under similar circumstances. Some kinds of parrots erect their feathers, and I have seen this action in the cassowary when angered at the sight of an anteater. Young cuckoos in the nest raise their feathers, open their mouths widely, and make themselves as frightful as possible. Small birds also, as I hear from Mr. Weir, such as various finches, buntings, and warblers, when angry, ruffle all their feathers, or only those round the neck, or they spread out their wings and tail feathers. With the plumage in this state, they rush at each other with open beaks and threatening gestures. Mr. Weir concludes from his large experience that the erection of the feathers is caused much more by anger than by fear. He gives as an instance a hybrid goldfinch of a most irascible disposition, which, when approached too closely by a servant, instantly assumes the appearance of a ball of ruffled feathers. He believes that birds, when frightened, as a general rule, closely adpress all their feathers, and their consequently diminished size is often astonishing. As soon as they recover from their fear or surprise, the first thing which they do is shake out their feathers. The best instances of this adpression of the feathers and apparent shrinking of the body from fear, which Mr. Weir has noticed, has been in the quail and grass parakeet. The habit is intelligible in these birds from their being accustomed, when in danger, either to squat on the ground or to sit motionless on a branch so as to escape detection. Though with birds anger may be the chief and commonest cause of the erection of the feathers, it is probable that young cuckoos, when looked at in the nest, and a hen with her chickens when approached by a dog, feel at least some terror. Mr. Tegetsmeyer informs me that with gamecocks the erection of the feathers on the head has long been recognized in the cockpit as a sign of cowardice. The males of some lizards, when fighting together during their courtship, expand their throat pouches or frills and erect their dorsal crests. But Dr. Gunther does not believe that they can erect their separate spines or scales. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Expression of Emotions in Man and Animals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Expression of Emotions in Man and Animals by Charles Darwin. Chapter 4, Means of Expression in Animals, Part 2. We thus see how generally throughout the two higher vertebrate classes, and with some reptiles, the dermal appendages are erected under the influence of anger and fear. The movement is effected, as we know from Colliker's interesting discovery, by the contraction of minute, unstriped, involuntary muscles, often called erectores pili, which are attached to the capsules of the separate hairs, feathers, etc. By the contraction of these muscles, the hairs can be instantly erected, as we see in a dog, being at the same time drawn a little out of their sockets. They are afterwards quickly depressed. The vast number of these minute muscles over the whole body of a hairy quadruped is astonishing. The erection of the hair is, however, aided in some cases, as with that on the head of a man, by the striped and voluntary muscles of the underlying panniculus carnosus. It is by the action of these latter muscles that the hedgehog erects its spines. It appears also from the researches of Leydig and others that striped fibers extend to the panniculus of some of the larger hairs, such as the vibrissae of certain quadrupeds. The erectores pili contract not only under the above emotions, but from the application of cold to the surface. I remember that my mules and dogs, brought from a lower and warmer country, after spending a night on the bleak Cordillera, had the hairs all over their bodies as erect as under the greatest terror. We see the same action in our own goose skin during the chill before a fever fit. Mr. Lister has also found that tickling a neighboring part of the skin causes the erection and protrusion of the hairs. From these facts it is manifest that the erection of the dermal appendages is a reflex action, independent of the will, and this action must be looked at when occurring under the influence of anger or fear, not as a power acquired for the sake of some advantage, but as an incidental result, at least to a large extent, of the sensorium being affected. The result, in as far as it is incidental, may be compared with the profuse sweating from an agony of pain or terror. Nevertheless, it is remarkable how slight an excitement often suffices to cause the hair to become erect, as when two dogs pretend to fight together in play. We have also seen a large number of animals belonging to widely distinct classes that the erection of the hair or feathers is almost always accompanied by various voluntary movements, by threatening gestures, opening the mouth, uncovering the teeth, spreading out of the wings and tail by birds, and by the utterance of harsh sounds, and the purpose of these voluntary movements is unmistakable. Therefore, it seems hardly credible that the coordinated erection of the dermal appendages, by which the animal is made to appear larger and more terrible to its enemies or rivals, should be altogether an incidental or purposeless result of the disturbance of the sensorium. This seems almost as incredible as that the erection by the hedgehog of its spines, or of the quills by the porcupine, or of the ornamental plumes by many birds during their courtship, should all be purposeless actions. We here encounter a great difficulty. How can the contraction of the unstriped and involuntary erectores pili have been coordinated with that of various voluntary muscles for the same purpose? If we could believe that the erectores primordially had been voluntary muscles and had since lost their stripes and become involuntary, the case would be comparatively simple. I am not, however, aware that there is any evidence in favor of this view, although the reversed transition would not have presented any great difficulty, as the voluntary muscles are in an unstriped condition in the embryos of the higher animals and in the larvae of some crustaceans. Moreover, in the deeper layers of the skin of adult birds, the muscular network is, according to Leydig, in a transitional condition, the fibers exhibiting only indications of transverse striation. Another explanation seems possible. We may admit that originally the erectores pilae were slightly acted on in a direct manner under the influence of rage and terror by the disturbance of the nervous system, as is undoubtedly the case with our so-called goose skin before a fever fit. Animals have been repeatedly excited by rage and terror during many generations, and consequently the direct effects of the disturbed nervous system on the dermal appendages will almost certainly have been increased through habit and through the tendency of nerve force to pass readily along accustomed channels. We shall find this view of the force of habit strikingly confirmed in a future chapter, where it will be shown that the hair of the insane is affected in an extraordinary manner, owing to their repeated accesses of fury and terror. As soon as with animals the power of erection had thus been strengthened or increased, they must often have seen the hairs or feathers erected in rival and enraged males, and the bulk of their bodies thus increased. In this case, it appears possible that they might have wished to make themselves appear larger and more terrible to their enemies by voluntarily assuming a threatening attitude and uttering harsh cries, such attitudes and utterances after a time becoming through habit instinctive. In this manner, actions performed by the contraction of voluntary muscles might have been combined for the same special purpose with those effected by involuntary muscles. It is even possible that animals, when excited and dimly conscious of some change in the state of their hair, might act on it by repeated exertions of their attention and will. For we have reason to believe that the will is able to influence in an obscure manner the action of some unstriped or involuntary muscles, as in the period of the peristaltic movements of the intestines and in the contraction of the bladder. Nor must we overlook the part which variation and natural selection may have played, for the males which succeeded in making themselves appear the most terrible to their rivals or to their other enemies, if not of overwhelming power, will on an average have left more offspring to inherit their characteristic qualities, whatever these may be and however first acquired, than have other males. The inflation of the body and other means of exciting fear in an enemy. Certain amphibians and reptiles, which either have no spines to erect or no muscles by which they can be erected, enlarge themselves when alarmed or angry by inhaling air. This is well known to be the case with toads and frogs. The latter animal is made, in Aesop's fable of the ox and the frog, to blow itself up from vanity and envy until it burst. This action must have been observed during the most ancient times, as, according to Mr. Hensley Wedgwood, the word toad expresses in all the languages of Europe the habit of swelling. It has been observed with some of the exotic species in the zoological gardens, and Dr. Gunther believes that it is general throughout the group. Judging from analogy, the primary purpose probably was to make the body appear as large and frightful as possible to an enemy, but another and perhaps more important secondary advantage is thus gained. When frogs are seized by snakes, which are their chief enemies, they enlarge themselves wonderfully, so that if the snake be of small size, as Dr. Gunther informs me, it cannot swallow the frog, which thus escapes being devoured. Chameleons and some other lizards inflate themselves when angry. Thus, a species inhabiting Oregon, the Tapaya douglasii, is slow in its movements and does not bite, but has a ferocious aspect. When irritated, it springs in a most threatening manner at anything pointed at it, at the same time opening its mouth wide and hissing audibly, after which it inflates its body and shows other marks of anger. Several kinds of snakes likewise inflate themselves when irritated. The puff adder, Clotho aritans, is remarkable in this respect, but I believe, after carefully watching these animals, that they do not act thus for the sake of increasing their apparent bulk, but simply for inhaling a large supply of air, so as to produce their surprisingly loud, harsh, and prolonged hissing sound. The cobras de capello, when irritated, enlarge themselves a little and hiss moderately, but at the same time they lift their heads aloft and dilate by means of their elongated anterior ribs the skin on each side of the neck into a large flat disc, the so-called hood. With their widely opened mouths, they then assume a terrific aspect. The benefit thus derived ought to be considerable in order to compensate for the somewhat lessened rapidity, though this is still great, with which, when dilated, they can strike at their enemies or prey, on the same principle that a broad, thin piece of wood cannot be moved through the air so quickly as a small, round stick. An innocuous snake, the Travadonatus macrophthalmus, an inhabitant of India, likewise dilates its neck when irritated, and consequently is often mistaken for its compatriot, the deadly cobra. This resemblance perhaps serves as some protection to the Trapedonatus. Another innocuous species, the Dasypeltis of South Africa, blows itself out, distends its neck, hisses, and darts at the intruder. Many other snakes hiss under similar circumstances. They also rapidly vibrate their protruded tongues, and this may aid in increasing their terrific appearance. Snakes possess other means of producing sounds besides hissing. Many years ago I observed in South America that a venomous Trigonocephalus, when disturbed, rapidly vibrated the end of its tail, which, striking against the dry grass and twigs, produced a rattling noise that could be distinctly heard at the distance of 6 feet. The deadly and fierce Echis carinata of India produces a curious, prolonged, almost hissing sound in a very different manner, namely by rubbing the sides of the folds of its body against each other, whilst the head remains in almost the same position. The scales on the sides, and not on other parts of the body, are strongly keeled, with the keels toothed like a saw, and as the coiled up animal rubs its sides together, these grate against each other. Lastly, we have the well-known case of the rattlesnake. He who has merely shaken the rattle of a dead snake can form no just idea of the sound produced by the living animal. Professor Schaller states that it is indistinguishable from that made by the male of the large cicada, an homopterous insect, which inhabits the same district. In the zoological gardens, when the rattlesnakes and puff adders were greatly excited at the same time, I was much struck at the similarity of the sound produced by them, and although that made by the rattlesnake is louder and shriller than the hissing of the puff adder, yet when standing at some yards' distance I could scarcely distinguish the two. For whatever purpose the sound is produced by the one species, I can hardly doubt that it serves for the same purpose in the other species, and I conclude from the threatening gestures made at the time by many snakes that their hissing, the rattling of the rattlesnake and of the tail of the Trigonocephalus, the grating of the scales of the Echis, and the dilation of the hood of the cobra, all subserve the same end, namely, to make them appear terrible to their enemies. It seems at first a probable conclusion that venomous snakes, such as the foregoing, from being already so well defended by their poison fangs, would never be attacked by any enemy, and consequently would have no need to excite additional terror. But this is far from being the case, for they are largely preyed on in all quarters of the world by many animals. It is well known that pigs are employed in the United States to clear districts infested with rattlesnakes, which they do most effectually. In England, the hedgehog attacks and devours the viper. In India, as I hear from Dr. Jerdon, several kinds of hawks and at least one mammal, the herpestes, kill cobras and other venomous species, and so it is in South Africa. Therefore, it is by no means improbable that any sounds or signs by which the venomous species could instantly make themselves recognized as dangerous would be of more service to them than to the innocuous species, which would not be able, if attacked, to inflict any real injury. Having said thus much about snakes, I am tempted to add a few remarks on the means by which the rattle of the rattlesnake was probably developed. Various animals, including some lizards, either curl or vibrate their tails when excited. This is the case with many kinds of snakes. In the zoological gardens, an innocuous species, the Coronella sayi, vibrates its tail so rapidly that it becomes almost invisible. The Trigonocephalus, before alluded to, has the same habit, and the extremity of its tail is a little enlarged, or ends in a bead. In the Lachesis, which is so closely allied to the rattlesnake that it was placed by Linnaeus in the same genus, the tail ends in a single large lancet-shaped point or scale. With some snakes, the skin, as Professor Schaller remarks, is more imperfectly detached from the region about the tail than at any other parts of the body. Now, if we suppose that the end of the tail of some ancient American species was enlarged and was covered by a single large scale, this could hardly have been cast off at the successive molts. In this case, it would have been permanently retained, and at each period of growth, as the snake grew larger, a new scale, larger than the last, would have been formed above it and would likewise have been retained. The foundation for the development of a rattle would thus have been laid, and it would have been habitually used if the species, like so many others, vibrated its tail whenever it was irritated. That the rattle has since been specially developed to serve as an efficient sound-producing instrument, there can hardly be a doubt, for even the vertebrae included within the extremity of the tail have been altered in shape and cohere. But there is no greater improbability in various structures, such as the rattle of the rattlesnake, the lateral scales of the etchus, the neck with the included ribs of the cobra, and the whole body of the puff adder, having been modified for the sake of warning and frightening away their enemies, than in a bird, namely the wonderful secretary hawk, Gypogeranus, having had its whole frame modified for the sake of killing snakes with impunity. It is highly probable, judging from what we have before seen, that this bird would ruffle its feathers whenever it attacked a snake, and it is certain that the herpestes, when it eagerly rushes to attack a snake, erects the hair all over its body, and especially that on its tail. We have also seen that some porcupines, when angered or alarmed at the sight of a snake, rapidly vibrate their tails, thus producing a peculiar sound by the striking together of the hollow quills. So that here both the attackers and the attacked endeavor to make themselves as dreadful as possible to each other, and both possess for this purpose specialized means, which, oddly enough, are nearly the same in some of these cases. Finally, we can see that if, on the one hand, those individual snakes which were best able to frighten their enemies escaped best from being devoured, and if, on the other hand, those individuals of the attacking enemy survived in larger numbers which were the best fitted for the dangerous task of killing and devouring venomous snakes, then, in the one case as in the other, beneficial variations, supposing the characters in question to vary, would commonly have been preserved through the survival of the fittest. The drawing back and pressure of the ears to the head. The ears, through their movements, are highly expressive in many animals, but in some, such as man, the higher apes, and many ruminants, they fail in this respect. A slight difference in position serves to express in the plainest manner a different state of mind, as we may daily see in the dog. But we are here concerned only with the ears being drawn closely backward and pressed to the head. A savage frame of mind is thus shown, but only in the case of those animals which fight with their teeth. And the care with which they take to prevent their ears being seized by their antagonists accounts for this position. Consequently, through habit and association, whenever they feel slightly savage, or pretend in their play to be savage, their ears are drawn back. That this is the true explanation may be inferred from the relation which exists in very many animals between their manner of fighting and the retraction of their ears. All the carnivora fight with their canine teeth, and all, as far as I have observed, draw their ears back when feeling savage. This may be continually seen with dogs when fighting in earnest, and with puppies fighting in play. The movement is different from the falling down and slight drawing back of the ears when a dog feels pleased and is caressed by his master. The retraction of the ears may likewise be seen in kittens fighting together in their play, and in full-grown cats when really savage, as before illustrated in Figure 9. Although their ears are thus to a large extent protected, yet they often get much torn in old male cats during their mutual battles. The same movement is very striking in tigers, leopards, etc., whilst growling over their food in menageries. The lynx has remarkably long ears, and their retraction, when one of these animals is approached in its cage, is very conspicuous, and is eminently expressive of its savage disposition. Even one of the eared seals, the Ateria pusilla, which has very small ears, draws them backwards when it makes a savage rush at the legs of its keeper. When horses fight together, they use their incisors for biting and their forelegs for striking, much more than they do their hind legs for kicking backwards. This has been observed when stallions have broken loose and have fought together, and may likewise be inferred from the kind of wounds which they inflict on each other. Everyone recognizes the vicious appearance which the drawing back of the ears gives to the horse. This movement is very different from that of listening to a sound behind. If an ill-tempered horse in a stall is inclined to kick backwards, his ears are retracted from habit, though he has no intention or power to bite. But when the horse throws up both hind legs in play, as when entering an open field, or when just touched by the whip, he does not generally depress his ears, for he does not then feel vicious. Guanacos fight savagely with their teeth, and they must do so frequently, for I found the hides of several which I shot in Patagonia deeply scored. So do camels, and both these animals, when savage, draw their ears closely backwards. Guanacos, as I have noticed, when not intending to bite, but merely to spit their offensive saliva from a distance at an intruder, retract their ears. Even the hippopotamus, when threatening with its widely open enormous mouth a comrade, draws back its small ears, just like a horse. Now, what a contrast is presented between the foregoing animals and cattle, sheep, or goats, which never use their teeth in fighting, and never draw back their ears when enraged. Although sheep and goats appear such placid animals, the males often join in furious contests. As deer form a closely related family, and as I do not know that they ever fought with their teeth, I was much surprised at the account given by Major Ross King of the moose deer in Canada. He says, when, quote, two males chance to meet, laying back their ears and gnashing their teeth together, they rush at each other with appalling fury, end quote. But Mr. Bartlett informs me that some species of deer fight savagely with their teeth, so that the drawing back of the ears by the moose accords with our rule. Several kinds of kangaroos, kept in the zoological gardens, fight by scratching with their forefeet and by kicking with their hind legs, but they never bite each other, and the keepers have never seen them draw back their ears when angered. Rabbits fight chiefly by kicking and scratching, but they likewise bite each other, and I have known one to bite off half the tail of its antagonist. At the commencement of their battles they lay back their ears, but afterwards, as they bound over and kick each other, they keep their ears erect or move them much about. Mr. Bartlett watched a wild boar quarreling rather savagely with his sow, and both had their mouths opened and their ears drawn backwards. But this does not appear to be a common action with domestic pigs when quarreling. Boars fight together by striking upwards with their tusks, and Mr. Bartlett doubts whether they then draw back their ears. Elephants, which in like manner fight with their tusks, do not retract their ears, but on the contrary erect them when rushing at each other or at an enemy. The rhinoceroses in the zoological gardens fight with their nasal horns, and have never been seen to attempt biting each other except in play, and the keepers are convinced that they do not draw back their ears, like horses and dogs, when feeling savage. The following statement, therefore, by Sir S. Baker, is inexplicable, namely, that a rhinoceros which he shot in North Africa, quote, had no ears. They had been bitten off close to the head by another of the same species while fighting, and this mutilation is by no means uncommon, end quote. Lastly, with respect to monkeys. Some kinds which have movable ears and which fight with their teeth, for instance the Cereopithecus ruber, draw back their ears when irritated, just like dogs, and they then have a very spiteful appearance. Other kinds, as the Inuus equaudatus, apparently do not thus act. Again, other kinds, and this is a great anomaly in comparison with most other animals, retract their ears, show their teeth, and jabber when they are pleased by being caressed. I observed this in 2 or 3 species of Macasis and in the Cynopithecus niger. This expression, owing to our familiarity with dogs, would never be recognized as one of joy or pleasure by those unacquainted with monkeys. Erection of the ears. This movement requires hardly any notice. All animals which have the power of freely moving their ears when they are startled or when they closely observe an object, direct their ears to the point towards which they are looking, in order to hear any sound from this quarter. At the same time, they generally raise their heads, as all their organs of sense are there situated, and some of the smaller animals rise on their hind legs. Even those kinds which squat on the ground or instantly flee away to avoid danger generally act momentarily in this manner in order to ascertain the source and nature of the danger. The head being raised, with erected ears and eyes directed forwards, gives an unmistakable expression of close attention to any animal. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the expression of the emotions in man and animals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The expression of the emotions in man and animals by Charles Darwin. Chapter 5. Special Expressions of Animals, Part 1. The dog. I have already described the appearance of a dog approaching another dog with hostile intentions, namely, with erected ears, eyes intently directed forwards, hair on the neck and back bristling, gait remarkably stiff, with the tail upright and rigid. So familiar is this appearance to us that an angry man is sometimes said to, quote, have his back up, unquote. Of the above points, the stiff gait and upright tail alone require further discussion. Sir C. Bell remarks that when a tiger or wolf is struck by its keeper and is suddenly roused to ferocity, every muscle is in tension, and the limbs are in an attitude of strained exertion, prepared to spring. This tension of the muscles and consequent stiff gait may be accounted for on the principle of associated habit, for anger has continually led to fierce struggles, and consequently to all the muscles of the body having been violently exerted. There is also reason to suspect that the muscular system requires some short preparation or some degree of innervation before being brought into strong action. My own sensations lead me to this inference, but I cannot discover that it is a conclusion admitted by physiologists. Sir J. Paget, however, informs me that when muscles are suddenly contracted with the greatest force without any preparation, they are liable to be ruptured, as when a man slips unexpectedly, but that this rarely occurs when an action, however violent, is deliberately performed. With respect to the upright position of the tail, it seems to depend, but whether this is really the case I know not, on the elevator muscles being more powerful than the depressors, so that when all the muscles of the hinder part of the body are in a state of tension, the tail is raised. A dog in cheerful spirits and trotting before his master with high elastic steps generally carries his tail aloft, though it is not held nearly so stiffly as when he is angered. A horse, when first turned out into an open field, may be seen to trot along with elastic strides, the head and tail being held high aloft. Even cows, when they frisk about from pleasure, throw up their tails in a ridiculous fashion. So it is with various animals in the zoological gardens. The position of the tail, however, in certain cases, is determined by special circumstances. Thus, as soon as a horse breaks into a gallop at full speed, he always lowers his tail, so that as little resistance as possible may be offered to the air. When a dog is on the point of springing on his antagonist, he utters a savage growl. The ears are pressed closely backwards, and the upper lip is retracted out of the way of his teeth, especially of his canines. These movements may be observed with dogs and puppies in their play. But if a dog gets really savage in his play, his expression immediately changes. This, however, is simply due to the lips and ears being drawn back with much greater energy. If a dog only snarls at another, the lip is generally retracted on one side alone, namely towards his enemy. The movements of a dog whilst exhibiting affection towards his master were described in our second chapter. These consist in the head and whole body being lowered and thrown into flexuous movements, with the tail extended and wagged from side to side. The ears fall down and are drawn somewhat backwards, which causes the eyelids to be elongated and alters the whole appearance of the face. The lips hang loosely, and the hair remains smooth. All these movements or gestures are explicable, as I believe, from their standing in complete antithesis to those naturally assumed by a savage dog under a directly opposite state of mind. When a man merely speaks to or just notices his dog, we see the last vestige of these movements in a slight wag of the tail without any other movement of the body, and without even the ears being lowered. Dogs always exhibit their affection by desiring to rub against their masters, and to be rubbed or patted by them. Gratiolet explains the above gestures of affection in the following manner, and the reader can judge whether the explanation appears satisfactory. Speaking of animals in general, including the dog, he says, C'est toujours la partie la plus sensible de leur corps qui recherche les caresses ou les dents. Lorsque toute la longueur des flancs et du corps est sensible, l'animal serpente et rampe sous les caresses, et ses ondulations se propagent le long des muscles analogues des segments jusqu'aux extrémités de la colonne vertébrale. Le queue se ploie et s'agite. Unquote. Further on he adds that dogs, when feeling affectionate, lower their ears in order to exclude all sounds, so that their whole attention may be concentrated on the caresses of their master. Dogs have another and striking way of exhibiting their affection, namely, by licking the hands or faces of their masters. They sometimes lick other dogs, and then it is always their chops. I have also seen dogs licking cats with whom they were friends. This habit probably originated in the females carefully licking their puppies, the dearest object of their love, for the sake of cleansing them. They also often give their puppies, after a short absence, a few cursory licks, apparently from affection. Thus the habit will have become associated with the emotion of love, however it may afterwards be aroused. It is now so firmly inherited or innate that it is transmitted equally to both sexes. A female terrier of mine lately had her puppies destroyed, and though at all times a very affectionate creature, I was much struck with the manner in which she then tried to satisfy her instinctive maternal love by expending it on me, and her desire to lick my hands rose to an insatiable passion. The same principle probably explains why dogs, when feeling affectionate, like rubbing against their masters or being rubbed or patted by them, for from the nursing of their puppies, contact with a beloved object has become firmly associated in their minds with the emotion of love. The feeling of affection of a dog towards his master is combined with a strong sense of submission, which is akin to fear. Hence dogs not only lower their bodies and crouch a little as they approach their masters, but sometimes throw themselves on the ground with their bellies upwards. This is a movement as completely opposite as is possible to any show of resistance. I formerly possessed a large dog, who was not at all afraid to fight with other dogs, but a wolf-like shepherd dog in the neighborhood, though not ferocious, and not so powerful as my dog, had a strange influence over him. When they met on the road, my dog used to run to meet him, with his tail partly tucked in between his legs, and hair not erected, and then he would throw himself on the ground, belly upwards. By this action he seemed to say more plainly than by words, "Behold, I am your slave." A pleasurable and excited state of mind, associated with affection, is exhibited by some dogs in a very peculiar manner, namely, by grinning. This was noticed long ago by Somerville, who says, "And with a courtly grin the fawning bound salutes thee cowering. His wide opening nose upward he curls, and his large slow back eyes melt in soft blandishments and humble joy." The Chase, Book 1. Sir W. Scott's famous Scotch greyhound, Maida, had this habit, and it is common with terriers. I have also seen it in a Spitz and in a sheepdog. Mr. Riviere, who has particularly attended to this expression, informs me that it is rarely displayed in a perfect manner, but is quite common in a lesser degree. The upper lip during the act of grinning is retracted, as in snarling, so that the canines are exposed, and the ears are drawn backwards, but the general appearance of the animal clearly shows that anger is not felt. Sir C. Bell remarks, quote, "Dogs, in their expression of fondness, have a slight aversion of the lips, and grin and sniff amidst their gambols in a way that resembles laughter." Unquote. Some persons speak of the grin as a smile, but if it had been really a smile, we should see a similar though more pronounced movement of the lips and ears when the dogs utter their bark of joy. But this is not the case, although a bark of joy often follows a grin. On the other hand, dogs, when playing with their comrades or masters, almost always pretend to bite each other, and they then retract, though not energetically, their lips and ears. Hence I suspect that there is a tendency in some dogs, whenever they feel lively pleasure combined with affection, to act through habit and association on the same muscles, as in playfully biting each other or their master's hands. I have described in the second chapter the gait and appearance of a dog when cheerful, and the marked antithesis presented by the same animal when dejected and disappointed, with his head, ears, body, tail, and chops drooping, and eyes dull. Under the expectation of any great pleasure, dogs bound and jump about in an extravagant manner, and bark for joy. The tendency to bark under this state of mind is inherited, or runs in the breed. Greyhounds rarely bark, whilst the Spitz dog barks so incessantly on starting for a walk with his master that he becomes a nuisance. An agony of pain is expressed by dogs in nearly the same way as by many other animals, namely, by howling, writhing, and contortions of the whole body. Attention is shown by the head being raised, with the ears erected, and the eyes intently directed toward the object or quarter under observation. If it be a sound and the source is not known, the head is often turned obliquely from side to side in a most significant manner, apparently in order to judge with more exactness from what point the sound proceeds. But I have seen a dog greatly surprised at a new noise, turning his head to one side through habit, though he clearly perceived the source of the noise. Dogs, as formerly remarked, when their attention is in any way aroused whilst watching some object or attending to some sound, often lift up one paw, and keep it doubled up, as if to make a slow and stealthy approach. A dog under extreme terror will throw himself down, howl, and void his excretions, but the hair, I believe, does not become erect unless some anger is felt. I have seen a dog much terrified at a band of musicians who were playing loudly outside the house, with every muscle of his body trembling, with his heart palpitating so quickly that the beats could hardly be counted, and panting for breath with widely open mouth, in the same manner as a terrified man does. Yet this dog had not exerted himself. He had only wandered slowly and restlessly about the room, and the day was cold. Even a very slight degree of fear is invariably shown by the tail being tucked in between the legs. This tucking in of the tail is accompanied by the ears being drawn backwards, but they are not pressed closely to the head as in snarling, and they are not lowered as when a dog is pleased or affectionate. When two young dogs chase each other in play, the one that runs away always keeps his tail tucked inwards. So it is when a dog, in the highest spirits, careers like a mad creature round and round his master in circles or in figures of 8. He then acts as if another dog were chasing him. This curious kind of play, which must be familiar to everyone who has attended to dogs, is particularly apt to be excited after the animal has been a little startled or frightened, as by his master suddenly jumping out on him in the dusk. In this case, as well as when two young dogs are chasing each other in play, it appears as if the one that runs away was afraid of the other catching him by the tail. But as far as I can find out, dogs very rarely catch each other in this manner. I asked a gentleman who had kept foxhounds all his life, and be applied to other experienced sportsmen, whether they had ever seen hounds thus seize a fox. But they never had. It appears that when a dog is chased, or when in danger of being struck behind, or of anything falling on him, in all these cases he wishes to withdraw as quickly as possible his whole hindquarters, and that from some sympathy or connection between the muscles, the tail is then drawn closely inwards. A similarly connected movement between the hindquarters and the tail may be observed in the hyena. Mr. Bartlett informs me that when two of these animals fight together, they are mutually conscious of the wonderful power of each other's jaws, and are extremely cautious. They well know that if one of their legs were seized, the bone would instantly be crushed into atoms. Hence they approach each other kneeling, with their legs turned as much as possible inwards, and with their whole bodies bowed so as not to present any salient point, the tail at the same time being closely tucked in between the legs. In this attitude they approach each other sideways, or even partly backwards. So again with deer, several of the species, when savage and fighting, tuck in their tails. When one horse in a field tries to bite the hindquarters of another in play, or when a rough boy strikes a donkey from behind, the hindquarters and the tail are drawn in, though it does not appear as if this were done merely to save the tail from being injured. We have also seen the reverse of these movements, for when an animal trots with high elastic steps, the tail is almost always carried aloft. As I have said, when a dog is chased and runs away, he keeps his ears directed backwards but still open, and this is clearly done for the sake of hearing the footsteps of his pursuer. From habit, the ears are often held in the same position, and the tail tucked in, when the danger is obviously in front. I have repeatedly noticed, with a timid terrier of mine, that when she is afraid of some object in front, the nature of which she perfectly knows and does not need to reconnoitre, yet she will for a long time hold her ears and tail in this position, looking the image of discomfort. Discomfort, without any fear, is similarly expressed. Thus one day I went out of doors, just at the time when this same dog knew that her dinner would be brought. I did not call her, but she wished much to accompany me, and at the same time she wished much for her dinner, and there she stood, first looking one way and then the other, with her tail tucked in and ears drawn back, presenting an unmistakable appearance of perplexed discomfort. Almost all the expressive movements now described, with the exception of the grinning from joy, are innate or instinctive, for they are common to all the individuals, young and old, of all the breeds. Most of them are likewise common to the aboriginal parents of the dog, namely the wolf and jackal, and some of them to other species of the same group. Tamed wolves and jackals, when caressed by their masters, jump about for joy, wag their tails, lower their ears, lick their masters' hands, crouch down, and even throw themselves on the ground belly upwards. I have seen a rather fox-like African jackal from the Gaboon depress its ears when caressed. Wolves and jackals, when frightened, certainly tuck in their tails, and a tame jackal has been described as careering round his master in circles and figures of 8, like a dog, with his tail between his legs. It has been stated that foxes, however tame, never display any of the above expressive movements, but this is not strictly accurate. Many years ago I observed in the Zoological Gardens, and recorded the fact at the time, that a very tame English fox, when caressed by the keeper, wagged its tail, depressed its ears, and then threw itself on the ground belly upwards. The black fox of North America likewise depressed its ears in a slight degree. But I believe that foxes never lick the hands of their masters, and I have been assured that when frightened they never tuck in their tails. If the explanation which I have given of the expression of affection in dogs be admitted, then it would appear that animals which have never been domesticated, namely wolves, jackals, and even foxes, have nevertheless acquired, through the principle of antithesis, certain expressive gestures. For it is not probable that these animals, confined in cages, should have learnt them by imitating dogs. Cats. I have already described the actions of a cat when feeling savage and not terrified. She assumes a crouching attitude, and occasionally protrudes her forefeet, with the claws exerted ready for striking. The tail is extended, being curled or lashed from side to side. The hair is not erected, at least it was not so in the few cases observed by me. The ears are drawn closely backwards, and the teeth are shown. Low, savage growls are uttered. We can understand why the attitude assumed by a cat when preparing to fight with another cat, or in any way greatly irritated, is so widely different from that of a dog approaching another dog with hostile intentions. For the cat uses her forefeet for striking, and this renders a crouching position convenient or necessary. She is also much more accustomed than a dog to lie concealed and suddenly spring on her prey. No cause can be assigned with certainty for the tail being lashed or curled from side to side. This habit is common to many other animals, for instance to the puma when prepared to spring. But it is not common to dogs or to foxes, as I infer from Mr. St. John's account of a fox lying in wait and seizing a hare. We have already seen that some kinds of lizards and various snakes, when excited, rapidly vibrate the tips of their tails. It would appear as if, under strong excitement, there existed an uncontrollable desire for movement of some kind, owing to nerve force being freely liberated from the excited sensorium, and that as the tail is left free, and as its movement does not disturb the general position of the body, it is curled or lashed about. All the movements of a cat, when feeling affectionate, are in complete antithesis to those just described. She now stands upright, with slightly arched back, tail perpendicularly raised, and ears erected, and she rubs her cheeks and flanks against her master or mistress. The desire to rub something is so strong in cats under this state of mind, that they may often be seen rubbing themselves against the legs of chairs or tables, or against doorposts. This manner of expressing affection probably originated through association, as in the case of dogs, from the mother nursing and fondling her young, and perhaps from the young themselves loving each other and playing together. Another and very different gesture, expressive of pleasure, has already been described, namely, the curious manner in which young and even old cats, when pleased, alternately protrude their forefeet with separated toes, as if pushing against and sucking their mother's teats. This habit is so far analogous to that of rubbing against something, that both apparently are derived from actions performed during the nursing period. Why cats should show affection by rubbing so much more than do dogs, though the latter delight in contact with their masters, and why cats only occasionally lick the hands of their friends, whilst dogs always do so, I cannot say. Cats cleanse themselves by licking their own coats more regularly than do dogs. On the other hand, their tongues seem less well fitted for the work than the longer and more flexible tongues of dogs. Cats, when terrified, stand at full height, and arch their backs in a well-known and ridiculous fashion. They spit, hiss, or growl. The hair over the whole body, and especially on the tail, becomes erect. In the instances observed by me, the basal part of the tail was held upright, the terminal part being thrown on one side. But sometimes the tail is only a little raised, and is bent almost from the base to one side. The ears are drawn back, and the teeth exposed. When two kittens are playing together, the one often thus tries to frighten the other. From what we have seen in former chapters, all the above points of expression are intelligible, except the extreme arching of the back. I am inclined to believe that, in the same manner as many birds, whilst they ruffle their feathers, spread out their wings and tail to make themselves look as big as possible, so cats stand upright at their full height, arch their backs, often raise the basal part of the tail, and erect their hair for the same purpose. The lynx, when attacked, is said to arch its back, and is thus figured by Brehm. But the keepers in the zoological gardens have never seen any tendency to this action in the larger feline animals, such as tigers, lions, etc., and these have little cause to be afraid of any other animal. Cats use their voices much as a means of expression, and they utter, under various emotions and desires, at least 6 or 7 different sounds. The purr of satisfaction, which is made during both inspiration and expiration, is one of the most curious. The puma, cheetah, and ocelot likewise purr, but the tiger, when pleased, emits a peculiar short snuffle, accompanied by the closure of the eyelids. It is said that the lion, jaguar, and leopard do not purr. Horses. Horses, when savage, draw their ears closely back, protrude their heads, and partially uncover their incisor teeth, ready for biting. When inclined to kick behind, they generally, through habit, draw back their ears, and their eyes are turned backwards in a peculiar manner. When pleased, as when some coveted food is brought to them in the stable, they raise and draw in their heads, prick their ears, and look intently towards their friend, often whinny. Impatience is expressed by pawing the ground. The actions of a horse when much startled are highly expressive. One day my horse was much frightened at a drilling machine, covered by a tarpaulin, and lying on an open field. He raised his head so high that his neck became almost perpendicular, and this he did from habit, for the machine lay on a slope below, and could not have been seen with more distinctness through the raising of the head, nor, if any sound had proceeded from it, could the sound have been more distinctly heard. His eyes and ears were directed intently forwards, and I could feel through the saddle the palpitations of his heart. With red, dilated nostrils he snorted violently, and whirling round, would have dashed off at full speed had I not prevented him. The distension of the nostrils is not for the sake of scenting the source of danger, for when a horse smells carefully at any object and is not alarmed, he does not dilate his nostrils. Owing to the presence of a valve in the throat, a horse when panting does not breathe through his open mouth, but through his nostrils, and these consequently have become endowed with great powers of expansion. This expansion of the nostrils, as well as the snorting, and the palpitations of the heart, are actions which have become firmly associated during a long series of generations with the emotion of terror, for terror has habitually led the horse to the most violent exertion in dashing away at full speed from the cause of danger. End of section 9. Section 10 of the expression of the emotions in man and animals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The expression of the emotions in man and animals by Charles Darwin. Chapter 5. Special expressions of animals continued. Part 2. Ruminants. Cattle and sheep are remarkable from displaying in so slight a degree their emotions or sensations, excepting that of extreme pain. A bull when enraged exhibits his rage only by the manner in which he holds his lowered head, with distended nostrils, and by bellowing. He also often paws the ground, but this pawing seems quite different from that of an impatient horse, for when the soil is loose he throws up clouds of dust. I believe that bulls act in this manner when irritated by flies, for the sake of driving them away. The wilder breeds of sheep and the chamois, when startled, stamp on the ground, and whistle through their noses, and this serves as a danger signal to their comrades. The musk ox of the Arctic regions, when encountered, likewise stamps on the ground. How this stamping action arose I cannot conjecture, for from inquiries which I have made it does not appear that any of these animals fight with their forelegs. Some species of deer, when savage, display far more expression than do cattle, sheep, or goats, for, as has already been stated, they draw back their ears, grind their teeth, erect their hair, squeal, stamp on the ground, and brandish their horns. One day in the Zoological Gardens, the Formosan deer, Cervus pseudaxis, approached me in a curious attitude, with his muzzle raised high up, so that the horns were pressed back on his neck, the head being held rather obliquely. From the expression of his eye I felt sure that he was savage. He approached slowly, and as soon as he came close to the iron bars, he did not lower his head to butt at me, but suddenly bent it inwards, and struck his horns with great force against the railings. Mr. Bartlett informs me that some other species of deer place themselves in the similar attitude when enraged. Monkeys. The various species and genera of monkeys express their feelings in many different ways, and this fact is interesting, as in some degree bearing on the question whether the so-called races of man should be ranked as distinct species or varieties, for, as we shall see in the following chapters, the different races of man express their emotions and sensations with remarkable uniformity throughout the world. Some of the expressive actions of monkeys are interesting in another way, namely from being closely analogous to those of man. As I have had no opportunity of observing any one species of the group under all circumstances, my miscellaneous remarks will be best arranged under different states of the mind. Pleasure, joy, affection. It is not possible to distinguish in monkeys, at least without more experience than I have had, the expression of pleasure or joy from that of affection. Young chimpanzees make a kind of barking noise when pleased by the return of any one to whom they are attached. When this noise, which the keepers call a laugh, is uttered, the lips are protruded, but so they are under various other emotions. Nevertheless, I could perceive that when they were pleased, the form of the lips differed a little from that assumed when they were angered. If a young chimpanzee be tickled, and the armpits are particularly sensitive to tickling, as in the case of our children, A more decided chuckling or laughing sound is uttered, though the laughter is sometimes noiseless. The corners of the mouth are then drawn backwards, and this sometimes causes the lower eyelids to be slightly wrinkled. But this wrinkling, which is so characteristic of our own laughter, is more plainly seen in some other monkeys. The teeth in the upper jaw of the chimpanzee are not exposed when they utter their laughing noise, in which respect they differ from us, but their eyes sparkle and grow brighter, as Mr. W. L. Martin, who has particularly attended to their expression, states. Young orangs, when tickled, likewise grin and make a chuckling sound, and Mr. Martin says that their eyes grow brighter. As soon as their laughter ceases, an expression may be detected passing over their faces, which, as Mr. Wallace remarked to me, may be called a smile. I have also noticed something of the same kind with the chimpanzee. Dr. Duchenne, and I cannot quote a better authority, informs me that he kept a very tame monkey in his house for a year, and when he gave it during meal time some choice delicacy, he observed that the corners of its mouth were slightly raised. Thus an expression of satisfaction, partaking of the nature of an incipient smile, and resembling that often seen on the face of man, could be plainly perceived in this animal. The Cebus azari, when rejoiced at again seeing a beloved person, utters a peculiar twittering, kitcherdin sound. It also expresses agreeable sensations by drawing back the corners of its mouth without producing any sound. Renger calls this movement laughter, but it would be more appropriately called a smile. The form of the mouth is different when either pain or terror is expressed, and high shrieks are uttered. Another species of Cebus in the zoological gardens, C. hypoleucus, when pleased, makes a reiterated shrill note, and likewise draws back the corners of its mouth, apparently through the contraction of the same muscles as with us. So does the Barbary ape, Inuus echodatus, to an extraordinary degree, and I observed in this monkey that the skin of the lower eyelids then became much wrinkled. At the same time it rapidly moved its lower jaw or lips in a spasmodic manner, the teeth being exposed, but the noise produced was hardly more distinct than that which we sometimes call silent laughter. Two of the keepers affirmed that this slight sound was the animal's laughter, and when I expressed some doubt on this head, being at the time quite inexperienced, they made it attack or rather threaten a hated Entellus monkey living in the same compartment. Instantly the whole expression of the face of the Inuus changed. The mouth was opened much more widely, the canine teeth were more fully exposed, and a hoarse barking noise was uttered. The Anubis baboon, Cynocephalus anubis, was first insulted and put into a furious rage, as was easily done by his keeper, who then made friends with him and shook hands. As the reconciliation was effected, the baboon rapidly moved up and down his jaws and lips, and looked pleased. When we laugh heartily, a similar movement or quiver may be observed more or less distinctly in our jaws, but with man the muscles of the chest are more particularly acted on, whilst with this baboon, and with some other monkeys, it is the muscles of the jaws and lips which are spasmodically affected. I have already had occasion to remark on the curious manner in which 2 or 3 species of Allococcus and the Cynopithecus niger draw back their ears and utter a slight jabbering noise when they are pleased by being caressed. With the Cynopithecus, the corners of the mouth are at the same time drawn backwards and upwards, so that the teeth are exposed. Hence this expression would never be recognized by a stranger as one of pleasure. The crest of long hairs on the forehead is depressed, and apparently the whole skin of the head drawn backwards. The eyebrows are thus raised a little, and the eyes assume a staring appearance. The lower eyelids also become slightly wrinkled, but this wrinkling is not conspicuous, owing to the permanent transverse furrows on the face. Painful emotions and sensations. With monkeys, the expression of slight pain or of any painful emotion, such as grief, vexation, jealousy, etc., is not easily distinguished from that of moderate anger, and these states of mind readily and quickly pass into each other. Grief, however, with some species is certainly exhibited by weeping. A woman who sold a monkey to the Zoological Society, believed to have come from Borneo, Macacus morus, or M. inornatus of Gray, said that it often cried, and Mr. Bartlett, as well as the keeper Mr. Sutton, have repeatedly seen it, when grieved, or even when much pitied, weeping so copiously that the tears rolled down its cheeks. There is, however, something strange about this case, for two specimens subsequently kept in the gardens, and believed to be the same species, have never been seen to weep, though they were carefully observed by the keeper and myself when much distressed and loudly screaming. Renger states that the eyes of the Cebus azuri fill with tears, but not sufficiently to overflow, when it is prevented getting some much desired object, or is much frightened. Humboldt also asserts that the eyes of the Calothrix sciurus instantly fill with tears when it is seized with fear. But when this pretty little monkey in the zoological gardens was teased, so as to cry out loudly, this did not occur. I do not, however, wish to throw the least doubt on the accuracy of Humboldt's statement. The appearance of dejection in young orangs and chimpanzees, when out of health, is as plain and almost as pathetic as in the case of our children. This state of mind and body is shown by their listless movements, fallen countenances, dull eyes, and changed complexion. Anger. This emotion is often exhibited by many kinds of monkeys, and is expressed, as Mr. Martin remarks, in many different ways. Quote, "Some species, when irritated, pout the lips, gaze with a fixed and savage glare on their foe, and make repeated short starts as if about to spring forward, uttering at the same time inward guttural sounds. Many display their anger by suddenly advancing, making abrupt starts, at the same time opening the mouth and pursing up the lips, so as to conceal the teeth, while the eyes are daringly fixed on the enemy, as if in savage defiance. Some, again, and principally the long-tailed monkeys, or guenons, display their teeth, and accompany their malicious grins with a sharp, abrupt, reiterated cry." Unquote. Mr. Sutton confirms the statement that some species uncover their teeth when enraged, whilst others conceal them by the protrusion of their lips, and some kinds draw back their ears. The Sinopithecus niger, lately referred to, acts in this manner, at the same time depressing the crest of hair on its forehead and showing its teeth, so that the movements of the features from anger are nearly the same as those from pleasure, and the two expressions can be distinguished only by those familiar with the animal. Baboons often show their passion and threaten their enemies in a very odd manner, namely, by opening their mouths widely as in the act of yawning. Mr. Bartlett has often seen two baboons, when first placed in the same compartment, sitting opposite to each other and thus alternately opening their mouths, and this action seems frequently to end in a real yawn. Mr. Bartlett believes that both animals wish to show to each other that they are provided with a formidable set of teeth, as is undoubtedly the case. As I could hardly credit the reality of this yawning gesture, Mr. Bartlett insulted an old baboon and put him into a violent passion, and he almost immediately thus acted. Some species of Macacus and Cereopithecus behave in the same manner. Baboons likewise show their anger, as was observed by Brehin with those which he kept alive in Abyssinia, in another manner, namely, by striking the ground with one hand, quote, "like an angry man striking the table with his fist." Unquote. I have seen this movement with the baboons in the zoological gardens, but sometimes the action seems rather to represent the searching for a stone or other object in their beds of straw. Mr. Sutton has often observed the face of the Macacus rhesus, when much enraged, growing red. As he was mentioning this to me, another monkey attacked a rhesus, and I saw its face redden as plainly as that of a man in a violent passion. In the course of a few minutes after the battle, the face of this monkey recovered its natural tint. At the same time that the face reddened, the naked posterior part of the body, which is always red, seemed to grow still redder, but I cannot positively assert that this was the case. When the mandrill is in any way excited, the brilliantly colored naked parts of the skin are said to become still more vividly colored. With several species of baboons, the ridge of the forehead projects much over the eyes, and is studded with a few long hairs, representing our eyebrows. These animals are always looking about them, and in order to look upwards they raise their eyebrows. They have thus, as it would appear, acquired the habit of frequently moving their eyebrows. However this may be, many kinds of monkeys, especially the baboons, when angered or in any way excited, rapidly and incessantly move their eyebrows up and down, as well as the hairy skin of their foreheads. As we associate in the case of man the raising and lowering of the eyebrows with definite states of the mind, The almost incessant movement of the eyebrows by monkeys gives them a senseless expression. I once observed a man who had a trick of continually raising his eyebrows without any corresponding emotion, and this gave to him a foolish appearance. So it is with some persons who keep the corners of their mouths a little drawn backwards and upwards, as if by an incipient smile, though at the time they are not amused or pleased. A young orang, made jealous by her keeper attending to another monkey, slightly uncovered her teeth, and uttering a peevish noise like tish shisht, turned her back on him. Both orangs and chimpanzees, when a little more angered, protrude their lips greatly, and make a harsh barking noise. A young female chimpanzee, in a violent passion, presented a curious resemblance to a child in the same state. She screamed loudly, with widely open mouth, the lips being retracted so that the teeth were fully exposed. She threw her arms wildly about, sometimes clasping them over her head. She rolled on the ground, sometimes on her back, sometimes on her belly, and bit everything within reach. A young gibbon, Hylobatus syndactylus, in a passion has been described as behaving in almost exactly the same manner. The lips of young orangs and chimpanzees are protruded, sometimes to a wonderful degree under various circumstances. They act thus, not only when slightly angered, sulky, or disappointed, but when alarmed at anything, in one instance at the sight of a turtle, and likewise when pleased. But neither the degree of protrusion nor the shape of the mouth is exactly the same, as I believe, in all cases, and the sounds which are then uttered are different. The accompanying drawing represents a chimpanzee made sulky by an orange having been offered him and then taken away. A similar protrusion or pouting of the lips, though to a much slighter degree, may be seen in sulky children. Many years ago in the Zoological Gardens I placed a looking-glass on the floor before two young orangs, who, as far as it was known, had never before seen one. At first they gazed at their own images with the most steady surprise, and then changed their point of view. They then approached close and protruded their lips toward the image as if to kiss it, in exactly the same manner as they had previously done towards each other when first placed a few days before in the same room. They next made all sorts of grimaces, and put themselves in various attitudes before the mirror. They pressed and rubbed the surface. They placed their hands at different distances behind it, looked behind it, and finally seemed almost frightened, started a little, became cross, and refused to look any longer. When we try to perform some little action which is difficult and requires precision, for instance to thread a needle, we generally close our lips firmly, for the sake, I presume, of not disturbing our movements by breathing, and I noticed the same action in a young orang. The poor little creature was sick, and was amusing itself by trying to kill the flies on the window panes with its knuckles. This was difficult, as the flies buzzed about, and at each attempt the lips were firmly compressed, and at the same time slightly protruded. Although the countenances, and more especially the gestures of orangs and chimpanzees, are in some respects highly expressive, I doubt whether on the whole they are so expressive as those of some other kinds of monkeys. This may be attributed in part to their ears being immovable, and in part to the nakedness of their eyebrows, of which the movements are thus rendered less conspicuous. When, however, they raise their eyebrows, their foreheads become, as with us, transversely wrinkled. In comparison with man, their faces are inexpressive, chiefly owing to their not frowning under any emotion of the mind. That is, as far as I have been able to observe, and I carefully attended to this point. Frowning, which is one of the most important of all the expressions in man, is due to the contraction of the corrugators by which the eyebrows are lowered and brought together, so that vertical furrows are formed on the forehead. Both the orang and chimpanzee are said to possess this muscle, but it seems rarely brought into action, at least in a conspicuous manner. I made my hands into a sort of cage, and placing some tempting fruit within, allowed both a young orang and chimpanzee to try their utmost to get it out. But although they grew rather cross, they showed not a trace of a frown. Nor was there any frown when they were enraged. Twice I took two chimpanzees from their rather dark room suddenly into bright sunshine, which would certainly have caused us to frown. They blinked and winked their eyes, but only once did I see a very slight frown. On another occasion I tickled the nose of a chimpanzee with a straw, and as it crumpled up its face, slight vertical furrows appeared between the eyebrows. I have never seen a frown on the forehead of the orang. The gorilla, when enraged, is described as erecting its crest of hair, throwing down its under lip, dilating its nostrils, and uttering terrific yells. Messrs. Savage and Wyman state that the scalp can be freely moved backwards and forwards, and that when the animal is excited it is strongly contracted. But I presume that they mean by this latter expression that the scalp is lowered, for they likewise speak of the young chimpanzee, when crying out, as having the eyebrows strongly contracted. The great power of movement in the scalp of the gorilla, of many baboons and other monkeys, deserves notice in relation to the power possessed by some few men, either through reversion or persistence, of voluntarily moving their scalps. Astonishment, terror. A living freshwater turtle was placed at my request in the same compartment in the zoological gardens with many monkeys, and they showed unbounded astonishment, as well as some fear. This was displayed by their remaining motionless, staring intently with widely opened eyes, their eyebrows being often moved up and down. Their faces seemed somewhat lengthened. They occasionally raised themselves on their hind legs to get a better view. They often retreated a few feet, and then turning their heads over one shoulder, again stared intently. It was curious to observe how much less afraid they were of the turtle than of a living snake, which I had formerly placed in their compartment, for in the course of a few minutes some of the monkeys ventured to approach and touch the turtle. On the other hand, some of the larger baboons were greatly terrified, and grinned as if on the point of screaming out. When I showed a little dressed-up doll to the Cynopithecus niger, it stood motionless, stared intently with widely opened eyes, and advanced its ears a little forwards. But when the turtle was placed in its compartment, this monkey also moved its lips in an odd, rapid, jabbering manner, which the keeper declared was meant to conciliate or please the turtle. I was never able clearly to perceive that the eyebrows of the astonished monkeys were kept permanently raised, though they were frequently moved up and down. Attention, which precedes astonishment, is expressed by man by a slight raising of the eyebrows, and Dr. Duchenne informs me that when he gave to the monkey formerly mentioned some quite new article of food, it elevated its eyebrows a little, thus assuming an appearance of close attention. It then took the food in its fingers, and, with lowered or rectilinear eyebrows, scratched, smelt, and examined it, an expression of reflection being thus exhibited. Sometimes it would throw back its head a little, and again with sudden raised eyebrows re-examine and finally taste the food. In no case did any monkey keep its mouth open when it was astonished. Mr. Sutton observed for me a young orang and chimpanzee during a considerable length of time, and however much they were astonished, or whilst listening intently to some strange sound, they did not keep their mouths open. This fact is surprising, as with mankind hardly any expression is more general than a widely open mouth under the sense of astonishment. As far as I have been able to observe, monkeys breathe more freely through their nostrils than men do, and this may account for their not opening their mouths when they are astonished, for as we shall see in a future chapter, man apparently acts in this manner when startled, at first for the sake of quickly drawing in a full inspiration, and afterwards for the sake of breathing as quietly as possible. Terror is expressed by many kinds of monkeys by the utterance of shrill screams, the lips being drawn back so that the teeth are exposed. The hair becomes erect, especially when some anger is likewise felt. Mr. Sutton has distinctly seen the face of the Macacus rhesus grow pale from fear. Monkeys also tremble from fear, and sometimes they void their excretions. I have seen one which, when caught, almost fainted from an excess of terror. Sufficient facts have now been given with respect to the expressions of various animals. It is impossible to agree with Sir C. Bell when he says that, quote, "the faces of animals seem chiefly capable of expressing rage and fear," unquote, and again when he says that all their expressions, quote, "may be referred, more or less plainly, to their acts of volition or necessary instincts," unquote. He who will look at a dog preparing to attack another dog or a man, and at the same animal when caressing his master, or will watch the countenance of a monkey when insulted and when fondled by his keeper, will be forced to admit that the movements of their features and their gestures are almost as expressive as those of man. Although no explanation can be given of some of the expressions in the lower animals, the greater number are explicable in accordance with the three principles given at the commencement of the first chapter. End of chapter 5. End of section 10.
Section 11 of The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are on the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jairus Amar. The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals by Charles Darwin. Chapter 6. Special Expressions of Man, Suffering and Weeping. Part 1. The screaming and weeping of infants. Forms of features. Age at which weeping commences. The effects of habitual restraint on weeping. Sobbing. Cause of the contraction of the muscles round the eyes during screaming. Cause of the secretion of tears. In this and the following chapters, the expressions exhibited by man under various states of the mind will be described and explained, as far as lies in my power. My observations will be arranged according to the order which I have found the most convenient, and this will generally lead to opposite emotions and sensations succeeding each other. Suffering of the body and mind. Weeping. I have already described in sufficient detail, in the third chapter, the signs of extreme pain, as shown by screams or groans, with the writhing of the whole body and the teeth clenched or ground together. These signs are often accompanied or followed by profuse sweating, pallor, trembling, utter prostration, or faintness. No suffering is greater than that from extreme fear or horror. But here a distinct emotion comes into play, and will be elsewhere considered. Prolonged suffering, especially of the mind, passes into low spirits, grief, dejection, and despair, and these states will be the subject of the following chapter. Here I shall almost confine myself to weeping or crying, more especially in children. Infants, when suffering even slight pain, moderate hunger, or discomfort, utter violent and prolonged screams. Whilst thus screaming, their eyes are firmly closed, so that the skin round them is wrinkled, and the forehead contracted into a frown. The mouth is widely opened with the lips retracted in a peculiar manner, which causes it to assume a squarish form, the gums or teeth being more or less exposed. The breath is inhaled almost spasmodically. It is easy to observe infants whilst screaming, but I have found photographs made by the instantaneous process the best means for observation, as allowing more deliberation. I have collected 12, most of them made purposely for me, and they all exhibit the same general characteristics. I have, therefore, had 6 of them reproduced by the heliotype process. The firm closing of the eyelids and consequent compression of the eyeball, and this is a most important element in various expressions, serves to protect the eyes from becoming too much gorged with blood, as will presently be explained in detail. With respect to the order in which the several muscles contract in firmly compressing the eyes, I am indebted to Dr. Langstaff, of Southampton, for some observations, which I have since repeated. The best plan for observing the order is to make a person first raise his eyebrows, and this produces transverse wrinkles across the forehead, and then very gradually to contract all the muscles round the elves with as much force as possible. The reader who is unacquainted with the anatomy of the face ought to refer to page 24, and look at the woodcuts 1 to 3. The corrugators of the brow, corrugator supercilii, seem to be the first muscles to contract, and these draw the eyebrows downwards and inwards toward the base of the nose, causing vertical furrows, that is a frown, to appear between the eyebrows. At the same time, they cause the disappearance of the transverse wrinkles across the forehead. The orbicular muscles contract almost simultaneously with the corrugators, and produce wrinkles all around the eyes. They appear, however, to be enabled to contract with greater force, as soon as the contraction of the corrugators has given them some support. Lastly, the pyramidal muscles of the nose contract, and these draw the eyebrows and the skin of the forehead still lower down, producing short transverse wrinkles across the base of the nose. For the sake of brevity, these muscles will generally be spoken of as the orbiculars, or as those surrounding the eyes. When these muscles are strongly contracted, those running to the upper lip likewise contract and raise the upper lip. This might have been expected from the manner in which at least one of them, the malaris, is connected with the orbiculars. Anyone who will gradually contract the muscles round his eyes will feel, as he increases the force, that his upper lip and the wings of his nose, which are partly acted on by one of the same muscles, are almost always a little drawn up. If he keeps his mouth firmly shut whilst contracting the muscles round his eyes, and then suddenly relaxes his lips, he will feel that the pressure on his eyes immediately increases. So again, when a person on a bright glaring day wishes to look at a distant object, but is compelled partially to close his eyelids, the upper lip may almost always be observed to be somewhat raised. The mouths of some short-sighted persons, who are forced habitually to reduce the aperture of their eyes, wear from the same reason a grinning expression. The raising of the upper lip draws upwards the flesh of the upper parts of the cheeks, and produces a strongly marked fold on each cheek, the nasolabial fold, which runs from near the wings of the nostrils to the corners of the mouth and below them. This fold or furrow may be seen in all the photographs, and is very characteristic of the expression of a crying child, though a nearly similar fold is produced in the act of laughing or smiling. As the upper lip is much drawn up during the act of screaming, in the manner just explained, the depressor muscles of the angles of the mouth, CK in woodcuts 1 and 2, are strongly contracted in order to keep the mouth widely open, so that a full volume of sound may be poured forth. The actions of these opposed muscles, above and below, tends to give to the mouth an oblong, almost squarish outline, as may be seen in the accompanying photographs. An excellent observer, in describing a baby crying whilst being fed, says, quote, "It made its mouth like a square, and let the porridge run out at all four corners." End quote. I believe, but we shall return to this point in a future chapter, that the depressor muscles of the angles of the mouth are less under the separate control of the will than the adjoining muscles, so that if a young child is only doubtfully inclined to cry, this muscle is generally the first to contract, and is the last to cease contracting. When older children commence crying, the muscles which run to the upper lip are often the first to contract, and this may perhaps be due to older children not having so strong a tendency to scream loudly, and consequently to keep their mouths widely open, so that the above-named depressor muscles are not brought into such strong action. With one of my own infants, from his 8th day and for some time afterwards, I often observed that the first sign of a screaming fit, when it could be observed coming on gradually, was a little frown, owing to the contraction of the corrugators of the brows, the capillaries of the naked head and face becoming at the same time reddened with blood. As soon as the screaming fit actually began, all the muscles round the eyes were strongly contracted, and the mouth widely opened in the manner above described, so that at this early period the features assumed the same form as a more advanced age. Dr. Piedrit lays great stress on the contraction of certain muscles which draw down the nose and narrow the nostrils, as eminently characteristic of a crying expression. The depressors anguli oris, as we have just seen, are usually contracted at the same time, and they indirectly tend, according to Dr. Duchenne, to act in the same manner on the nose. With children having bad colds, a similar pinched appearance of the nose may be noticed, which is at least partly due, as remarked to me by Dr. Langstaff, to their constant snuffling, and the consequent pressure of the atmosphere on the two sides. The purpose of this contraction of the nostrils by children having bad colds, or whilst crying, seems to be to check the downward flow of the mucus and tears, and to prevent these fluids spreading over the upper lip. After a prolonged and severe screaming fit, the scalp, face, and eyes are reddened, owing to the return of the blood from the head having been impeded by the violent expiratory efforts. But the redness of the stimulated eyes is chiefly due to the copious effusion of tears. The various muscles of the face, which have been strongly contracted, still twitch a little, and the upper lip is slightly drawn up or averted, with the corners of the mouth still a little drawn downwards. I have myself felt, and have observed in other grown-up persons, that when tears are restrained with difficulty, as in reading a pathetic story, it is almost impossible to prevent the various muscles with which young children are brought into strong action during their screaming fits, from slightly twitching or trembling. Infants whilst young do not shed tears or weep, as is well known to nurses and medical men. This circumstance is not exclusively due to the lacrimal glands being as yet incapable of secreting tears. I first noticed this fact from having accidentally brushed with the cuff of my coat the open eye of one of my infants, when 77 days old, causing his eye to water freely, and though the child screamed violently, the other eye remained dry, or was only slightly suffused with tears. A similar slight effusion occurred 10 days previously in both eyes during a screaming fit. The tears did not run over the eyelids and roll down the cheeks of this child, whilst screaming badly, when 122 days old. This first happened 17 days later, at the age of 139 days. A few other children had been observed for me, and the period of free weeping appears to be very variable. In one case, the eyes became slightly suffused at the age of only 20 days, in another at 62 days. With two other children, the tears did not run down the face at the ages of 84 and 110 days, but in a third child they did run down at the age of 104 days. In one instance, as I was positively assured, tears ran down at the unusually early age of 42 days. It would appear as if the lacrimal glands required some practice in the individual before they are easily excited into action, in somewhat the same manner as various inherited consensual movements and tastes require some exercise before they are fixed and perfected. This is all the more likely with a habit like weeping, which must have been acquired since the period when man branched off from the common progenitor of the genus Homo and of the non-weeping anthropomorphous apes. The fact of tears not being shed at a very early age from pain or any mental emotion is remarkable, as, later in life, no expression is more general or more strongly marked than weeping. When the habit has once been acquired by an infant, it expresses in the clearest manner suffering of all kinds, both bodily pain and mental distress, even though accompanied by other emotions, such as fear or rage. The character of the crying, however, changes at a very early age, as I noticed in my own infants, the passionate cry differing from that of grief. A lady informs me that her child, 9 months old, when in a passion, screams loudly, but does not weep. Tears, however, are shed when she is punished by her chair being turned with its back to the table. This difference may perhaps be attributed to weeping being restrained, as we shall immediately see, at a more advanced age, under most circumstances excepting grief, and to the influence of such restraint being transmitted to an earlier period of life than that at which it was first practiced. With adults, especially of the male sex, weeping soon ceases to be caused by, or to express, bodily pain. This may be accounted for by its being thought weak and unmanly by men, both of civilized and barbarous races, to exhibit bodily pain by any outward sign. With this exception, savages weep copiously from very slight causes, of which fact Sir J. Lubbock has collected instances. A New Zealand chief, quote, cried like a child because the sailor spoilt his favorite cloak by powdering it with flour. End quote. I saw in Tierra del Fuego a native who had lately lost a brother, and who had alternately cried with hysterical violence, and laughed heartily at anything which amused him. With the civilized nations of Europe, there is also much difference in the frequency of weeping. Englishmen rarely cry, except under the pressure of the acutest grief, whereas in some parts of the continent the men shed tears much more readily and freely. The insane notoriously give way to all their emotions with little or no restraint, and I am informed by Dr. J. Crichton Browne that nothing is more characteristic of simple melancholia, even in the male sex, than a tendency to weep on the slightest occasions, or from no cause. They also weep disproportionately on the occurrence of any real cause of grief. The length of time during which some patients weep is astonishing, as well as the amount of tears which they shed. One melancholic girl wept for a whole day, and afterwards confessed to Dr. Browne that it was because she remembered that she had once shaved off her eyebrows to promote their growth. Many patients in the asylum sit for a long time, rocking themselves backwards and forwards, quote, and if spoken to, they stop their movements, purse up their eyes, depress the corners of the mouth, and burst out crying. End quote. In some of these cases, being spoken to or kindly greeted appears to suggest some fanciful and sorrowful notion, but in other cases an effort of any kind excites weeping, independently of any sorrowful idea. Patients suffering from acute mania likewise have paroxysms of violent crying or blubbering, in the midst of their incoherent ravings. We must not, however, lay too much stress on the copious shedding of tears by the insane, as being due to the lack of all restraint, for certain brain diseases, as hemiplegia, brain wasting, and senile decay, have a special tendency to induce weeping. Weeping is common in the insane, even after a complete state of fatuity has been reached, and the power of speech lost. Persons born idiotic likewise weep. But it is said that this is not the case with Cretans. Weeping seems to be the primary and natural expression, as we see in children, of suffering of any kind, whether bodily pain short of extreme agony, or mental distress. But the foregoing facts and common experience show us that a frequently repeated effort to restrain weeping, in association with certain states of the mind, does much in checking the habit. On the other hand, it appears that the power of weeping can be increased through habit. Thus the Reverend R. Taylor, who long resided in New Zealand, asserts that the women can voluntarily shed tears in abundance. They meet for this purpose to mourn for the dead, and they take pride in crying, quote, in the most affecting manner. End quote. A single effort of repression brought to bear on the lacrimal glands does little, and indeed seemed often to lead to an opposite result. An old and experienced physician told me that he had always found that the only means to check the occasional bitter weeping of ladies who consulted him, and who themselves wished to desist, was earnestly to beg them not to try, and to assure them that nothing would relieve them so much as prolonged and copious crying. The screaming of infants consists of prolonged expirations, with short and rapid, almost spasmodic inspirations, followed at a somewhat more advanced age by sobbing. According to Gradioli, the glottis is chiefly affected during the act of sobbing. This sound is heard, quote, at the moment when the inspiration conquers the resistance of the glottis, and the air rushes into the chest. End quote. But the whole act of respiration is likewise spasmodic and violent. The shoulders are at the same time generally raised, as by this movement respiration is rendered easier. With one of my infants, when 77 days old, the inspirations were so rapid and strong that they approached in character to sobbing. When 138 days old, I first noticed distinct sobbing, which subsequently followed every bad crying fit. The respiratory movements are partly voluntary and partly involuntary, and I apprehend that sobbing is at least in part due to children having some power to command after early infancy their vocal organs and to stop their screams, but from having less power over their respiratory muscles, these continue for a time to act in an involuntary or spasmodic manner, as having been brought into violent action. Sobbing seems to be peculiar to the human species, for the keepers in the zoological gardens assure me that they have never heard a sob from any kind of monkey, though monkeys often scream loudly whilst being chased and caught, and then pant for a long time. We thus see that there is a close analogy between sobbing and the free shedding of tears, for with children, sobbing does not commence during early infancy, but afterwards comes on rather suddenly and then follows every bad crying fit, until the habit is checked with advancing years. On the cause of the contraction of the muscles round the eyes during screaming. We have seen that infants and young children, whilst screaming, invariably close their eyes firmly, by the contraction of the surrounding muscles, so that the skin becomes wrinkled all around. With older children, and even with adults, whenever there is violent and unrestrained crying, a tendency to the contraction of these same muscles may be observed, though this is often checked in order not to interfere with vision. Sir C. Bell explains this action in the following manner, quote, during every violent act of expiration, whether in hearty laughter, weeping, coughing, or sneezing, the eyeball is firmly compressed by the fibers of the orbicularis, and this is a provision for supporting and defending the vascular system of the interior of the eye from a retrograde impulse communicated to the blood in the veins at the same time. When we contract the chest and expel the air, there is a retardation of the blood in the veins of the neck and head, and in the more powerful acts of expulsion, the blood not only distends the vessels, but is even regurgitated into the minute branches. Were the eye not properly compressed at the time, and a resistance given to the shock, irreparable injury might be inflicted on the delicate textures of the interior of the eye." End quote. He further adds, quote, "If we separate the eyelids of a child to examine the eye, while it cries and struggles with passion, by taking off the natural support to the vacuolar system of the eye, and means of guarding it against the rush of blood then occurring, the conjunctiva becomes suddenly filled with blood, and the eyelids averted." End quote. Not only are the muscles round the eyes strongly contracted, as Sir C. Bell states, and as I have often observed, during screaming, loud laughter, coughing, and sneezing, but during several other analogous actions. A man contracts these muscles when he violently blows his nose. I asked one of my boys to shout as loudly as he possibly could, and as soon as he began, he firmly contracted his orbicular muscles. I observed this repeatedly, and on asking him why he had every time so firmly closed his eyes, I found that he was quite unaware of the fact. He had acted instinctively or unconsciously. It is not necessary, in order to lead to the contraction of these muscles, that the air should actually be expelled from the chest. It suffices that the muscles of the chest and abdomen should contract with great force, whilst by the closure of the glottis no air escapes. In violent vomiting or retching, the diaphragm is made to descend by the chest being filled with air. It is then held in this position by the closure of the glottis, quote, "as well as by the contraction of its own fibers." End quote. The abdominal muscles now contract strongly upon the stomach, its proper muscles likewise contracting, and the contents are thus ejected. During each effort of vomiting, quote, "the head becomes greatly congested, so that the features are red and swollen, and the large veins of the face and temples visibly dilated." End quote. At the same time, as I know from observation, the muscles round the eyes are strongly contracted. This is likewise the case when the abdominal muscles act downwards with unusual force in expelling the contents of the intestinal canal. The greatest exertion of the muscles of the body, if those of the chest are not brought into action in expelling or compressing the air within the lungs, does not lead to the contraction of the muscles round the eyes. I have observed my sons using great force in gymnastic exercises, as in repeatedly raising their suspended bodies by their arms alone, and in lifting heavy weights from the ground, but there was hardly any trace of contraction in the muscles round the eyes. As the contraction of these muscles for the protection of the eyes during violent expiration is indirectly, as we shall hereafter see, a fundamental element in several of our most important expressions, I was extremely anxious to ascertain how far Sir C. Bell's view could be substantiated. Professor Donders, of Utrecht, well known as one of the highest authorities in Europe on vision and on the structure of the eye, has most kindly undertaken for me this investigation with the aid of the many ingenious mechanisms of modern science, and has published the results. He shows that during violent expiration the external, the intraocular, and the retroocular vessels of the eye are all affected in two ways, namely by the increased pressure of the blood in the arteries, and by the return of the blood in the veins being impeded. It is, therefore, certain that both the arteries and the veins of the eye are more or less distended during violent expiration. The evidence in detail may be found in Professor Donder's valuable memoir. We see the effects on the veins of the head, in their prominence, and in the purple color of the face of a man who coughs violently from being half choked. I may mention, on the same authority, that the whole eye certainly advances a little during each violent expiration. This is due to the dilatation of the retroocular vessels, and might have been expected from the intimate connection of the eye and the brain being known to rise and fall with each respiration, when a portion of the skull has been removed, and as may be seen along the unclosed sutures of infants' heads. This also, I presume, is the reason that the eyes of a strangled man appear as if they are starting from their sockets. With respect to the protection of the eye during violent expiratory efforts by the pressure of the eyelids, Professor Donders concludes from his various observations that this action certainly limits or entirely removes the dilatation of the vessels. At such times, he adds, we not unfrequently see the hand involuntarily laid upon the eyelids, as if the better to support and defend the eyeball. Nevertheless, much evidence cannot at present be advanced to prove that the eye actually suffers injury from the want of support during violent expiration, but there is some. It is, quote, a fact that forcible expiratory efforts in violent coughing or vomiting, and especially in sneezing, sometimes give rise to ruptures of the little external vessels, end quote, of the eye. With respect to the internal vessels, Dr. Gunning has lately recorded a case of exophthalmos in consequence of whooping cough, which in his opinion depended on the rupture of the deeper vessels, and another analogous case has been recorded. But a mere sense of discomfort would probably suffice to lead to the associated habit of protecting the eyeball by the contraction of the surrounding muscles. Even the expectation or chance of injury would probably be sufficient, in the same manner as an object moving too near the eye induces involuntary winking of the eyelids. We may, therefore, safely conclude from Sir C. Bell's observations, and more especially from the more careful investigations by Professor Donders, that the firm closure of the eyelids during the screaming of children is an action full of meaning and of real service. We have already seen that the contraction of the orbicular muscles leads to the drawing up of the upper lip, and consequently, if the mouth is kept widely open, to the drawing down of the corners by the contraction of the depressor muscles. The formation of the nasolabial fold on the cheeks likewise follows from the drawing up of the upper lip. Thus all the chief expressive movements of the face during crying apparently result from the contraction of the muscles round the eyes. We shall also find that the shedding of tears depends on, or at least stands in some connection with, the contraction of these same muscles. In some of the foregoing cases, especially in those of sneezing and coughing, it is possible that the contraction of the orbicular muscles may serve in addition to protect the eyes from too severe a jar or vibration. I think so, because dogs and cats, in crunching hard bones, always close their eyelids, and at least sometimes in sneezing, though dogs do not do so whilst barking loudly. Mr. Sutton carefully observed for me a young orangutan and chimpanzee, and he found that both always closed their eyes in sneezing and coughing, but not whilst screaming violently. I gave a small pinch of snuff to a monkey of the American division, namely a cebus, and it closed its eyelids whilst sneezing, but not on a subsequent occasion whilst uttering loud cries. End of section 11. Section 12 of the expression of the emotions in man and animals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals by Charles Darwin. Chapter 6. Special Expressions of Man. Suffering and Weeping. Part 2. Cause of the secretion of tears. It is an important fact which must be considered in any theory of the secretion of tears from the mind being affected, that whenever the muscles round the eyes are strongly and involuntarily contracted in order to compress the blood vessels, and thus to protect the eyes, tears are secreted, often in sufficient abundance to roll down the cheeks. This occurs under the most opposite emotions, and under no emotion at all. The sole exception, and this is only a partial one, to the existence of a relation between the involuntary and strong contraction of these muscles and the secretion of tears, is that of young infants, who, whilst screaming violently with their eyelids firmly closed, do not commonly weep until they have attained the age of from 2 to 3 or 4 months. Their eyes, however, become suffused with tears at a much earlier age. It would appear, as already remarked, that the lacrymal glands do not, from the want of practice or some other cause, come to full functional activity at a very early period of life. With children at a somewhat later age, crying out or wailing from any distress is so regularly accompanied by the shedding of tears, that weeping and crying are synonymous terms. Under the opposite emotion of great joy or amusement, as long as laughter is moderate, there is hardly any contraction of the muscles round the eyes, so that there is no frowning. But when peals of loud laughter are uttered, with the rapid and violent spasmodic expirations, tears stream down the face. I have more than once noticed the face of a person, after a paroxysm of violent laughter, and I could see that the orbicular muscles and those running to the upper lip were still partially contracted, which together with the tear-stained cheeks gave to the upper half of the face an expression not to be distinguished from that of a child still blubbering from grief. The fact of tears streaming down the face during violent laughter is common to all the races of mankind, as we shall see in a future chapter. In violent coughing, especially when a person is half choked, the face becomes purple, the veins distended, the orbicular muscles strongly contracted, and tears run down the cheeks. Even after a fit of ordinary coughing, almost everyone has to wipe his eyes. In violent vomiting or retching, as I have myself experienced and seen in others, the orbicular muscles are strongly contracted, and tears sometimes flow freely down the cheeks. It has been suggested to me that this may be due to irritating matter being injected into the nostrils, and causing by reflex action the secretion of tears. Accordingly, I asked one of my informants, a surgeon, to attend to the effects of retching when nothing was thrown up from the stomach, and, by an odd coincidence, he himself suffered the next morning from an attack of retching, and 3 days subsequently observed a lady under a similar attack, and he is certain that in neither case an atom of matter was ejected from the stomach, yet the orbicular muscles were strongly contracted, and tears freely secreted. I can also speak positively to the energetic contraction of these same muscles round the eyes, and to the coincident free secretion of tears, when the abdominal muscles act with unusual force in a downward direction on the intestinal canal. Yawning commences with a deep inspiration, followed by a long and forcible expiration, and at the same time almost all the muscles of the body are strongly contracted, including those round the eyes. During this act tears are often secreted, and I have seen them even rolling down the cheeks. I have frequently observed that when persons scratch some point which itches intolerably, they forcibly close their eyelids, but they do not, as I believe, first draw a deep breath and then expel it with force, and I have never noticed that the eyes then become filled with tears. But I am not prepared to assert that this does not occur. The forcible closure of the eyelids is, perhaps, merely a part of that general action by which almost all the muscles of the body are at the same time rendered rigid. It is quite different from the gentle closure of the eyes which often accompanies, as Gradiole remarks, the smelling a delicious odor, or the tasting a delicious morsel, and which probably originates in the desire to shut out any disturbing impressions through the eyes. Professor Donders writes to me to the following effect, quote, I have observed some cases of a very curious affection when, after a slight rub, attouchement, for example, from the friction of a coat, which caused neither a wound nor a contusion, spasms of the orbicular muscles occurred, with a very profuse flow of tears, lasting about 1 hour. Subsequently, sometimes after an interval of several weeks, violent spasms of the same muscles reoccurred, accompanied by the secretion of tears, together with primary or secondary redness of the eye. End quote. Mr. Bowman informs me that he has occasionally observed closely analogous cases, and that, in some of these, there was no redness or inflammation of the eyes. I was anxious to ascertain whether there existed in any of the lower animals a similar relation between the contraction of the orbicular muscles during violent expiration and the secretion of tears, but there are very few animals which contract these muscles in a prolonged manner, or which shed tears. The Macacus maurus, which formerly wept so copiously in the zoological gardens, would have been a fine case for observation, but the 2 monkeys now there, and which are believed to belong to the same species, do not weep. Nevertheless, they were carefully observed by Mr. Bartlett and myself, whilst screaming loudly, and they seemed to contract these muscles, but they moved about their cages so rapidly that it was difficult to observe with certainty. No other monkey, as far as I have been able to ascertain, contracts its orbicular muscles whilst screaming. The Indian elephant is known sometimes to weep. Sir E. Tennant, in describing these which he saw captured and bound in Ceylon, says, some, quote, lay motionless on the ground, with no other indication of suffering than the tears which suffused their eyes and flowed incessantly. End quote. Speaking of another elephant, he says, quote, when overpowered and made fast, his grief was most affecting. His violence sank to utter prostration, and he lay on the ground, uttering choking cries, with tears trickling down his cheeks. End quote. In the zoological gardens, the keeper of the Indian elephants positively asserts that he has several times seen tears rolling down the face of the old female, when distressed by the removal of the young one. Hence I was extremely anxious to ascertain, as an extension of the relation between the contraction of the orbicular muscles and the shedding of tears in man, whether elephants, when screaming or trumpeting loudly, contract these muscles. At Mr. Bartlett's desire, the keeper ordered the old and the young elephant to trumpet, and we repeatedly saw in both animals that, just as the trumpeting began, the orbicular muscles, especially in the lower ones, were distinctly contracted. On a subsequent occasion, the keeper made the old elephant trumpet much more loudly, and invariably both the upper and lower orbicular muscles were strongly contracted, and now in an equal degree. It is a singular fact that the African elephant, which, however, is so different from the Indian species that it is placed by some naturalists in a distinct subgenus, when made on 2 occasions to trumpet loudly, exhibited no trace of the contraction of the orbicular muscles. From the several foregoing cases with respect to man, there can, I think, be no doubt that the contraction of the muscles round the eyes, during violent expiration or when the expanded chest is forcibly compressed, is, in some manner, intimately connected with the secretion of tears. This holds good under widely different emotions, and independently of any emotion. It is not, of course, meant that tears cannot be secreted without the contractions of these muscles, for it is notorious that they are often freely shed with the eyelids not closed, and with the brows unwrinkled. The contraction must be both involuntary and prolonged, as during a choking fit, or energetic, as during a sneeze. The mere involuntary winking of the eyelids, though often repeated, does not bring tears into the eyes, nor does the voluntary and prolonged contraction of the several surrounding muscles suffice. As the lacrimal glands of children are easily excited, I persuaded my own and several other children of different ages to contract these muscles repeatedly with their utmost force, and to continue doing so as long as they possibly could, but this produced hardly any effect. There was sometimes a little moisture in the eyes, but not more than apparently could be accounted for by the squeezing out of the already secreted tears within the glands. The nature of the relation between the involuntary and energetic contraction of the muscles round the eyes and the secretion of tears cannot be positively ascertained, but a probable view may be suggested. The primary function of the secretion of tears, together with some mucus, is to lubricate the surface of the eye, and the secondary one, as some believe, is to keep the nostrils damp, so that the inhaled air may be moist, and likewise to favor the power of smelling. But another, and at least equally important function of tears, is to wash out particles of dust or other minute objects which may get into the eyes. That this is of great importance is clear from the cases in which the cornea has been rendered opaque through inflammation, caused by particles of dust not being removed, in consequence of the eye and eyelid becoming immovable. The secretion of tears from the irritation of any foreign body in the eye is a reflex action, that is, the body irritates a peripheral nerve, which sends an impression to certain sensory nerve cells. These transmit an influence to other cells, and these again to the lacrimal glands. The influence transmitted to these glands causes, as there is good reason to believe, the relaxation of the muscular coats of the smaller arteries. This allows more blood to permeate the glandular tissue, and this induces a free secretion of tears. When the small arteries of the face, including those of the retina, are relaxed under very different circumstances, namely, during an intense blush, the lacrimal glands are sometimes affected in a like manner, for the eyes become suffused with tears. It is difficult to conjecture how many reflex actions have originated, but, in relation to the present case of the affection of the lacrimal glands through irritation of the surface of the eye, it may be worth remarking that, as soon as some primordial form became semi-terrestrial in its habits, and was liable to get particles of dust into its eyes, if these were not washed out, they would cause much irritation, and on the principle of the radiation of nerve force to adjoining nerve cells, the lacrimal glands would be stimulated to secretion. As this would often recur, and as nerve force readily passes along accustomed channels, a slight irritation would ultimately suffice to cause a free secretion of tears. As soon as by this, or by some other means, a reflex action of this nature had been established and rendered easy, other stimulants applied to the surface of the eye, such as a cold wind, slow inflammatory action, or a blow on the eyelids, would cause a copious secretion of tears, as we know to be the case. The glands are also excited into action through the irritation of adjoining parts. Thus, when the nostrils are irritated by pungent vapors, though the eyelids may be kept firmly closed, tears are copiously secreted, and this likewise follows from a blow on the nose, for instance from a boxing glove. A stinging switch on the face produces, as I have seen, the same effect. In these latter cases, the secretion of tears is an incidental result, and of no direct service. As all these parts of the face, including the lacrimal glands, are supplied with branches of the same nerve, namely the fifth, it is in some degree intelligible that the effects of the excitement of any one branch should spread to the nerve cells or roots of the other branches. The internal parts of the eye likewise act, under certain conditions, in the reflex manner on the lacrimal glands. The following statements have been kindly communicated to me by Mr. Bowman, but the subject is a very intricate one, as all the parts of the eye are so intimately related together, and are so sensitive to various stimulants. A strong light acting on the retina, when in a normal condition, has very little tendency to cause lacrimation, but with unhealthy children having small, old-standing ulcers on the cornea, the retina becomes excessively sensitive to light, and exposure even to common daylight causes forcible and sustained closure of the eyelids, and a profuse flow of tears. When persons who ought to begin the use of convex glasses habitually strain the waning power of accommodation, an undue secretion of tears very often follows, and the retina is liable to become unduly sensitive to light. In general, morbid affections of the surface of the eye and of the ciliary structures concerned in the accommodative act are prone to be accompanied with excessive secretion of tears. Hardness of the eyeball, not rising to inflammation, but implying a want of balance between the fluids poured out and again taken up by the intraocular vessels, is not usually attended with any lacrimation. When the balance is on the other side, and the eye becomes too soft, there is a great tendency to lacrimation. Finally, there are numerous morbid states and structural alterations of the eyes, and even terrible inflammations, which may be attended with little or no secretion of tears. It also deserves notice, as indirectly bearing on our subject, that the eye and adjoining parts are subject to an extraordinary number of reflex and associated movements, sensations, and actions, besides those relating to the lacrimal glands. When a bright light strikes the retina of one eye alone, the iris contracts, but the iris of the other eye moves after a measurable interval of time. The iris likewise moves in accommodation to near or distant vision, and when the two eyes are made to converge. Everyone knows how irresistibly the eyebrows are drawn down under an intensely bright light. The eyelids also involuntarily wink when an object is moved near the eyes, or a sound is suddenly heard. A well-known case of a bright light causing some person to sneeze is even more curious. The nerve force here radiates from certain nerve cells in connection with the retina to the sensory nerve cells of the nose, causing it to tickle, and from these to the cells which command the various respiratory muscles, the orbiculars included, which expel the air in so peculiar a manner that it rushes through the nostrils alone. To return to our point, why are tears secreted during a screaming fit or other violent expiratory efforts? As a slight blow on the eyelids causes a copious secretion of tears, it is at least possible that this spasmodic contraction of the eyelids, by strongly pressing on the eyeball, should in a similar manner cause some secretion. This seems possible, although the voluntary contraction of the same muscles does not produce any such effect. We know that a man cannot voluntarily sneeze or cough with nearly the same force as he does automatically, and so it is with the contraction of the orbicular muscles. Sir C. Bell experimented on them, and found that by suddenly and forcibly closing the eyelids in the dark, sparks of light are seen, like those caused by tapping the eyelids with the fingers. Quote, "But in sneezing the compression is both more rapid and more forcible, and the sparks are more brilliant." End quote. That these sparks are due to the contractions of the eyelids is clear, because if they, quote, "are held open during the act of sneezing, no sensation of light will be experienced." End quote. In the peculiar cases referred to by Professor Donders and Mr. Bowman, we have seen that some weeks after the eye has been very slightly injured, spasmodic contractions of the eyelids ensue, and these are accompanied by a profuse flow of tears. In the act of yawning, the tears are apparently due solely to the spasmodic contraction of the muscles round the eyes. Notwithstanding these latter cases, it seems hardly credible that the pressure of the eyelids on the surface of the eye, although effected spasmodically and therefore with much greater force than can be done voluntarily, should be sufficient to cause by reflex action the secretion of tears in the many cases in which this occurs during violent expiratory efforts. Another cause may come conjointly into play. We have seen that the internal parts of the eye, under certain conditions, act in a reflex manner on the lacrimal glands. We know that during violent expiratory efforts, the pressure of the arterial blood within the vessels of the eye is increased, and that the return of the venous blood is impeded. It seems, therefore, not improbable that the distension of the ocular vessels, thus induced, might act by reflection on the lacrimal glands, the effects due to the spasmodic pressure of the eyelids on the surface of the eye being thus increased. In considering how far this view is probable, we should bear in mind that the eyes of infants have been acted on in this double manner during numberless generations, whenever they have screamed, and on the principle of nerve force readily passing along accustomed channels. Even a moderate compression of the eyeballs and a moderate distension of the ocular vessels would ultimately come, through habit, to act on the glands. We have an analogous case in the orbicular muscles being almost always contracted in some slight degree, even during a gentle crying fit, when there can be no distension of the vessels and no uncomfortable sensation excited within the eyes. Moreover, when complex actions or movements have long been performed in strict association together, and these are from any cause at first voluntarily and afterwards habitually checked, then if the proper exciting conditions occur, any part of the action or movement which is least under the control of the will often be still involuntarily performed. The secretion by a gland is remarkably free from the influence of the will. Therefore, when with the advancing age of the individual, or with the advancing culture of the race, the habit of crying out or screaming is restrained, and there is consequently no distension of the blood vessels of the eye, it may nevertheless well happen that tears should still be secreted. We may see, as lately remarked, the muscles round the eyes of a person who reads a pathetic story, twitching or trembling in so slight a degree as hardly to be detected. In this case, there has been no screaming and no distension of the blood vessels, yet through habit, certain nerve cells send a small amount of nerve force to the cells commanding the muscles round the eyes, and they likewise send some to the cells commanding the lacrimal glands, for the eyes often become at the same time just moistened with tears. If the twitching of the muscles round the eyes and the secretion of tears had been completely prevented, nevertheless it is almost certain that there would have been some tendency to transmit nerve force in these same directions, and as the lacrimal glands are remarkably free from the control of the will, they would be eminently liable still to act, thus betraying, though there were no other outward signs, the pathetic thoughts which were passing through the person's mind. As a further illustration of the view here advanced, I may remark that, during an earlier period of life, when habits of all kinds are readily established, our infants, when pleased, have been accustomed to utter loud peals of laughter, during which the vessels of their eyes are distended, as often and as continuously as they have yielded when distressed to screaming fits. Then it is probable that in after life, tears would have been as copiously and as regularly secreted under the one state of mind as under the other. Gentle laughter or a smile, or even a pleasing thought, would have sufficed to cause a moderate secretion of tears. There does indeed exist an evident tendency in this direction, as will be seen in a future chapter, when we treat of the tender feelings. With the Sandwich Islanders, according to Freycinet, tears are actually recognized as a sign of happiness, but we should require better evidence on this head than that of a passing voyager. So again, if our infants, during many generations, and each of them during several years, had almost daily suffered from prolonged choking fits, during which the vessels of the eyes are distended and tears copiously secreted, then it is probable, such is the force of associated habit, that during after life the mere thought of a choke, without any distress of mind, would have sufficed to bring tears into our eyes. To sum up this chapter, weeping is probably the result of some such chain of events as follows. Children, when wanting food or suffering in any way, cry out loudly, like the young of most other animals, partly as a call to their parents for aid, and partly from any great exertion serving relief. Prolonged screaming inevitably leads to the gorging of the blood vessels of the eye, and this will have led, at first consciously and at last habitually, to the contraction of the muscles round the eye in order to protect them. At the same time, the spasmodic pressure on the surface of the eye, and the distension of the vessels within the eye, without necessarily entailing any conscious sensation, will have affected, through reflex action, the lacrimal glands. Finally, through the three principles of nerve force readily passing along accustomed channels, of association which is so widely extended in its power, and of certain actions being more under the control of the will than others, it has come to pass that suffering readily causes the secretion of tears, without being necessarily accompanied by any other action. Although in accordance with this view, we must look at weeping as an incidental result, as purposeless as the secretion of tears from a blow outside the eye, or as a sneeze from the retina being affected by a bright light. Yet this does not present any difficulty in our understanding how the secretion of tears serves as a relief to suffering. And by as much as the weeping is more violent or hysterical, by so much will the relief be greater. On the same principle that the writhing of the whole body, the grinding of the teeth, and the uttering of piercing shrieks, all give relief under an agony of pain. End of section 12.
Section 13 of The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Ferrard. The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals by Charles Darwin. Chapter 7. Low Spirits, Anxiety, Grief, Dejection, Despair. Part 1. After the mind has suffered from an acute paroxysm of grief, and the cause still continues, we fall into a state of low spirits, or we may be utterly cast down and dejected. Prolonged bodily pain, if not amounting to an agony, generally leads to the same state of mind. If we expect to suffer, we are anxious. If we have no hope of relief, we despair. Persons suffering from excessive grief often seek relief by violent and almost frantic movements, as described in a former chapter. But when their suffering is somewhat mitigated, yet prolonged, they no longer wish for action, but remain motionless and passive, or may occasionally rock themselves to and fro. The circulation becomes languid, the face pale, the muscles flaccid, the eyelids droop, the head hangs on the contracted chest, the lips, cheeks, and lower jaw all sink downwards from their own weight. Hence all the features are lengthened, and the face of the person who hears bad news is said to fall. A party of natives in Tierra del Fuego endeavored to explain to us that their friend, the captain of a sealing vessel, was out of spirits, by pulling down their cheeks with both hands, so as to make their faces as long as possible. Mr. Bunnet informs me that the Australian aborigines, when out of spirits, have a chop-fallen appearance. After prolonged suffering the eyes become dull and lack expression, and are often slightly suffused with tears. The eyebrows not rarely are rendered oblique, which is due to their inner ends being raised. This produces peculiarly formed wrinkles on the forehead, which are very different from those of a simple frown, though in some cases a frown alone may be present. The corners of the mouth are drawn downwards, which is so universally recognized as a sign of being out of spirits that it is almost proverbial. The breathing becomes slow and feeble, and is often interrupted by deep sighs. As Gratiolet remarks, whenever our attention is being concentrated on any subject, we forget to breathe, and then relieve ourselves by a deep inspiration. But the sighs of a sorrowful person, owing to his slow respiration and languid circulation, are eminently characteristic. As the grief of a person in this state occasionally recurs and increases into a paroxysm, spasms affect the respiratory muscles, and he feels as if something,
The so-called globus hystericus was rising in his throat. These spasmodic movements are clearly allied to the sobbing of children, and are remnants of those severer spasms which occur when a person is said to choke from excessive grief. Obliquity of the eyebrows. 2 points alone in the above description require further elucidation, and these are very curious ones, namely, the raising of the inner ends of the eyebrows, and the drawing down of the corners of the mouth. With respect to the eyebrows, they may occasionally be seen to assume an oblique position in persons suffering from deep dejection or anxiety. For instance, I have observed this movement in a mother while speaking about her sick son, and it is sometimes excited by quite trifling or momentary causes of real or pretended distress. The eyebrows assume this position owing to the contraction of certain muscles, namely the orbiculars, corrugators, and pyramidals of the nose, which together tend to lower and contract the eyebrows, being partially checked by the more powerful action of the central fascia of the frontal muscle. These latter fascia, by their contraction, raise the inner ends alone of the eyebrows, and as the corrugators at the same time draw the eyebrows together, their inner ends become puckered into a fold or lump. This fold is a highly characteristic point in the appearance of the eyebrows when rendered oblique, as the eyebrows are at the same time somewhat roughened, owing to the hairs being made to project. Dr. J. Crichton Browne has also often noticed in melancholic patients who keep their eyebrows persistently oblique, a peculiar acute arching of the upper eyelid. A trace of this may be observed by comparing the right and left eyelids of the young man in the photograph, for he was not able to act equally on both eyebrows. This is also shown by the unequal furrows on the 2 sides of his forehead. The acute arching of the eyelids depends, I believe, on the inner and alone of the eyebrows being raised, for when the whole eyebrow is elevated and arched, the upper eyelid follows in a slight degree the same movement. But the most conspicuous result of the opposed contraction of the above-named muscles is exhibited by the peculiar furrows formed on the forehead. These muscles, when thus in conjoint yet opposed action, may be called, for the sake of brevity, the grief muscles. When a person elevates his eyebrows by the contraction of the whole frontal muscle, transverse wrinkles extend across the whole breadth of the forehead. But in the present case, the middle fascia alone are contracted. Consequently, transverse furrows are formed across the middle part alone of the forehead. The skin over the exterior parts of both eyebrows is at the same time drawn downwards and smoothed by the contraction of the outer portions of the orbicular muscles. The eyebrows are likewise brought together through the simultaneous contraction of the corrugators, and this latter action generates vertical furrows, separating the exterior and lower part of the skin of the forehead from the central and raised part. The union of these vertical furrows with the central and transverse furrows produces a mark on the forehead which has been compared to a horseshoe, but the furrows more strictly form 3 sides of a quadrangle. They are often conspicuous on the foreheads of adult or nearly adult persons, when their eyebrows are made oblique, but with young children, owing to their skin not easily wrinkling, they are rarely seen, or mere traces of them can be detected. These peculiar furrows are best represented on the forehead of a young lady who has the power in an unusual degree of voluntarily acting on the requisite muscles. As she was absorbed in the attempt whilst being photographed, her expression was not at all one of grief. I have therefore given the forehead alone on the same plate, copied from Dr. Duchesne's work. Represents on a reduced scale the face, in its natural state, of a young man who was a good actor. He is shown simulating grief, but the two eyebrows, as before remarked, are not equally acted on. That the expression is true may be inferred from the fact that out of 15 persons to whom the original photograph was shown, without any clue to what was intended being given them, 14 immediately answered despairing sorrow, suffering endurance, melancholy, and so forth. The history of figure 5 is rather curious. I saw the photograph in a shop window, and took it to Mr. Reislander for the sake of finding out by whom it had been made. Remarking to him how pathetic the expression was, he answered, "I made it," and it was likely to be pathetic, for the boy in a few minutes burst out crying. He then showed me a photograph of the same boy in a placid state, which I have had reproduced. A trace of obliquity in the eyebrows may be detected, but this figure, as well as figure 7, is given to show the depression of the corners of the mouth, to which subject I shall presently refer. Few persons without some practice can voluntarily act on their grief muscles, but after repeated trials a considerable number succeed, whilst others never can. The degree of obliquity in the eyebrows, whether assumed voluntarily or unconsciously, differs much in different persons. With some who apparently have unusually strong pyramidal muscles, the contraction of the central fascia of the frontal muscle, although it may be energetic, as shown by the quadrangular furrows on the forehead, does not raise the inner ends of the eyebrows, but only prevents their being so much lowered as they otherwise would have been. As far as I have been able to observe, the grief muscles are brought into action much more frequently by children and women than by men. They are rarely acted on, at least with grown-up persons, from bodily pain, but almost exclusively from mental distress. Two persons who, after some practice, succeeded in acting on their grief muscles, found by looking at a mirror that when they made their eyebrows oblique, they unintentionally, at the same time, depressed the corners of their mouths, and this is often the case when the expression is naturally assumed. The power to bring grief muscles freely into play appears to be hereditary, like almost every other human faculty. A lady belonging to a family famous for having produced an extraordinary number of great actors and actresses, and who can herself give this expression with singular precision, told Dr. Crichton Browne that all her family had possessed the power in a remarkable degree. The same hereditary tendency is said to have extended, as I likewise hear from Dr. Browne, to the last descendant of the family, which gave rise to Sir Walter Scott's novel of Red Gauntlet, but the hero is described as contracting his forehead into a horseshoe mark from any strong emotion. I have also seen a young woman whose forehead seemed almost habitually thus contracted, independently of any emotion being at the time felt. The grief muscles are not very frequently brought into play, and as the action is often momentary, it easily escapes observation. Although the expression, when observed, is universally and instantly recognized as that of grief or anxiety, yet not one person out of 1,000, who had never studied the subject, is able to say precisely what change passes over the sufferer's face. Hence, probably, it is that this expression is not even alluded to, as far as I have noticed, in any work of fiction, with the exception of Red Gauntlet, and of one other novel; and the authoress of the latter, as I am informed, belongs to the famous family of actors just alluded to, so that her attention may have been specially called to the subject. The ancient Greek sculptors were familiar with the expression, as shown in the statues of the Laocoon and Aretino. but, as Duchesne remarks, they carried the transverse furrows across the whole breadth of the forehead, and thus committed a great anatomical mistake. This is likewise the case in some modern statues. It is, however, more probable that these wonderfully accurate observers intentionally sacrificed truth for the sake of beauty, than that they made a mistake, for rectangular furrows on the forehead would not have had a grand appearance on the marble. The expression, in its fully developed condition, is, as far as I can discover, not often represented in pictures by the old masters, no doubt owing to the same cause, but a lady who is perfectly familiar with this expression informs me that in Fra Angelico's Descent from the Cross in Florence it is clearly exhibited in one of the figures on the right hand, and I could add a few other instances. Dr. Crichton Browne, at my request, closely attended to this expression in the numerous insane patients under his care in the West Riding Asylum, and he is familiar with Duchenne's photographs of the action of the Greek muscles. He informs me that they may constantly be seen in energetic action in cases of melancholia, and especially of hypochondria, and that the persistent lines or furrows due to their habitual contraction are characteristic of the physiognomy of the insane belonging to these two classes. Dr. Browne carefully observed for me during a considerable period 3 cases of hypochondria in which the grief muscles were persistently contracted. In one of these, a widow, aged 51, fancied that she had lost all her viscera, and that her whole body was empty. She wore an expression of great distress, and beat her semi-closed hands rhythmically together for hours. The grief muscles were permanently contracted, and the upper eyelids arched. This condition lasted for months. She then recovered, and her countenance resumed its natural expression. A second case presented nearly the same peculiarities, with the addition that the corners of the mouth were depressed. Mr. Patrick Nicol has also kindly observed for me several cases in the Sussex Lunatic Asylum, and has communicated to me full details with respect to 3 of them, but they need not here be given. From his observations on melancholic patients, Mr. Nicol concludes that the inner ends of the eyebrows are almost always more or less raised, with the wrinkles on the forehead more or less plainly marked. In the case of one young woman, these wrinkles were observed to be in constant slight play or movement. In some cases the corners of the mouth are depressed, but often only in a slight degree. Some amount of difference in the expression of the several melancholic patients could almost always be observed. The eyelids generally droop, and the skin near the outer corners and beneath them is wrinkled. The nasolabial fold, which runs from the wings of the nostrils to the corners of the mouth, and which is so conspicuous in blubbering children, is often plainly marked in these patients. Although with the insane the grief muscles often act persistently, yet in ordinary cases they are sometimes brought unconsciously into momentary action by ludicrously slight causes. A gentleman rewarded a young lady by an absurdly small present. She pretended to be offended, and as she upbraided him, her eyebrows became extremely oblique, with the forehead properly wrinkled. Another young lady and a youth, both in the highest spirits, were eagerly talking together with extraordinary rapidity, and I noticed that, as often as the young lady was beaten and could not get out her words fast enough, her eyebrows went obliquely upwards, and rectangular furrows were formed on her forehead. She thus each time hoisted a flag of distress, and this she did half a dozen times in the course of a few minutes. I made no remark on the subject, but on a subsequent occasion I asked her to act on her grief muscles. Another girl who was present, and who could do so voluntarily, showing her what was intended, she tried repeatedly but utterly failed. Yet so slight a cause of distress as not being able to talk quickly enough suffice to bring these muscles over and over again into energetic action. The expression of grief, due to the contraction of the grief muscles, is by no means confined to Europeans, but appears to be common to all the races of mankind. I have at least received trustworthy accounts in regard to Hindus, Dangars, one of the aboriginal hill tribes of India, and therefore belonging to a quite distinct race from the Hindus, Malays, Negroes, and Australians. With respect to the latter, two observers answer my query in the affirmative, but enter into no details. Mr. Taplin, however, appends to my descriptive remarks the words, "This is exact." With respect to Negroes, the lady who told me of Fra Angelico's picture saw a Negro towing a boat on the Nile, and as he encountered an obstruction, she observed his grief muscles in strong action, with the middle of the forehead well wrinkled. Mr. Geach watched a Malay man in Malacca, with the corners of his mouth much depressed, the eyebrows oblique, with deep short grooves on the forehead. This expression lasted for a very short time, and Mr. Geach remarks, "It was a strange one, very much like a person about to cry at some great loss." In India, Mr. H. Erskine found that the natives were familiar with this expression, and Mr. J. Scott of the Botanic Gardens, Calcutta, has obligingly sent me a full description of two cases. He observed during some time, himself unseen, a very young Dangar woman from Nagpur, the wife of one of the gardeners, nursing her baby who was at the point of death, and he distinctly saw the eyebrows raised at the inner corners, the eyelids drooping, the forehead wrinkled in the middle, the mouth slightly open, with the corners much depressed. He then came from behind a screen of plants and spoke to the poor woman, who started, burst into a bitter flood of tears, and besought him to cure her baby. The second case was that of a Hindustani man, who from illness and poverty was compelled to sell his favorite goat. After receiving the money, he repeatedly looked at the money in his hand and then at the goat, as if doubting whether he would not return it. He went to the goat, which was tied up ready to be led away, and the animal reared up and licked his hands. His eyes then wavered from side to side. His mouth was partially closed, with the corners very decidedly depressed. At last the poor man seemed to make up his mind that he must part with his goat, and then, as Mr. Scott saw, the eyebrows became slightly oblique, with the characteristic puckering or swelling at the inner ends, but the wrinkles on the forehead were not present. The man stood thus for a minute, then, heaving a deep sigh, burst into tears, raised up his two hands, blessed the goat, turned round, and, without looking again, went away. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Gerard. The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals by Charles Darwin. Chapter 7. Low Spirits, Anxiety, Grief, Dejection, Despair. Part 2. On the cause of the obliquity of the eyebrows under suffering. During several years no expression seemed to me so utterly perplexing as this which we are here considering. Why should grief or anxiety cause the central fascia alone in the frontal muscle, together with those round the eyes, to contract? Here we seem to have a complex movement for the sole purpose of expressing grief. And yet it is a comparatively rare expression, and often overlooked. I believe the explanation is not so difficult as it at first appears. Dr. Duchesne gives a photograph of the young man before referred to, who, when looking upwards at a strongly illuminated surface, involuntarily contracted his grief muscles in an exaggerated manner. I had entirely forgotten this photograph, when on a very bright day with the sun behind me, I met, whilst on horseback, a girl whose eyebrows, as she looked up at me, became extremely oblique, with the proper furrows on her forehead. I have observed the same movement under similar circumstances on several subsequent occasions. On my return home I made 3 of my children, without giving them any clue to my object, look as long and as attentively as they could, at the summit of a tall tree standing against an extremely bright sky. With all 3, the orbicular, corrugator, and pyramidal muscles were energetically contracted through reflex action, from the excitement of the retina, so that their eyes might be protected from the bright light. But they tried their utmost to look upwards, and now a curious struggle, with spasmodic twitchings, could be observed between the whole, or only the central portion of the frontal muscle, and the several muscles which serve to lower the eyebrows and close the eyelids. The involuntary contraction of the pyramidal caused the basal part of their noses to be transversely and deeply wrinkled. In one of the 3 children, the whole eyebrows were momentarily raised and lowered by the alternate contraction of the whole frontal muscle, and of the muscles surrounding the eyes, so that the whole breadth of the forehead was alternately wrinkled and smoothed. In the other 2 children, the forehead became wrinkled in the middle part alone, rectangular furrows being thus produced, and the eyebrows were rendered oblique, with their inner extremities puckered and swollen. In the one child in a slight degree, in the other in a strongly marked manner. This difference in the obliquity of the eyebrows apparently depended on a difference in their general mobility, and in the strength of the pyramidal muscles. In both these cases the eyebrows and forehead were acted on under the influence of a strong light, in precisely the same manner, in every characteristic detail, as under the influence of grief or anxiety. Duchesne states that the pyramidal muscle of the nose is less under the control of the will than are the other muscles round the eyes. He remarks that the young man who could so well act on his grief muscles as well as on most of his other facial muscles could not contract the pyramidals. This power, however, no doubt differs in different persons. The pyramidal muscle serves to draw down the skin of the forehead between the eyebrows, together with their inner extremities. The central fascia of the frontal are the antagonists of the pyramidal, and if the action of the latter is to be specially checked, these central fascia must be contracted, so that with persons having powerful pyramidal muscles, if there is under the influence of a bright light an unconscious desire to prevent the lowering of the eyebrows, the central fascia of the frontal muscle must be brought into play, and their contraction, if sufficiently strong to overmaster the pyramidals, together with the contraction of the corrugator and orbicular muscles, will act in the manner just described on the eyebrows and forehead. When children scream or cry out, they contract, as we know, the orbicular, corrugator, and pyramidal muscles, primarily for the sake of compressing their eyes, and thus protecting them from being gorged with blood, and secondarily through habit. I therefore expected to find with children that when they endeavoured either to prevent a crying fit from coming on, or to stop crying, they would check the contraction of the above-named muscles, in the same manner as when looking upwards at a bright light, and consequently that the central fascia of the frontal muscle would often be brought into play. Accordingly, I began myself to observe children at such times, and asked others, including some medical men, to do the same. It is necessary to observe carefully, as the peculiar opposed action of these muscles is not nearly so plain in children, owing to their foreheads not easily wrinkling, as in adults. But I soon found that the grief muscles were very frequently brought into distinct action on these occasions. It would be superfluous to give all the cases which have been observed. and I will specify only a few. A little girl, a year and a half old, was teased by some other children, and before bursting into tears, her eyebrows became decidedly oblique. With an older girl the same obliquity was observed, with the inner ends of the eyebrows plainly puckered, and at the same time the corners of the mouth were drawn downwards. As soon as she burst into tears, the features all changed, and this peculiar expression vanished again after a little boy had been vaccinated, which made him scream and cry violently. The surgeon gave him an orange brought for the purpose, and this pleased the child much. As he stopped crying, all the characteristic movements were observed, including the formation of rectangular wrinkles in the middle of the forehead. Lastly, I met on the road a little girl 3 or 4 years old, who had been frightened by a dog, and when I asked her what was the matter, she stopped whimpering, and her eyebrows instantly became oblique to an extraordinary degree. Here then, as I cannot doubt, we have the key to the problem why the central fascia of the frontal muscle and the muscles round the eyes contract in opposition to each other under the influence of grief. Whether their contraction be prolonged, as with the melancholic insane, or momentary, from some trifling cause of distress. We have all of us, as infants, repeatedly contracted our orbicular, corrugator, and pyramidal muscles, in order to protect our eyes whilst screaming. Our progenitors before us have done the same during many generations, and though with advancing years we easily prevent, when feeling distressed, the utterance of screams, we cannot from long habit always prevent a slight contraction of the above-named muscles, nor indeed do we observe their contraction in ourselves, or attempt to stop it, if slight. But the pyramidal muscles seem to be less under the command of the will than the other related muscles, and if they be well developed, their contraction can be checked only by the antagonistic contraction of the central fascia of the frontal muscle. The result which necessarily follows, if these fascia contract energetically, is the oblique drawing up of the eyebrows, the puckering of their inner ends, and the formation of rectangular furrows on the middle of the forehead. As children and women cry much more freely than men, and as grown-up persons of both sexes rarely weep except from mental distress, we can understand why the grief muscles are more frequently seen in action, as I believe to be the case with children and women than with men, and with adults of both sexes, from mental distress alone. In some of the cases before recorded, as in that of the poor Dangar woman and of the Hindustani man, the action of the grief muscles was quickly followed by bitter weeping. In all cases of distress, whether great or small, our brains tend, through long habit, to send an order to certain muscles to contract, as if we were still infants on the point of screaming out. But this order we, by the wondrous power of the will, and through habit, are able partially to counteract, although this is effected unconsciously, as far as the means of counteraction are concerned. On the depression of the corners of the mouth, this action is effected by the depressores anguli oris. The fibers of this muscle diverge downwards, with the upper convergent ends attached round the angles of the mouth and to the lower lip a little way within the angles. Some of the fibers appear to be antagonistic to the great zygomatic muscle, and others to the several muscles running to the outer part of the upper lip. The contraction of this muscle draws downwards and outwards the corners of the mouth, including the outer part of the upper lip, and even in a slight degree the wings of the nostrils. When the mouth is closed and this muscle acts, the commissure or line of junction of the two lips forms a curved line with the concavity downwards, and the lips themselves are generally somewhat protruded, especially the lower one. The mouth in this state is well represented in the two photographs by Mr. Rayschlander. The upper boy had just stopped crying, after receiving a slap on the face from another boy, and the right moment was seized for photographing him. The expression of low spirits, grief, or dejection due to the contraction of this muscle has been noticed by everyone who has written on the subject. To say that a person is down in the mouth is synonymous with saying that he is out of spirits. The depression of the corners may often be seen, as already stated on the authority of Dr. Crichton Browne and Mr. Nicol, with the melancholic insane, and was well exhibited in some photographs sent to me by the former gentleman, of patients with a strong tendency to suicide. It has been observed with men belonging to various races, namely, with Hindus, the dark hill tribes of India, Malays, and, as the Reverend Mr. Hagenauer informs me, with the aborigines of Australia. When infants scream, they firmly contract the muscles round their eyes, and this draws up the upper lip, and as they have to keep their mouths widely open, the depressor muscles running to the corners are likewise brought into strong action. This generally, but not invariably, causes a slight angular bend in the lower lip on both sides, near the corners of the mouth. The result of the upper and lower lip being thus acted on is that the mouth assumes a squarish outline. The contraction of the depressor muscle is best seen in infants who are not screaming violently, and especially just before they begin, or when they cease to scream. Their little faces then acquire an extremely piteous expression, as I continually observed with my own infants between the ages of about 6 weeks and 2 or 3 months. Sometimes, when they are struggling against a crying fit, the outline of the mouth is curved in so exaggerated a manner as to be like a horseshoe, and the expression of misery then becomes a ludicrous caricature. The explanation of the contraction of this muscle under the influence of low spirits or dejection apparently follows from the same general principles as in the case of the obliquity of the eyebrows. Dr. Duchesne informs me that he concludes from his observations, now prolonged during many years, that this is one of the facial muscles which is least under the control of the will. This fact may indeed be inferred from what has just been stated with respect to infants, when doubtfully beginning to cry, or endeavoring to stop crying, for they then generally command all. This fact may indeed be inferred from what has just been stated with respect to infants, when doubtfully beginning to cry, or endeavoring to stop crying, for they then generally command all the other facial muscles more effectually than they do the depressors of the corners of the mouth. Two excellent observers who had no theory on the subject, one of them a surgeon, carefully watched for me some older children and women, as with some opposed struggling, they very gradually approached the point of bursting out into tears, and both observers felt sure that the depressors began to act before any of the other muscles. Now, as the depressors have been repeatedly brought into strong action during infancy and many generations, nerve force will tend to flow, on the principle of long associated habit, to these muscles as well as to various other facial muscles. Whenever in after life even a slight feeling of distress is experienced. But as the depressors are somewhat less under the control of the will than most of the other muscles, we might expect that they would often slightly contract, whilst the others remain passive. It is remarkable how small a depression of the corners of the mouth gives to the countenance an expression of low spirits or dejection, so that an extremely slight contraction of these muscles would be sufficient to betray this state of mind. I may here mention a trifling observation, as it will serve to sum up our present subject. An old lady with a comfortable but absorbed expression sat nearly opposite to me in a railway carriage. Whilst I was looking at her, I saw that her depressor angrily oris became very slightly, yet decidedly, contracted, but as her countenance remained as placid as ever, I reflected how meaningless was this contraction, and how easily one might be deceived. The thought had hardly occurred to me when I saw that her eyes suddenly became suffused with tears almost to overflowing, and her whole countenance fell. There could now be no doubt that some painful recollection, perhaps that of a long-lost child, was passing through her mind. As soon as her sensorium was thus affected, certain nerve cells from long habit instantly transmitted an order to all the respiratory muscles, and to those round the mouth, to prepare for a fit of crying, but the order was countermanded by the will, or rather by a later acquired habit, and all the muscles were obedient, excepting in a slight degree the depressores anguli oris. The mouth was not even opened, the respiration was not hurried, and no muscle was affected except those which draw down the corners of the mouth. As soon as the mouth of this lady began, involuntarily and unconsciously on her part, to assume the proper form for a crying fit, we may feel almost sure that some nerve influence would have been transmitted through the long accustomed channels to the various respiratory muscles, as well as to those round the eyes, and to the vasomotor centre which governs the supply of blood sent to the lachrymal glands. Of this latter fact we have indeed clear evidence in her eyes becoming slightly suffused with tears, and we can understand this, as the lachrymal glands are less under the control of the will than the facial muscles. No doubt there existed at the same time some tendency in the muscles round the eyes at contract, as if for the sake of protecting them from being gorged with blood, but this contraction was completely overmastered, and her brow remained unruffled. Had the pyramidal, corrugator, and orbicular muscles been as little obedient to the will as they are in many persons, they would have been slightly acted on, and then the central fascia of the frontal muscle would have contracted in antagonism, and her eyebrows would have become oblique with rectangular furrows on her forehead. Her countenance would then have expressed still more plainly than it did a state of dejection, or rather one of grief. Through steps such as these we can understand how it is that as soon as some melancholy thought passes through the brain, there occurs a just perceptible drawing down at the corners of the mouth, or a slight raising up of the inner ends of the eyebrows, or both movements combined, and immediately afterwards a slight suffusion of tears. A thrill of nerve force is transmitted along several habitual channels, and produces an effect on any point where the will has not acquired through long habit much power of interference. The above actions may be considered as rudimental vestiges of the screaming fits, which are so frequent and prolonged during infancy. In this case, as well as in many others, the links are indeed wonderful which connect cause and effect, in giving rise to various expressions on the human countenance, and they explain to us the meaning of certain movements which we involuntarily and unconsciously perform, whenever certain transitory emotions pass through our minds. End of Section 14.